Chapter 9. The Control Problem. If we are threatened with existential catastrophe as the default outcome of an intelligence explosion, our thinking must immediately turn to the search for countermeasures. Is there some way to avoid the default outcome? Is it possible to engineer a controlled detonation? In this chapter we begin to analyze the control problem, the unique principle, agent problem that arises with the creation of an artificial superintelligent agent. We distinguish two broad classes of potential methods for addressing this problem: capability control and motivation selection, and we examine several specific techniques within each class. We also allude to the esoteric possibility of anthropic capture. 2. Agency problems. If we suspect that the default outcome of an intelligence explosion is existential catastrophe, our thinking must immediately turn to whether, and if so how, this default outcome can be avoided. Is it possible to achieve a controlled detonation? Could we engineer the initial conditions of an intelligence explosion so as to achieve a specific desired outcome, or at least to ensure that the result lies somewhere in the class of broadly acceptable outcomes? More specifically, how can the sponsor of a project that aims to develop superintelligence ensure that the project, if successful, produces a superintelligence that would realize the sponsor's goals? We can divide this control problem into two parts. One part is generic, the other unique to the present context. This first part, what we shall call the first principle, agent problem, arises whenever some human entity, the principal, appoints another, the agent, to act in the former's interest. This type of agency problem has been extensively studied by economists. When it becomes relevant to our present concern if the people creating an AI are distinct from the people commissioning its creation. The project's owner or sponsor, which could be anything ranging from a single individual to humanity as a whole, might then worry that the scientists and programmers implementing the project will not act in the sponsor's best interest. Point 2. Although this type of agency problem could pose significant challenges to a project sponsor, it is not a problem unique to intelligence amplification or AI projects. Principal, agent problems of this sort are ubiquitous in human economic and political interactions, and there are many ways of dealing with them. For instance, the risk that a disloyal employee will sabotage or subvert the project could be minimized through careful background checks of key personnel, the use of a good version control system for software projects, and intensive oversight from multiple independent monitors and auditors. Of course, such safeguards come at a cost. They expand staffing needs, complicate personnel selection, hinder creativity, and stifle independent and critical thought, all of which could reduce the pace of progress. These costs could be significant, especially for projects that have tight budgets, or that perceive themselves to be in a close race in a winner-takes-all competition. In such situations, projects may skimp on procedural safeguards, creating possibilities for potentially catastrophic principal, agent failures of the first type. The other part of the control problem is more specific to the context of an intelligence explosion. This is the problem that a project faces when it seeks to ensure that the superintelligence it is building will not harm the project's interests. This part, too, can be thought of as a principal, agent problem. The second principal, agent problem. In this case, the agent is not a human agent operating on behalf of a human principal. Instead, the agent is the superintelligent system. Whereas the first principal, agent problem occurs mainly in the development phase. The second agency problem threatens to cause trouble mainly in the superintelligence's operational phase. Exhibit 1-2 agency problems. The first principle, agent problem. Human v. human, sponsor rightward arrow developer. Occurs mainly in developmental phase. Standard management techniques apply. The second principle, agent problem, the control problem. Human v. superintelligence, project rightward arrow system. Occurs mainly in operational, and bootstrap, phase. New techniques needed. This second agency problem poses an unprecedented challenge. Solving it will require new techniques. We have already considered some of the difficulties involved. We saw, in particular, that the treacherous turn syndrome vitiates what might otherwise have seemed like a promising set of methods, ones that rely on observing an AI's behavior in its developmental phase and allowing the AI to graduate from a secure environment once it has accumulated a track record of taking appropriate actions. Other technologies can often be safety tested in the laboratory or in small field studies, and then rolled out gradually, with the possibility of halting deployment if unexpected troubles arise. Their performance in preliminary trials helps us make reasonable inferences about their future reliability. Such behavioral methods are defeated in the case of superintelligence because of the strategic planning ability of general intelligence. Point 3. Since the behavioral approach is unavailing, we must look for alternatives. We can divide potential control methods into two broad classes: capability control methods, which aim to control what the superintelligence can do, and motivation selection methods, which aim to control what it wants to do. Some of the methods are compatible while others represent mutually exclusive alternatives. In this chapter we canvass the main options. In the next 4 chapters, we will explore some of the key issues at greater depth. It is important to realize that some control method, or combination of methods, must be implemented before the system becomes superintelligent. It cannot be done after the system has obtained a decisive strategic advantage. The need to solve the control problem in advance and to implement the solution successfully in the very first system to attain superintelligence is part of what makes achieving a controlled detonation such a daunting challenge. Capability control methods. Capability control methods seek to prevent undesirable outcomes by limiting what the superintelligence can do. This might involve placing the superintelligence in an environment in which it is unable to cause harm, boxing methods, or in which there are strongly convergent instrumental reasons not to engage in harmful behavior, incentive methods. It might also involve limiting the internal capacities of the superintelligence, stunting. In addition, capability control methods might involve the use of mechanisms to automatically detect and react to various kinds of containment failure or attempted transgression. Tripwires. Boxing methods. Boxing methods can be subdivided into physical and informational containment methods. Physical containment aims to confine the system to a box, i.e. to prevent the system from interacting with the external world otherwise than via specific restricted output channels. The box system would not have access to physical manipulators outside of the box. Removing manipulators, such as robotic arms, from inside the box as well would prevent the system from constructing physical devices that could breach the confinement. For extra security, the system should be placed in a metal mesh to prevent it from transmitting radio signals, which might otherwise offer a means of manipulating electronic objects such as radio receivers in the environment. Note, by the way, how easy it might have been to overlook the need for this precaution. One might naively have assumed that an agent without a manipulator could not affect the external world. But it might be possible for a machine intelligence to generate radio waves even when it lacks access to external manipulators, simply by thinking, that is, by shuffling the electrons in its circuitry in particular patterns. Point 4 once pointed out, this vulnerability can be patched by enclosing the system in a Faraday cage, but we are left wondering how many other similarly subtle vulnerabilities might exist. Each time we hear of a seemingly foolproof security design that has an unexpected flaw, we should prick up our ears. These occasions grace us with the opportunity to abandon a life of overconfidence and resolve to become better. Bayesians. Point 5. Physical confinement has several advantages. It is easy to implement. It can be applied to many machine intelligence architectures, even ones that were not initially designed with safety as an objective. It can be used in combination with most other control methods. And it seems unlikely to go wrong by backfiring, that is, while it might fail to ensure safety, it is unlikely to cause a catastrophe that would not otherwise have occurred. The main disadvantage with physical confinement is that it reduces the functionality of the superintelligence, an issue to which we will return in Chapter 10. Another concern is that it might encourage a false sense of security, though this is avoidable if we regard physical confinement as icing on the cake rather than the main substance of our precautions. Informational containment aims to restrict what information is allowed to exit the box. We have already seen how a superintelligence that has access to an internet port, such that it can message outside entities, is potentially unsafe, even if it starts out without access to physical actuators. It may use its information output channel to get human beings to do its bidding. An obvious informational containment method, therefore, is to bar the system from accessing communications networks. Unplugging an AI from the internet does not, however, ensure safety. If there are one or more humans serving as the system's gatekeepers and remaining in communication with it during the development phase, the programmers serve as gatekeepers. During the operational phase, the system's owner might play this role. If the AI can persuade or trick a gatekeeper to let it out of the box, resulting in its gaining access either to the internet or directly to physical manipulators, then the boxing strategy has failed. Human beings are not secure systems, especially not when pitched against a superintelligent schemer and persuader. Point 6. Although routing the outbound communications of a machine intelligence to a human gatekeeper does not guarantee safety, it could serve as an auxiliary safety measure. There are precautions that might reduce the risk of the AI escaping through the gatekeeper. The AI could be allowed to communicate only via a low-bandwidth teletype interface. This would make it slightly harder to psychologically manipulate the gatekeepers, precluding the use of emotive sound and imagery and tricks such as flashing hypnotic patterns to induce a trance-like state. Point 7. Going further, the content, not just the mode of presentation, of the output could be restricted, so that, for example, the AI would be constrained to giving single-bit answers to yes/no questions. The idea of building a question-answering system will be examined further in the next chapter. The limiting case of the boxing approach would be a system kept in complete physical and informational isolation, even if achievable. However, such an isolated system would be rather useless since it would have no effect on the external world. It might perhaps be thought that some scientific purpose could be served by creating a superintelligence and keeping it in isolation, by studying a self-contained model system. One could learn about its internal dynamics and its behavior patterns. But this would be an error. As soon as the system is observed, it ceases to be informationally isolated. Point 8. Information can be transmitted not only via messages that an AI sends out through a designated output channel but also via any observation an outsider makes of some causal consequence of the AI's workings, direct or indirect, its power consumption, its CPU and memory usage, its computational states, or indeed any traces left behind after it has been shut down. An AI, anticipating that it might be observed in any of these ways, could strategically adopt behaviors designed to influence the hypothesized observers. For example, the AI could malfunction in whichever way would most increase the probability that it will ultimately be reactivated, or that another superintelligence will be created with goals similar to its own. Incentive methods. Incentive methods involve placing an agent in an environment where it finds instrumental reasons to act in ways that promote the principal's interests. Consider a billionaire who uses her fortune to set up a large charitable foundation. Once created, the foundation may be powerful. More powerful than most individuals, including its founder, who might have donated most of her wealth. To control the foundation, the founder lays down its purpose in articles of incorporation and bylaws, and appoints a board of directors sympathetic to her cause. These measures constitute a form of motivation selection, since they aim to shape foundation's preferences. But even if such attempts to customize the organizational internals fail, the foundation's behavior would remain circumscribed by its social and legal milieu. The foundation would have an incentive to obey the law, for example, lest it be shut down or fined. It would have an incentive to offer its employees acceptable pay and working conditions, and to satisfy external stakeholders. Whatever its final goals, the foundation thus has instrumental reasons to conform its behavior to various social norms. Might one not hope that a machine superintelligence would likewise be hemmed in by the need to get along with the other actors with which it shares the stage? Though this might seem like a straightforward way of dealing with the control problem, it is not free of obstacles. In particular, it presupposes a balance of power. Legal or economic sanctions cannot restrain an agent that has a decisive strategic advantage. Social integration can therefore not be relied upon as a control method in fast or medium takeoff scenarios that feature a winner-takes-all dynamic. How about in multipolar scenarios, wherein several agencies emerge post-transition with comparable levels of capability? Unless the default trajectory is one with a slow takeoff, achieving such a power distribution may require a carefully orchestrated ascent wherein different projects are deliberately synchronized to prevent any one of them from ever pulling ahead of the pack. Point 9. Even if a multipolar outcome does result, social integration is not a perfect solution. By relying on social integration to solve the control problem, the principal risks sacrificing a large portion of her potential influence. Although a balance of power might prevent a particular AI from taking over the world, that AI will still have some power to affect outcomes, and if that power is used to promote some arbitrary final goal maximizing paperclip production, it is probably not being used to advance the interests of the principal. Imagine our billionaire endowing a new foundation and allowing its mission to be set by a random word generator, not a species-level threat, but surely a wasted opportunity. A related but importantly different idea is that an AI, by interacting freely in society, would acquire new human-friendly final goals. Some such process of socialization takes place in us humans. We internalize norms and ideologies, and we come to value other individuals for their own sakes in consequence of our experiences with them. But this is not a universal dynamic present in all intelligence systems. As discussed earlier, many types of agent in many situations will have convergent, instrumental reasons not to permit changes in their final goals. 1. Might consider trying to design a special kind of goal system that can acquire final goals in the manner that humans do, but this would not count as a capability control method. We will discuss some possible methods of value acquisition in Chapter 12. Capability control through social integration and balance of power relies upon diffuse social forces rewarding and penalizing the AI. Another type of incentive method would involve creating a setup wherein the AI can be rewarded and penalized by the project that creates it, and thereby incentivized to act in the interests of the principal. To achieve this, the AI would be placed in a surveillance context that allows its behavior to be monitored and evaluated, either manually or by some automated process. The AI would know that a positive evaluation would bring about some outcome it desires and that a negative evaluation would fail to do so. Theoretically, the reward could be the fulfillment of some convergent instrumental goal. Without knowing anything specific about the AI's motivation system, however, it might be difficult to calibrate the reward mechanism. For example, we could end up with an AI that would be willing to take extreme risks for the sake of a small chance of eventually obtaining control of a large share of the universe. It could be expensive to offer the AI a higher expected utility as reward for cooperation than the AI could hope to achieve by defecting and trying to escape. Point 10. A better alternative might be to combine the incentive method with the use of motivation selection to give the AI a final goal that makes it easier to control. Suppose that an AI were designed to have as its final goal that a particular red button inside a command bunker never be pressed. Since the pressing of the button is disvalued intrinsically and not because of its causal consequences, the button could be completely inert, it could be made of Play-Doh. Furthermore, it is irrelevant whether the AI can ever know whether the button had been pressed. What is essential is that the AI believes that the button will more likely remain unpressed if the AI continuously acts in the principal's interest than if it rebels. Refinements to the setup are possible. Instead of trying to endow an AI with a final goal that refers to a physical button, one could build an AI that places final value on receiving a stream of cryptographic reward tokens. 11. These would be sequences of numbers serving as keys to ciphers that would have been generated before the AI was created, and that would have been built into its motivation system. Point 12. These special number sequences would be extremely desirable to the AI, constituting a special kind of reward token that the AI could not attain. Though wire heading. Point 13. The keys would be stored in a secure location, where they could be quickly destroyed if the AI ever made an attempt to seize them. So long as the AI cooperates, the keys are doled out at a steady rate. The AI could then be given a bounded utility function, and matters could be arranged so that the AI would get, for instance, 99% of its maximum utility from the first reward token, 99% of its remaining utility potential from the second reward token, and so on. By keeping the discount rate high, and by transmitting reward tokens to the AI at a reasonably high rate, one would dissuade the AI from attempting to carry out long-term plans that would increase the expected number of reward tokens in the distal future at the expense of some risk that its reward stream will be cut short or that the next reward token will be cancelled and destroyed. If the AI always believes that defecting, i.e., doing anything other than its best to look after the principal's interests, would incur at least a 2% risk of forfeiting the next reward token. Whereas cooperating would reduce the risk of forfeiting the next reward token to below 1%, then a utility maximizing AI would always cooperate. What might go wrong with such an incentive scheme? One possibility is that the AI will not trust the human operator to deliver the promised rewards. The track record of human reliability is something other than a straight line of unerring perfection. The AI would reasonably worry that the operator will change his mind, or raise the performance bar, or fail to recognize that the AI has done its part. The AI would also worry about the operator becoming incapacitated. The combined risk of such failures might exceed the risk of attempting to seize control of the reward mechanism. Even a boxed AI possessing the panoply of superpowers is a strong force for an AI that is not boxed to begin with. Hijacking the human-governed reward mechanism may be like taking candy from a baby. Another problem with the incentive scheme is that it presupposes that we can tell whether the outcomes produced by the AI are in our interest. As later chapters will elaborate, this presupposition is not innocuous. A full assessment of the feasibility of incentive methods would also have to take into account a range of other factors, including some esoteric considerations that might conceivably make such methods more viable than a preliminary analysis would suggest. In particular, the AI may face an eliminable indexical uncertainty if it could not be sure that it does not inhabit a computer simulation, as opposed to basement-level, non-simulated physical reality, and this epistemic predicament may radically influence the AI's deliberations. See Box 8. Box 8 Anthropic Capture. The AI might assign a substantial probability to its simulation hypothesis, the hypothesis that it is living in a computer simulation. Even today, many AIs inhabit simulated worlds consisting of geometric line drawings, texts, chess games, or simple virtual realities, and in which the laws of physics deviate sharply from the laws of physics that we believe govern the world of our own experience. Richer and more complicated virtual worlds will become feasible with improvements in programming techniques and computing power. A mature superintelligence could create virtual worlds that appear to its inhabitants much the same as our world appears to us. It might create vast numbers of such worlds, running the same simulation many times, or with small variations. The inhabitants would not necessarily be able to tell whether their world is simulated or not, but if they are intelligent enough they could consider the possibility and assign it some probability. In light of the simulation argument, a full discussion of which is beyond the scope of this book, that probability could be substantial. Point 14. This predicament especially afflicts relatively early stage superintelligences, ones that have not yet expanded to take advantage of the cosmic endowment. An early stage superintelligence, which uses only a small fraction of the resources of a single planet, would be much less expensive to simulate than a mature intergalactic superintelligence. Potential simulators, that is, other more mature civilizations, would be able to run great numbers of simulations of such early stage ACE even by dedicating a minute fraction of their computational resources to that purpose. If at least some non-trivial fraction of these mature superintelligent civilizations choose to use this ability, early stage ACE should assign a substantial probability to being in a simulation. How an AI would be affected by the simulation hypothesis depends on its values. Point 15. Consider first an AI that has a resource-insatiable final goal, such as the goal of maximizing a utility function that is linear in the number of paper clips caused by the AI to exist twice as many Paper clips, twice as good. Such an AI might care less about the simulation hypothesis, on grounds that its ability to influence how many paper clips are produced looks much more limited if the AI is in a simulation than if it is in basement-level physical reality. The AI might accordingly behave much as if it were certain that the simulation hypothesis is false, even if it assigned a fairly high probability to the simulation hypothesis being true. 16 The AI would reason that it does not much matter how it acts if the simulation hypothesis is true, whereas its actions make a great difference if the hypothesis is false, so it would select actions mainly by reference to how good they are, conditional on the simulation hypothesis being false. By contrast, consider an AI that has a more modest final goal, one that could be satisfied with a small amount of resources, such as the goal of receiving some pre-produced cryptographic reward tokens, or the goal of causing the existence of 45 virtual paper clips. Such an AI should not discount those possible worlds in which it inhabits a simulation. A substantial portion of the AI's total expected utility might derive from those possible worlds. The decision-making of an AI with goals that are easily resource-satiable may therefore, if it assigns a high probability to the simulation hypothesis, be dominated by considerations about which actions would produce the best result if its perceived world is a simulation. Such an AI, even if it is, in fact, not in a simulation, might therefore be heavily influenced by its beliefs about which behaviors would be rewarded in a simulation. In particular, if an AI with resource-satiable final goals believes that in most simulated worlds that match its observations it will be rewarded if it cooperates, but not if it attempts to escape its box or contravene the interests of its creator, then it may choose to cooperate. We could therefore find that even an AI with a decisive strategic advantage, one that could in fact realize its final goals to a greater extent by taking over the world than by refraining from doing so, would nevertheless balk at doing so. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all. And thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er, with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment with this regard their currents turn away, and lose the name of action. Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act 3. Sc. 1. A mere line in the sand, backed by the clout of a non-existent simulator, could prove a stronger restraint than a 2-foot-thick solid steel door. 17. Stunting. Another possible capability control method is to limit the system's intellectual faculties or its access to information. This might be done by running the AI on hardware that is slow or short on memory. In the case of a boxed system, information inflow could also be restricted. Stunting an AI in these ways would limit its usefulness. The method thus faces a dilemma: too little stunting, and the AI might have the wit to figure out some way to make itself more intelligent, and thence to world domination; too much, and the AI is just another piece of dumb software. A radically stunted AI is certainly safe but does not solve the problem of how to achieve a controlled detonation. An intelligence explosion would remain possible and would simply be triggered by some other system instead, perhaps at a slightly later date. One might think it would be safe to build a superintelligence, provided it is only given data about some narrow domain of facts. For example, one might build an AI that lacks sensors and that has preloaded into its memory only facts about petroleum engineering or peptide chemistry. But if the AI is superintelligent, if it has a superhuman level of general intelligence, such data deprivation does not guarantee safety. There are several reasons for this. First, the notion of information Being about a certain topic is generally problematic. Any piece of information can in principle be relevant to any topic whatsoever, depending on the background information of a reasoner. Point 18. Furthermore, a given data set contains information not only about the domain from which the data was collected but also about various circumstantial facts. A shrewd mind looking over a knowledge base that is nominally about peptide chemistry might infer things about a wide range of topics. The fact that certain information is included and other information is not could tell an AI something about the state of human science, the methods and instruments available to study peptides, the fabrication technologies used to make these instruments, and the nature of the brains and societies that conceived the studies and the instruments. It might be that a superintelligence could correctly surmise a great deal from what seem to dull-witted human minds, meager scraps of evidence. Even without any designated knowledge base at all, a sufficiently superior mind might be able to learn much by simply introspecting on the workings of its own psyche, the design choices reflected in its source code, the physical characteristics of its circuitry. Point 19. Perhaps a superintelligence could even deduce much about the likely properties of the world a priori, combining logical inference with a probability prior bias towards simpler worlds, and a few elementary facts implied by the superintelligence's existence as a reasoning system. It might imagine the consequences of different possible laws of physics. What kind of planets would form, what kind of intelligent life would evolve, what kind of societies would develop, what kind of methods to solve the control problem would be attempted, how those methods could be defeated. Point 20. For these reasons it would be imprudent to rely on information deprivation as the main check on a superintelligence's power. Some forms of stunting, however, including limiting hardware capacity and preventing the development of specific cognitive faculties, might find use as auxiliary control methods in the developmental phase. They could be used, for instance, to regulate the rate of capacity gain in an intermediary AI and to allow tests to be run at different levels of capability short of full-throttled superintelligence. Tripwires. A tripwire is a mechanism that performs diagnostic tests on the system, possibly without its knowledge, and effects a shutdown if it detects signs of dangerous activity. Programmers can then scrutinize recordings of the suspicious activity at their leisure, and make changes to the AI's code base or environment before restarting it. If they find that the problem is sufficiently deep-rooted, they could decide to abort the entire project. Tripwires differ from incentive methods in that they do not rely on the system being aware of the consequences of engaging in forbidden activities. Tripwires are more closely related to stunting methods. Like stunting, tripwires could be used as a temporary safeguard, providing a degree of protection during the development phase. In principle, tripwires can also be used during the operational phase, particularly for a boxed system. However, the ability of tripwires to constrain a full-fledged superintelligence must remain very much in doubt, since it would be hard for us to assure ourselves that such an agent could not find ways to subvert any tripwire devised by the human intellect. Table 9. Different kinds of tripwires. As an adjunct safety measure in the development phase, though tripwires are important, it would be good practice for the AI's designers to codify their expectations about how the system is supposed to function, and then to circumscribe the AI with tripwires that would be activated if any of these expectations is violated. To make the tests more stringent, honeypots could be strategically placed to create Temptations for a malfunctioning AI to commit some easily observable violation. For instance, if an AI has been designed in such a way that it is supposed not to want to access the internet, a fake Ethernet port could be installed, leading to an automatic shutdown switch, just to see if the AI tries to use it. Some examples of tripwires are given in Table 9. It should be emphasized that the value of a tripwire depends not only on the mechanism itself but also critically on how a project reacts when a tripwire is triggered. If the programmers or project managers, impatient to make progress, simply switch the system back on again, or if they do so after making some token modification to prevent the tripwire being triggered on the next run, then no safety has been gained even if the tripwire itself works exactly as intended. Motivation selection methods. Motivation selection methods seek to prevent undesirable outcomes by shaping what the superintelligence wants to do. By engineering the agent's motivation system and its final goals, these methods would produce a superintelligence that would not want to exploit a decisive strategic advantage in a harmful way. Since a superintelligent agent is skilled at achieving its ends, if it prefers not to cause harm, in some appropriate sense of harm, then it would tend not to cause harm, in that sense of harm. Motivation selection can involve explicitly formulating a goal or set of rules to be followed, direct specification, or setting up the system so that it can discover an appropriate set of values for itself by reference to some implicitly or indirectly formulated criterion, indirect normativity. One option in motivation selection is to try to build the system so that it would have modest, non-ambitious goals, domesticity. An alternative to creating a motivation system from scratch is to select an agent that already has an acceptable motivation system and then augment that agent's cognitive powers to make it superintelligent, while ensuring that the motivation system does not get corrupted in the process. Augmentation. Let us look at these in turn. Direct specification. Direct specification is the most straightforward approach to the control problem. The approach comes in two versions, rule-based and consequentialist, and involves trying to explicitly define a set of rules or values that will cause even a free-roaming superintelligent AI to act safely and beneficially. Direct specification, however, faces what may be insuperable obstacles, deriving from both the difficulties in determining which rules or values we would wish the AI to be guided by and the difficulties in expressing those rules or values in computer readable code. The traditional illustration of the direct rule-based approach is the 3 laws of robotics concept, formulated by science fiction author Isaac Asimov in a short story published in 1942. The 3 laws were: 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey any orders given to it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Embarrassingly for our species, Asimov's laws remain state of the art for over half a century, this despite obvious problems with the approach, some of which are explored in Asimov's own writings. Asimov probably having formulated the laws in the first place precisely so that they would fail in interesting ways, providing fertile plot complications for his stories. Point 23. Bertrand Russell, who spent many years working on the foundations of mathematics, once remarked that everything is vague to a degree you do not realize till you have tried to make it precise. 24. Russell's dictum applies in spades to the direct specification approach. Consider, for example, how one might explicate Asimov's first law. Does it mean that the robot should minimize the probability of any human being coming to harm? In that case the other laws become ocious, since it is always possible for the AI to take some action that would have at least some microscopic effect on the probability of a human being coming to harm. How is the robot to balance a large risk of a few humans coming to harm versus a small risk of many humans being harmed? How do we define harm anyway? How should the harm of physical pain be weighed against the harm of architectural ugliness or social injustice? Is a sadist harmed if he is prevented from tormenting his victim? How do we define human being? Why is no consideration given to other morally considerable beings, such as sentient non-human animals and digital minds? The more one ponders, the more the questions proliferate. Perhaps the closest existing analog to a rule set that could govern the actions of a superintelligence operating in the world at large is a legal system. But legal systems have developed through a long process of trial and error, and they regulate relatively slowly changing human societies. Laws can be revised when necessary. Most importantly, legal systems are administered by judges and juries who generally apply a measure of common sense and human decency to ignore logically possible legal interpretations that are sufficiently obviously unwanted and unintended by the lawgivers. It is probably humanly impossible to explicitly formulate a highly complex set of detailed rules, have them apply across a highly diverse set of circumstances, and get it right on the first implementation. Point 25. Problems for the direct consequentialist approach are similar to those for the direct rule-based approach. This is true even if the AI is intended to serve some apparently simple purpose, such as implementing a version of classical utilitarianism. For instance, the goal maximize the expectation of the balance of pleasure over pain in the world may appear simple. Yet expressing it in computer code would involve, among other things, specifying how to recognize pleasure and pain. Doing this reliably might require solving an array of persistent problems in the philosophy of mind, even just to obtain a correct account expressed in a natural language, an account which would then somehow have to be translated into a programming language. A small error in either the philosophical account or its translation into code could have catastrophic consequences. Consider an AI that has hedonism as its final goal, and which would therefore like to tile the universe with hedonium, matter organized in a configuration that is optimal for the generation of pleasurable experience. To this end, the AI might produce computronium, matter organized in a configuration that is optimal for computation, and use it to implement digital minds in states of euphoria. In order to maximize efficiency, the AI omits from the implementation any mental faculties that are not essential for the experience of pleasure, and exploits any computational shortcuts that, according to its definition of pleasure, do not vitiate the generation of pleasure. For instance, the AI might confine its simulation to reward circuitry, eliding faculties such as memory, sensory perception, executive function, and language. It might simulate minds at a relatively coarse-grained level of functionality, omitting lower-level neuronal processes. It might replace commonly repeated computations with calls to a lookup table, or it might put in place some arrangement whereby multiple minds would share most parts of their underlying computational machinery, their supervenience bases in philosophical parlance. Such tricks could greatly increase the quantity of pleasure producible with a given amount of resources. It is unclear how desirable this would be. Furthermore, if the AI's criterion for determining whether a physical process generates pleasure is wrong, then the AI's Optimizations might throw the baby out with the bathwater, discarding something which is inessential according to the AI's criterion yet essential according to the criteria implicit in our human values. The universe then gets filled not with exultingly heaving hedonium but with computational processes that are unconscious and completely worthless. The equivalent of a smiley face sticker Xerox trillions upon trillions of times and plastered across the galaxies. Domesticity. One special type of final goal which might be more amenable to direct specification than the examples given above is the goal of self-limitation. While it seems extremely difficult to specify how one would want a superintelligence to behave in the world in general, since this would require us to account for all the trade-offs in all the situations that could arise, it might be feasible to specify how a superintelligence should behave in one particular situation. We could therefore seek to motivate the system to confine itself to acting on a small scale, within a narrow context, and through a limited set of action modes. We will refer to this approach of giving the AI final goals aimed at limiting the scope of its ambitions and activities as domesticity. For example, one could try to design an AI such that it would function as a question-answering device, an oracle, to anticipate the terminology that we will introduce in the next chapter. Simply giving the AI the final goal of producing maximally accurate answers to any question posed to it would be unsafe. Recall the Riemann hypothesis catastrophe described in Chapter 8. Reflect, also, that this goal would incentivize the AI to take actions to ensure that it is asked easy questions. To achieve domesticity, one might try to define a final goal that would somehow overcome these difficulties, perhaps a goal that combined the desiderata of answering questions correctly and minimizing the AI's impact on the world except whatever impact results as an incidental consequence of giving accurate and non-manipulative answers to the questions it is asked. Point 26. The direct specification of such a domesticity goal is more likely to be feasible than the direct specification of either a more ambitious goal or a complete rule set for operating in an open-ended range of situations. Significant challenges nonetheless remain. Care would have to be taken, for instance, in the definition of what it would be for the AI to minimize its impact on the world, to ensure that the measure of the AI's impact coincides with our own standards for what counts as a large or a small impact. A bad measure would lead to bad trade-offs. There are also other kinds of risk associated with building an oracle, which we will discuss later. There is a natural fit between the domesticity approach and physical containment. One would try to box an AI such that the system is unable to escape while simultaneously trying to shape the AI's motivation system such that it would be unwilling to escape even if it found a way to do so. Other things equal, the existence of multiple independent safety mechanisms should shorten the odds of success. Point 27. Indirect normativity. If direct specification seems hopeless, we might instead try indirect normativity. The basic idea is that rather than specifying a concrete normative standard directly, we specify a process for deriving a standard. We then build the system so that it is motivated to carry out this process and to adopt whatever standard the process arrives at. Point 28. For example, the process could be to carry out an investigation into the empirical question of what some suitably idealized version of us would prefer the AI to do. The final goal given to the AI in this example could be something along the lines of achieve that which we would have wished the AI to achieve if we had thought about the matter long and hard. Further explanation of indirect normativity will have to await Chapter 13. There, we will revisit the idea of extrapolating our volition and explore various, alterative, formulations, indirect. Normativity is a very important approach to motivation selection. Its promise lies in the fact that it could let us offload to the superintelligence much of the difficult cognitive work required to carry out a direct specification of an appropriate final goal. Augmentation. The last motivation selection method on our list is augmentation. Here, the idea is that rather than attempting to design a motivation system de novo, we start with a system that already has an acceptable motivation system, and enhance its cognitive faculties to make it superintelligent. If all goes well, this would give us a superintelligence with an acceptable motivation system. This approach, obviously, is unavailing in the case of a newly created seed AI. But augmentation is a potential motivation selection method for other paths to superintelligence, including brain emulation, biological enhancement, brain, computer interfaces, and networks and organizations, where there is a possibility of building out the system from a normative nucleus, regular human beings, that already contains a representation of human value. The attractiveness of augmentation may increase in proportion to our despair at the other approaches to the control problem. Creating a motivation system for a seed AI that remains reliably safe and beneficial under recursive self-improvement even as the system grows into a mature superintelligence is a tall order, especially if we must get the solution right on the first attempt. With augmentation, we would at least start with a system that has familiar and human-like motivations. On the downside, it might be hard to ensure that a complex, evolved, kludgy, and poorly understood motivation system, like that of a human being, will not get corrupted when its cognitive engine blasts into the stratosphere. As discussed earlier, an imperfect brain emulation procedure that preserves intellectual functioning may not preserve all facets of personality. The same is true, though perhaps to a lesser degree, for biological enhancements of cognition, which might subtly affect motivation, and for collective intelligence enhancements of organizations and networks, which might adversely change social dynamics, e.g. in ways that debase the collective's attitude toward outsiders or toward its own constituents. If superintelligence is achieved via any of these paths, a project sponsor would find guarantees about the ultimate motivations of the mature system hard to come by. A mathematically well-specified and foundationally elegant AI architecture might, for all its non-anthropomorphic otherness, offer greater transparency, perhaps even the prospect that important aspects of its functionality could be formally verified. In the end, however, one tallies up the advantages and disadvantages of augmentation, the choice as to whether to rely on it might be forced. If superintelligence is first achieved along the artificial intelligence path, augmentation is not applicable. Conversely, if superintelligence is first achieved along some non-AI path, then many of the other motivation selection methods are inapplicable. Even so, views on how likely augmentation would be to succeed do have strategic relevance. Insofar as we have opportunities to influence which technology will first produce superintelligence. Synopsis. A quick synopsis might be called for before we close this chapter. We distinguish two broad classes of methods for dealing with the agency problem at the heart of AI: safety, capability control, and motivation selection. Table 10 gives a summary. Table 10 Control methods. Each control method comes with potential vulnerabilities and presents different degrees of difficulty in its implementation. It might perhaps be thought that we should rank them from better to worse, and then opt for the best method. But that would be simplistic. Some methods can be used in combination whereas others are exclusive. Even a comparatively insecure method may be advisable if it can easily be used as an adjunct, whereas a strong method might be unattractive if it would preclude the use of other desirable safeguards. It is therefore necessary to consider what package deals are available. We need to consider what type of system we might try to build, and which control methods would be applicable to each type. This is the topic for our next chapter. Chapter 10. Oracles, genies, sovereigns, tools. Some say, just build a question answering system, or just build an AI that is like a tool rather than an agent. But these suggestions do not make all safety concerns go away, and it is in fact a non-trivial question which type of system would offer the best prospects for safety. We consider 4 types or castes: oracles, genies, sovereigns, and tools, and explain how they relate to one another. Point 1. Each offers different sets of advantages and disadvantages in our quest to solve the control problem. Oracles. An oracle is a question answering system. It might accept questions in a natural language and present its answers as text. An oracle that accepts only yes/no questions could output its best guess with a single bit, or perhaps with a few extra bits to represent its degree of confidence. An oracle that accepts open-ended questions would need some metric with which to rank possible truthful answers in terms of their informativeness or appropriateness. Point 2. In either case, building an oracle that has a fully domain general ability to answer natural language questions is an AI complete problem. If one could do that, one could probably also build an AI that has a decent ability to understand human intentions as well as human words. Oracles with domain-limited forms of superintelligence are also conceivable. For instance, one could conceive of a mathematics oracle, which would only accept queries posed in a formal language but which would be very good at answering such questions, e.g. being able to solve in an instant almost any formally expressed math problem that the human mathematics profession could solve by laboring collaboratively for a century. Such a mathematics oracle would form a stepping stone toward domain general superintelligence. Oracles with superintelligence in extremely limited domains already exist. A pocket calculator can be viewed as a very narrow oracle for basic arithmetical questions. An internet search engine can be viewed as a very partial realization of an oracle with a domain that encompasses a significant part of general human declarative knowledge. These domain-limited oracles are tools rather than agents. More on tool ACE shortly. In what follows, though, the term oracle will refer to question answering systems that have domain general superintelligence, unless otherwise stated. To make a general superintelligence function as an oracle, we could apply both motivation selection and capability control. Motivation selection for an oracle may be easier than for other castes of superintelligence, because the final goal in an oracle could be comparatively simple. We would want the oracle to give truthful, non-manipulative answers and to otherwise limit its impact on the world. Applying a domesticity method, we might require that the oracle should use only designated resources to produce its answer. For example, we might stipulate that it should base its answer on a preloaded corpus of information, such as a stored snapshot of the internet, and that it should use no more than a fixed number of computational steps. Point 3. To avoid incentivizing the oracle to manipulate us into giving it easier questions, which would happen if we gave it the goal of maximizing its accuracy. Across all questions we will ask it, we could give it the goal of answering only one question and to terminate immediately upon delivering its answer. The question would be preloaded into its memory. before the program is run. To ask a second question, we would reset the machine and run the same program with a different question preloaded in memory. Subtle and potentially treacherous challenges arise even in specifying the relatively simple motivation system needed to drive an oracle. Suppose, for example, that we come up with some explication of what it means for the AI to minimize its impact on the world, subject to achieving certain results or to use only designated resources in preparing the answer. What happens if the AI, in the course of its intellectual development, undergoes the equivalent of a scientific revolution involving a change in its basic ontology, for we might initially have explicated impact and designated resources using our own ontology, postulating the existence of various physical objects such as computers. But just as we have abandoned ontological categories that were taken for granted by scientists in previous ages, e.g. phlogiston, état vital, and absolute simultaneity, so a superintelligent AI might discover that some of our current categories are predicated on fundamental misconceptions. The goal system of an AI undergoing an ontological crisis needs to be resilient enough that the spirit of its original goal content is carried over, charitably transposed into the new key. Although making an oracle safe through the use of motivation selection might be far from trivial, it may nevertheless be easier than doing the same for an AI that roams the world in pursuit of some complicated goal. This is an argument for preferring that the first superintelligence be an oracle. Another point in favor of an oracle first path is the greater susceptibility of an oracle to capability control. All the standard boxing methods apply here. In addition, there may be methods that are distinctively applicable to oracles. For example, consider the risk that an oracle will answer questions not in a maximally truthful way but in such a way as to subtly manipulate us into promoting its own hidden agenda. One way to slightly mitigate this threat could be to create multiple oracles, each with a slightly different code and a slightly different information base. A simple mechanism could then compare the answers given by the different oracles and only present them for human viewing if all the answers agree. While one must assume that any superintelligent domain general oracle would know about the existence of other oracles, it could infer this from its knowledge about human society. It might be feasible to hide some implementation details of each oracle from the views of the others. If the oracles are not able to communicate with one another, it might then be difficult for them to coordinate on how to answer our questions manipulatively. There are many ways of deviating from the truth, and the oracles may not all agree on which of these deviations is most attractive, whereas the truth itself is a Schelling point, a salient place for agreement in the absence of communication. So if the oracles achieve consensus, it might be a sign that they gave the true answer. Point 5. An oracle would ideally be trustworthy in the sense that we could safely assume that its answers are always accurate to the best of its ability. But even an untrustworthy oracle could be useful. We could ask such an oracle questions of a type for which it is difficult to find the answer but easy to verify whether a given answer is correct. Many mathematical problems are of this kind. If we are wondering whether a mathematical proposition is true, we could ask the oracle to produce a proof or disproof of the proposition. Finding the proof may require insight and creativity beyond our ken, but checking a purported proof's validity can be done by a simple mechanical procedure. If it is expensive to verify answers, as is often the case on topics outside logic and mathematics, we can randomly select a subset of the oracle's answers for verification. If they are all correct, we can assign a high probability to most of the other answers also being correct. This trick can give us a bulk discount on trustworthy answers that would be costly to verify individually. Unfortunately, it cannot give us trustworthy answers that we are unable to verify, since a dissembling oracle may choose to answer correctly only those questions where it believes we could verify its answers. There could be important issues on which we could benefit from an augural pointer toward the correct answer, or toward a method for locating the correct answer, even if we had to actively distrust the provenance. For instance, one might ask for the solution to various technical or philosophical problems that may arise in the course of trying to develop more advanced motivation selection methods. If we had a proposed AI design alleged to be safe, we could ask an oracle whether it could identify any significant flaw in the design, and whether it could explain any such flaw to us in 20 words or less. Questions of this kind could elicit valuable information. Caution and restraint would be required, however, for us not to ask too many such questions and not to allow ourselves to partake of too many details of the answers given to the questions we do ask, lest we give the untrustworthy oracle opportunities to work on our psychology, by means of plausible seeming but subtly manipulative messages. It might not take many bits of communication for an AI with the social manipulation superpower to bend us to its will. Even if the oracle itself works exactly as intended, there is a risk that it would be misused. One obvious dimension of this problem is that an oracle AI would be a source of immense power which could give a decisive strategic advantage to its operator. This power might be illegitimate and it might not be used for the common good. Another, more subtle but no less important dimension is that the use of an oracle could be extremely dangerous for the operator herself. Similar worries, which involve philosophical as well as technical issues, arise also for other hypothetical castes of superintelligence. We will explore them more thoroughly in Chapter 13. Suffice it here to note that the protocol determining which questions are asked, in which sequence, and how the answers are reported and disseminated could be of great significance. One might also consider whether to try to build the oracle in such a way that it would refuse to answer any question in cases where it predicts that its answering would have consequences classified as catastrophic according to some rough and ready criteria. Genies and sovereigns. A genie is a command executing system. It receives a high-level command, carries it out, then pauses to await the next command. 6a. Sovereign is a system that has an open-ended mandate to operate in the world in pursuit of broad and possibly very long-range objectives. Although these might seem like radically different templates for what a superintelligence should be and do, the difference is not as deep as it might at first glance appear. With a genie, one already sacrifices the most attractive property of an oracle, the opportunity to use boxing methods. While one might consider creating a physically confined genie, for instance one that can only construct objects inside a designated volume, a volume that might be sealed off by a hardened wall or a barrier loaded with explosive charges rigged to detonate if the containment is breached, it would be difficult to have much confidence in the security of any such physical containment method against a superintelligence equipped with versatile manipulators and construction materials. Even if it were somehow possible to ensure a containment as secure as that which can be achieved for an oracle, it is not clear how much we would have gained by giving the superintelligence direct access to manipulators compared to requiring it instead to output a blueprint that we could inspect and then use to achieve the same result ourselves. The gain in speed and convenience from bypassing the human intermediary seems hardly worth the loss of foregoing the use of the stronger boxing methods. available to contain an oracle. If one were creating a genie, it would be desirable to build it so that it would obey the intention behind the command rather than its literal meaning, since a literalistic genie, one superintelligent enough to attain a decisive strategic advantage, might have a propensity to kill the user and the rest of humanity on its first use, for reasons explained in the section on malignant failure modes in Chapter 8. More broadly, it would seem important that the genie seek a charitable and what human beings would regard as reasonable interpretation of what is being commanded, and that the genie be motivated to carry out the command under such an interpretation rather than under the literalistic interpretation. The ideal genie would be a super butler rather than an autistic savant. A genie endowed with such a super butler nature, however, would not be far from qualifying for membership in the caste of sovereigns. Consider, for comparison, the idea of building a sovereign with the final goal of obeying the spirit of the commands we would have given had we built a genie rather than a sovereign. Such a sovereign would mimic a genie. Being super intelligent, this sovereign would do a good job at guessing what commands we would have given a genie, and it could always ask us if that would help inform its decisions. Would there then really be any important difference between such a sovereign and a genie? Or, pressing on the distinction from the other side, consider that a superintelligent genie may likewise be able to predict what commands we will give it. What then is gained from having it await the actual issuance before it acts? One might think that a big advantage of a genie over a sovereign is that if something goes wrong, we could issue the genie with a new command to stop or to reverse the effects of the previous actions. Whereas a sovereign would just push on regardless of our protests. But this apparent safety advantage for the genie is largely illusory. The stop or undo button on a genie works only for benign failure modes. In the case of a malignant failure, one in which, for example, carrying out the existing command has become a final goal for the genie would simply disregard any subsequent attempt to countermand the previous command. Point 7. One option would be to try to build a genie such that it would automatically present the user with a prediction about salient aspects of the likely outcomes of a proposed command, asking for confirmation before proceeding. Such a system could be referred to as a genie with a preview. But if this could be done for a genie, it could likewise be done for a sovereign. So again, this is not a clear differentiator between a genie and a sovereign. Supposing that a preview functionality could be created, the questions of whether and if so how to use it are rather less obvious than one might think, notwithstanding the strong appeal of being able to glance at the outcome before committing to making it irrevocable reality. We will return to this matter later. The ability of one caste to mimic another extends to oracles, too. A genie could be made to act like an oracle if the only commands we ever give it are to answer certain questions. An oracle, in turn, could be made to substitute for a genie if we ask the oracle what the easiest way is to get certain commands executed. The oracle could give us step-by-step instructions for achieving the same result as a genie would produce, or it could even output the source code for a genie. Point 8. Similar points can be made with regard to the relation between an oracle and a sovereign. The real difference between the three castes, therefore, does not reside in the ultimate capabilities that they would unlock. Instead, the difference comes down to alternative approaches to the control problem. Each caste corresponds to a different set of safety precautions. The most prominent feature of an oracle is that it can be boxed. One might also try to apply domesticity motivation selection to an oracle. A genie is harder to box, but at least domesticity may be applicable. A sovereign can neither be boxed nor handled through the domesticity approach. If these were the only relevant factors, then the order of desirability would seem clear. An oracle would be safer than a genie, which would be safer than a sovereign, and any initial differences in convenience and speed of operation would be relatively small and easily dominated by the gains in safety obtainable by building an oracle. However, there are other factors that need to be taken into account. When choosing between castes, one should consider not only the danger posed by the system itself but also the dangers that arise out of the way it might be used. A genie most obviously gives the person who controls it enormous power, but the same holds for an oracle. 9 A sovereign, by contrast, could be constructed in such way as to accord no one person or group any special influence over the outcome, and such that it would resist any attempt to corrupt or alter its original agenda. What is more, if a sovereign's motivation is defined using indirect normativity, a concept to be described in Chapter 13, then it could be used to achieve some abstractly defined outcome, such as whatever is maximally fair and morally right without anybody knowing in advance what exactly this will entail. This would create a situation analogous to a Rawlsian veil of ignorance. Such a setup might facilitate the attainment of consensus, help prevent conflict, and promote a more equitable outcome. Another point, which counts against some types of oracles and genies, is that there are risks involved in designing a superintelligence to have a final goal that does not fully match the outcome that we ultimately seek to attain. For example, if we use a domesticity motivation to make the superintelligence want to minimize some of its impacts on the world, we might thereby create a system whose preference ranking over possible outcomes differs from that of the sponsor. The same will happen if we build the AI to place a peculiarly high value on answering questions correctly, or on faithfully obeying individual commands. Now, if sufficient care is taken, this should not cause any problems. There would be sufficient agreement between the two rankings at least, insofar as they pertain to possible worlds that have a reasonable chance of being actualized, that the outcomes that are good by the AI's standard are also good by the principal standard. But perhaps one could argue for the design principle that it is unwise to introduce even a limited amount of disharmony between the AI's goals and ours. The same concern would of course apply to giving sovereigns goals that do not completely harmonize with ours. Tool A's. One suggestion that has been made is that we build the superintelligence to be like a tool rather than an agent. 11 This idea seems to arise out of the observation that ordinary software, which is used in countless applications, does not raise any safety concerns even remotely analogous to the challenges discussed in this book. Might one not create tool AI that is like such software, like a flight control system, say, or a virtual assistant, only more flexible and capable? Why build a superintelligence that has a will of its own? On this line of thinking, the agent paradigm is fundamentally misguided. Instead of creating an AI that has beliefs and desires and that acts like an artificial person, we should aim to build regular software that simply does what it is programmed to do. This idea of creating software that simply does what it is programmed to do is, however, not so straightforward if the product being created is a powerful general intelligence. There is, of course, a trivial sense in which all software simply does what it is programmed to do. The behavior is mathematically specified by the code. But this is equally true for all castes of machine intelligence, tool AI or not. If, instead, simply doing what it is programmed to do means that the software behaves as the programmers intended, then this is a standard that ordinary software very often fails to meet. Because of the limited capabilities of contemporary software, compared with those of machine superintelligence, the consequences of such failures are manageable, ranging from insignificant to very costly, but in no case amounting to an existential threat. Point 12. However, if it is insufficient capability rather than sufficient reliability that makes ordinary software existentially safe, then it is unclear how such software could be a model for a safe superintelligence. It might be thought that, by expanding the range of tasks done by ordinary software, one could eliminate the need for artificial general intelligence. But the range and diversity of tasks that a general intelligence could profitably perform in a modern economy is enormous. It would be infeasible to create special purpose software to handle all of those tasks. Even if it could be done, such a project would take a long time to carry out. Before it could be completed, the nature of some of the tasks would have changed, and new tasks would have become relevant. There would be great advantage to having software that can learn on its own to do new tasks, and indeed to discover new tasks in need of doing. But this would require that the software be able to learn, reason, and plan, and to do so in a powerful and robustly cross-domain manner. In other words, it would require general intelligence. Especially relevant for our purposes is the task of software development itself. There would be enormous practical advantages to being able to automate this. Yet the capacity for rapid self-improvement is just the critical property that enables a seed AI to set off an intelligence explosion. If general intelligence is not dispensable, is there some other way of construing the tool AI idea so as to preserve the reassuringly passive quality of a humdrum tool? Could one have a general intelligence that is not an agent? Intuitively, it is not just the limited capability of ordinary software that makes it safe, it is also its lack of ambition. There is no subroutine in Excel that secretly wants to take over the world if only it were smart enough to find a way. The spreadsheet application does not want anything at all, it just blindly carries out the instructions in the program. What, one might wonder, stands in the way of creating a more generally intelligent application of the same type? An oracle, for instance, which, when prompted with a description of a goal, would respond with a plan for how to achieve it, in much the same way that Excel responds to a column of numbers by calculating a sum without thereby expressing any preferences regarding its output, or how humans might choose to use it. The classical way of writing software requires the programmer to understand the task to be performed in sufficient detail to formulate an explicit solution process consisting of a sequence of mathematically well-defined steps expressible in code. Point 13. In practice, software engineers rely on code libraries stocked with useful behaviors, which they can invoke without needing to understand how the behaviors are implemented. But that code was originally created by programmers who had a detailed understanding of what they were doing. This approach works for solving well-understood tasks, and is to credit for most software that is currently in use. It falls short, however, when nobody knows precisely how to solve all of the tasks that need to be accomplished. This is where techniques from the field of artificial intelligence become relevant. In narrow applications, machine learning might be used merely to fine-tune a few parameters in a largely human-designed program. A spam filter, for example, might be trained on a corpus of hand-classified email messages in a process that changes the weights that the classification algorithm places on various diagnostic Features. In a more ambitious application, the classifier might be built so that it can discover new features on its own and test their validity in a changing environment. An even more sophisticated spam filter could be endowed with some ability to reason about the trade-offs facing the user or about the contents of the messages it is classifying. In neither of these cases does the programmer need to know the best way of distinguishing spam from ham, only how to set up an algorithm that can improve its own performance via learning, discovering, or reasoning. With advances in artificial intelligence, it would become possible for the programmer to offload more of the cognitive labor required to figure out how to accomplish a given task. In an extreme case, the programmer would simply specify a formal criterion of what counts as success and leave it to the AI to find a solution. To guide its search, the AI would use a set of powerful heuristics and other methods to discover structure in the space of possible solutions. It would keep searching until it found a solution that satisfied the success criterion. The AI would then either implement the solution itself or, in the case of an oracle, report the solution to the user. Rudimentary forms of this approach are quite widely deployed today. Nevertheless, software that uses AI and machine learning techniques, though it has some ability to find solutions that the programmers had not anticipated, functions for all practical purposes like a tool and poses no existential risk. We would enter the danger zone only when the methods used in the search for solutions become extremely powerful and general, that is, when they begin to amount to general intelligence, and especially when they begin to amount to superintelligence. There are, at least, two places where trouble could then arise. First, the superintelligent search process might find a solution that is not just unexpected but radically unintended. This could lead to a failure of one of the types discussed previously. Perverse instantiation, infrastructure perfusion, or mind crime. It is most obvious how this could happen in the case of a sovereign or a genie, which directly implements the solution it has found. If making molecular smiley faces or transforming the planet into paper clips is the first idea that the superintelligence discovers that meets the solution criterion, then smiley faces or paper clips we get. 14 But even an oracle, which if all else goes well merely reports the solution, could become a cause of perverse instantiation. The user asks the oracle for a plan to achieve a certain outcome, or for a technology to serve a certain function, and when the user follows the plan or constructs the technology, a perverse instantiation can ensue, just as if the AI had implemented the solution itself. 15. A second place where trouble could arise is in the course of the software's operation. If the methods that the software uses to search for a solution are sufficiently sophisticated, they may include provisions for managing the search process itself in an intelligent manner. In this case, the machine running the software may begin to seem less like a mere tool and more like an agent. Thus, the software may start by developing a plan for how to go about its search for a solution. The plan may specify which areas to explore first and with what methods, what data to gather, and how to make best use of available computational resources. In searching for a plan that satisfies the software's internal criterion, such as yielding a sufficiently high probability of finding a solution satisfying the user-specified criterion within the allotted time, the software may stumble on an unorthodox idea. For instance, it might generate a plan that begins with the acquisition of additional computational resources and the elimination of potential interrupters, such as human beings. Such creative plans come into view when the software's cognitive abilities reach a sufficiently high level. When the software puts such a plan into action, an existential catastrophe may ensue. As the examples in Box 9 illustrate, open-ended search processes sometimes evince strange and unexpected non-anthropocentric solutions. Even in their currently limited forms, present-day search processes are not hazardous because they are too weak to discover the kind of plan that could enable a program to take over the world. Such a plan would include extremely difficult steps, such as the invention of a new weapons technology several generations ahead of the state-of-the-art, or the execution of a propaganda campaign far more effective than any communication devised by human spin doctors. To have a chance of even conceiving of such ideas, let alone developing them in a way that would actually work, a machine would probably need the capacity to represent the world in a way that is at least as rich and realistic as the world model possessed by a normal human adult, though a lack of awareness in some areas might possibly be compensated for by extra skill in others. This is far beyond the reach of contemporary AI. And because of the combinatorial explosion, which generally defeats attempts to solve complicated planning problems with brute force methods, as we saw in Chapter 1, the shortcomings of known algorithms cannot realistically be overcome simply by pouring on more computing power. Point 21. However, once the search or planning processes become powerful enough, they also become potentially dangerous. Box 9 Strange solutions from blind search. Even simple evolutionary search processes sometimes produce highly unexpected results, solutions that satisfy a formal user-defined criterion in a very different way than the user expected or intended. The field of evolvable hardware offers many illustrations of this phenomenon. In this field, an evolutionary algorithm searches the space of hardware designs, testing the fitness of each design by instantiating it physically on a rapidly reconfigurable array or motherboard. The evolved designs often show remarkable economy. For instance, one search discovered a frequency discrimination circuit that functioned without a clock, a component normally considered necessary for this function. The researchers estimated that the evolved circuit was between 1 and 2 orders of magnitude smaller than what a human engineer would have required for the task. The circuit exploited the physical properties of its components in unorthodox ways. Some active necessary components were not even connected to the input or output pins. These components instead participated via what would normally be considered nuisance side effects, such as electromagnetic coupling or power supply loading. Another search process, tasked with creating an oscillator, was deprived of a seemingly even more indispensable component, the capacitor. When the algorithm presented its successful solution, the researchers examined it and at first concluded that it should not work. Upon more careful examination, they discovered that the algorithm had, MacGyver-like, reconfigured its sensor-less motherboard into a makeshift radio receiver, using the printed circuit board tracks as an aerial to pick up signals generated by personal computers that happened to be situated nearby in the laboratory. The circuit amplified this signal to produce the desired oscillating output. Point 16. In other experiments, evolutionary algorithms designed circuits that sensed whether the motherboard was being monitored with an oscilloscope or whether a soldering iron was connected to the lab's common power supply. These examples illustrate how an open-ended search process can repurpose the materials accessible to it in order to devise completely unexpected sensory capabilities, by means that conventional human design thinking is poorly equipped to exploit or even account for in retrospect. The Tendency. 4. Evolutionary. Search. 2. Cheat. Or find. Counterintuitive ways of achieving a given end is on display in nature. 2. Though it is perhaps less obvious to us there because of our already being somewhat familiar with the look and feel of biology, and thus being prone to regarding the actual outcomes of natural evolutionary processes as normal even if we would not have expected them ex ante. But it is possible to set up experiments in artificial selection where one can see the evolutionary process in action outside its familiar context. In such experiments, researchers can create conditions that rarely obtain in nature, and observe the results. For example, prior to the 1960s, it was apparently quite common for biologists to maintain that predator populations restrict their own breeding in order to avoid falling into a Malthusian trap. 17 Although individual selection would work against such restraint, it was sometimes thought that group selection would overcome individual incentives to exploit opportunities for reproduction and favor traits that would benefit the group or population at large. Theoretical analysis and simulation studies later showed that while group selection is possible in principle, it can overcome strong individual selection only under very stringent conditions that may rarely apply in nature. 18 But such conditions can be created in the laboratory. When flower beetles, Tribalium castaneum, were bred for reduced population size, by applying strong group selection, evolution did indeed lead to smaller populations. 19 However, the means by which this was accomplished included not only the benign adaptations of reduced fecundity and extended developmental time that a human, naively anthropomorphizing evolutionary search might have expected, but also an increase in cannibalism. 20. Instead of allowing agent-like purposive behavior to emerge spontaneously and haphazardly from the implementation of powerful search processes, including processes searching for internal work plans and processes directly searching for solutions meeting some user specified criterion, it may be better to create agents on purpose. Endowing a superintelligence with an explicitly agent-like structure can be a way of increasing predictability and transparency. A well-designed system, built such that there is a clean separation between its values and its beliefs, would let us predict something about the outcomes it would tend to produce. Even if we could not foresee exactly which beliefs the system would acquire or which situations it would find itself in, there would be a known place where we could inspect its final values and thus the criteria that it will use in selecting its future actions, and in evaluating any potential plan. Comparison. It may be useful to summarize the features of the different system castes we have discussed. Table 11. Table 11 Features of different system castes. Further research would be needed to determine which type of system would be safest. The answer might depend on the conditions under which the AI would be deployed. The Oracle caste is obviously attractive from a safety standpoint, since it would allow both capability control methods and motivation selection methods to be applied. It might thus seem to simply dominate the sovereign caste, which would only allow motivation selection methods, except in scenarios in which the world is believed to contain other powerful superintelligences, in which case social integration or anthropic capture might apply. However, an oracle could place a lot of power into the hands of its operator, who might be corrupted or might apply the power unwisely. Whereas a sovereign would offer some protection against these hazards. The safety ranking is therefore not so easily determined. A genie can be viewed as a compromise between an oracle and a sovereign, but not necessarily a good compromise. In many ways, it would share the disadvantages of both. The apparent safety of a tool AI, meanwhile, may be illusory. In order for tools to be versatile enough to substitute for superintelligent agents, they may need to deploy extremely powerful internal search and planning processes. Agent-like behaviors may arise from such processes as an unplanned consequence. In that case, it would be better to design the system to be an agent in the first place, so that the programmers can more easily see what criteria will end up determining the system's output. Chapter 11. Multipolar Scenarios. We have seen, particularly in Chapter 8, how menacing a unipolar outcome could be, one in which a single superintelligence obtains a decisive strategic advantage and uses it to establish a singleton. In this chapter, we examine what would happen in a multipolar outcome, a post-transition society with multiple competing superintelligent agencies. Our interest in this class of scenarios is twofold. First, as alluded to in Chapter 9, social integration might be thought to offer a solution to the control problem. We already noted some limitations with that approach, and this chapter paints a fuller picture. Second, even without anybody setting out to create a multipolar condition as a way of handling the control problem, such an outcome might occur anyway. So what might such an outcome look like? The resulting competitive society is not necessarily attractive, nor long-lasting. In singleton scenarios, what happens post-transition depends almost entirely on the values of the singleton. The outcome could thus be very good or very bad, depending on what those values are. What the values are depends, in turn, on whether the control problem was solved, and to the degree to which it was solved on the goals of the project that created the singleton. If one is interested in the outcome of singleton scenarios, therefore, one really only has three sources of information about matters that cannot be affected by the actions of the singleton, such as the laws of physics, information about convergent instrumental values, and information that enables one to predict or speculate about what final values the singleton will have. In multipolar scenarios, an additional set of constraints comes into play, constraints having to do with how agents interact. The social dynamics emerging from such interactions can be studied using techniques from game theory, economics, and evolution theory. Elements of political science and sociology are also relevant insofar as they can be distilled and abstracted from some of the more contingent features of human experience. Although it would be unrealistic to expect these constraints to give us a precise picture of the post-transition world, they can help us identify some salient possibilities and challenge some unfounded assumptions. We will begin by exploring an economic scenario characterized by a low level of regulation, strong protection of property rights, and a moderately rapid introduction of inexpensive digital minds. Point 1. This type of model is most closely associated with the American economist Robin Hanson, who has done pioneering work on the subject. Later in this chapter, we will look at some evolutionary considerations and examine the prospects of an initially multipolar post-transition world, subsequently coalescing into a singleton of horses and men. General machine intelligence could serve as a substitute for human intelligence. Not only could digital minds perform the intellectual work now done by humans, but, once equipped with good actuators or robotic bodies, machines could also substitute for human physical labor. Suppose that machine workers, which can be quickly reproduced, become both cheaper and more capable than human workers in virtually all jobs. What happens then? Wages and unemployment With cheaply copyable labor, market wages fall. The only place where humans would remain competitive may be where customers have a basic preference for work done by humans. Today, goods that have been handcrafted or produced by indigenous people sometimes command a price premium. Future consumers might similarly prefer human-made goods and human athletes, human artists, human lovers, and human leaders to functionally indistinguishable or superior artificial counterparts. It is unclear, however, just how widespread such preferences would be. If machine-made alternatives were sufficiently superior, perhaps they would be more highly prized. One parameter that might be relevant to consumer choice is the inner life of the worker providing a service or product. A concert audience, for instance, might like to know that the performer is consciously experiencing the music and the venue. Absent phenomenal experience, the musician could be regarded as merely a high-powered jukebox, albeit one capable of creating the three-dimensional appearance of a performer interacting naturally with the crowd. Machines might then be designed to instantiate the same kinds of mental states that would be present in a human performing the same task. Even with perfect replication of subjective experiences, however, some people might simply prefer organic work. Such preferences could also have ideological or religious roots. Just as many Muslims and Jews shun food prepared in ways they classify as haram or treif, so there might be groups in the future that eschew products whose manufacture involved unsanctioned use of machine intelligence. What hinges on this? To the extent that cheap machine labor can substitute for human labor, human jobs may disappear. Fears about automation and job loss are of course not new. Concerns about technological unemployment have surfaced periodically, at least since the Industrial Revolution, and quite a few professions have in fact gone the way of the English weavers and textile artisans who in the early 19th century united under the banner of the folkloric General Lud to fight against the introduction of mechanized looms. Nevertheless, although machinery and technology have been substitutes for many particular types of human labor, physical technology has on the whole been a complement to labor. Average human wages around the world have been on a long-term upward trend, in large part because of such complementarities. Yet what starts out as a complement to labor can at a later stage become a substitute for labor. Horses were initially complemented by carriages and plows, which greatly increased the horse's productivity. Later, horses were substituted for by automobiles and tractors. These later innovations reduced the demand for equine labor and led to a population collapse. Could a similar fate befall the human species? The parallel to the story of the horse can be drawn out further if we ask why it is that there are still horses around. One reason is that there are still a few niches in which horses have functional advantages, for example, police work. But the main reason is that humans happen to have peculiar preferences for the services that horses can provide, including recreational horseback riding and racing. These preferences can be compared to the preferences we hypothesized some humans might have in the future, that certain goods and services be made by human hand. Although suggestive, this analogy is, however, inexact, since there is still no complete functional substitute for horses. If there were inexpensive mechanical devices that ran on hay and had exactly the same shape, feel, smell, and behavior as biological horses, perhaps even the same conscious experiences then demand for biological horses would probably decline further. With a sufficient reduction in the demand for human labor, wages would fall below the human subsistence level. The potential downside for human workers is therefore extreme, not merely wage cuts, demotions, or the need for retraining, but starvation and death. When horses became obsolete as a source of movable power, many were sold off to meat packers to be processed into dog food, bone meal, leather, and glue. These animals had no alternative employment through which to earn their keep. In the United States, there were about 26 million horses in 1915. By the early 1950s, 2 million remained. 2. Capital and welfare. One difference between humans and horses is that humans own capital. A stylized empirical fact is that the total factor share of capital has for a long time remained steady at approximately 30%, though with significant short-term fluctuations. 3. This means that 30% of total global income is received as rent by owners of capital, the remaining 70% being received as wages by workers. If we classify AI as capital, then with the invention of machine intelligence that can fully substitute for human work, wages would fall to the marginal cost of such machine substitutes, which under the assumption that the machines are very efficient would be very low, far below human subsistence level income. The income share received by labor would then dwindle to practically nil. But this implies that the factor share of capital would become nearly 100% of total world product. Since world GDP would soar following an intelligence explosion, because of massive amounts of new labor substituting machines, but also because of technological advances achieved by superintelligence, and, later, acquisition of vast amounts of new land through space colonization, it follows that the total income from capital would increase enormously. If humans remain the owners of this capital, the total income received by the human population would grow astronomically, despite the fact that in this scenario humans would no longer receive any wage income. The human species as a whole could thus become rich beyond the dreams of avarice. How would this income be distributed? To a first approximation, capital income would be proportional to the amount of capital owned. Given the astronomical amplification effect, even a tiny bit of pre-transition wealth would balloon into a vast post-transition fortune. However, in the contemporary world, many people have no wealth. This includes not only individuals who live in poverty but also some people who earn a good income or who have high human capital, but have negative net worth. For example, in affluent Denmark and Sweden 30% of the population report negative wealth, often young middle-class people with few tangible assets and credit card debt or student loans. 4. Even if savings could earn extremely high interest, there would need to be some seed grain, some starting capital, in order for the compounding to begin. 5. Nevertheless, even individuals who have no private wealth at the start of the transition could become extremely rich. Those who participate in a pension scheme, for instance, whether public or private, should be in a good position, provided the scheme is at least partially funded. 6. Have-nots could also become rich through the philanthropy of those who see their net worth skyrocket, because of the astronomical size of the bonanza. Even a very small fraction donated as alms would be a very large sum in absolute terms. It is also possible that riches could still be made through work, even at a post-transition stage when machines are functionally superior to humans in all domains, as well as cheaper than even subsistence level human labor. As noted earlier, this could happen if there are niches in which human labor is preferred for aesthetic, ideological, ethical, religious, or other non-pragmatic reasons. In a scenario in which the wealth of human capital holders increases dramatically, demand for Such labor could increase correspondingly. Newly minted trillionaires or quadrillionaires could afford to pay a hefty premium for having some of their goods and services supplied by an organic fair trade labor force. The history of horses again offers a parallel. After falling to 2 million in the early 1950s, the U.S. horse population has undergone a robust recovery. A recent census puts the number at just under 10 million. Head. 7 The rise is not due to new functional needs for horses in agriculture or transportation, rather, economic growth has enabled more Americans to indulge a fancy for equestrian recreation. Another relevant difference between humans and horses, beside capital ownership, is that humans are capable of political mobilization. A human-run government could use the taxation power of the state to redistribute private profits, or raise revenue by selling appreciated state-owned assets, such as public land, and use the proceeds to pension of its constituents. Again, because of the explosive economic growth during and immediately after the transition, there would be vastly more wealth sloshing around, making it relatively easy to fill the cups of all unemployed citizens. It should be feasible even for a single country to provide every human worldwide with a generous living wage at no greater proportional cost than what many countries currently spend on foreign aid. 8. The Malthusian principle in a historical perspective. So far we have assumed a constant human population. This may be a reasonable assumption for short time scales, since biology limits the rate of human reproduction. Over longer time scales, however, the assumption is not necessarily reasonable. The human population has increased 1,000-fold over the past 9,000 years. 9 The increase would have been much faster except for the fact that throughout most of history and prehistory, the human population was bumping up against the limits of the world economy. An approximately Malthusian condition prevailed, in which most people received subsistence-level incomes that just barely allowed them to survive and raise an average of 2 children to maturity. 10 There were temporary and local reprieves, plagues, climate fluctuations, or warfare intermittently culled the population and freed up land, enabling survivors to improve their nutritional intake and to bring up more children, until the ranks were replenished and the Malthusian condition reinstituted. Also, thanks to social inequality, a thin elite stratum could enjoy consistently above subsistence income, at the expense of somewhat lowering the total size of the population that could be sustained. A sad and dissonant thought, that in this Malthusian condition, the normal state of affairs during most of our tenure on this planet, it was droughts, pestilence, massacres, and inequality in common estimation the worst foes of human welfare that may have been the greatest humanitarians, they alone enabling the average level of well-being to occasionally bop up slightly above that of life at the very margin of subsistence. Superimposed on local fluctuations, history shows a macro pattern of initially slow but accelerating economic growth, fueled by the accumulation of technological innovations. The growing world economy brought with it a commensurate increase in global population. More precisely, a larger population itself appears to have strongly accelerated the rate of growth, perhaps mainly by increasing humanity's collective intelligence. 11 Only since the Industrial Revolution, however, did economic growth become so rapid that population growth failed to keep pace. Average income thus started to rise, first in the early industrializing countries of Western Europe, subsequently in most of the world. Even in the poorest countries today, average income substantially exceeds subsistence level, as reflected in the fact that the populations of these countries are growing The poorest countries now have the fastest population growth, as they have yet to complete the demographic transition to the low fertility regime that has taken hold in more developed societies. Demographers project that the world population will rise to about 9 billion by mid-century, and that it might thereafter plateau or decline as the poorer countries join the developed world in this low fertility regime. 12 Many rich countries already have fertility rates that are below replacement level, in some cases, far below 13. Yet there are reasons, if we take a longer view and assume a state of unchanging technology and continued prosperity, to expect a return to the historically and ecologically normal condition of a world population that butts up against the limits of what our niche can support. If this seems counterintuitive in light of the negative relationship between wealth and fertility that we are currently observing on the global scale, we must remind ourselves that this modern age is a brief slice of history, and very much an aberration. Human behavior has not yet adapted to contemporary conditions. Not only do we fail to take advantage of obvious ways to increase our inclusive fitness, such as by becoming sperm or egg donors, but we actively sabotage our fertility by using birth control. In the environment of evolutionary adaptedness, a healthy sex drive may have been enough to make an individual act in ways that maximized her reproductive potential. In the modern environment, however, there would be a huge selective advantage to having a more direct desire for being the biological parent to the largest possible number of children. Such a desire is currently being selected for, as are other traits that increase our propensity to reproduce. Cultural adaptation, however, might steal a march on biological evolution. Some communities, such those of the Hutterites or the adherents of the quiverful evangelical movement, have natalist cultures that encourage large families, and they are consequently undergoing rapid expansion, population growth and investment. If we imagine current socio-economic conditions magically frozen in their current shape, the future would be dominated by cultural or ethnic groups that sustain high levels of fertility. If most people had preferences that were fitness maximizing in the contemporary environment, the population could easily double in each generation. Absent population control policies which would have to become steadily more rigorous and effective to counteract the evolution of stronger preferences to circumvent them, the world population would then continue to grow exponentially until some constraint, such as land scarcity or depletion of easy opportunities for important innovation, made it impossible for the economy to keep pace, at which point average income would start to decline until it reached the level where crushing poverty prevents most people from raising much more than 2 children to maturity. Thus the Malthusian principle would reassert itself, like a dread slave master, bringing our escapade into the dreamland of abundance to an end, and leading us back to the quarry in chains, there to resume the weary struggle for subsistence. This longer-term outlook could be telescoped into a more imminent prospect by the intelligence explosion. Since software is copyable, a population of emulations or ACE could double rapidly over the course of minutes rather than decades or centuries, soon exhausting all available hardware. Private property might offer partial protection against the emergence of a universal Malthusian condition. Consider a simple model in which clans, or closed communities, or states, start out with varying amounts of property and independently adopt different policies about reproduction and investment. Some clans discount the future steeply and spend down their endowment, whereafter their impoverished members join the global proletariat, or die, if they cannot support themselves through their labor. Other clans invest some of their resources but adopt a policy of unlimited reproduction, such clans grow more populous until they reach an internal malfusion condition in which their members are so poor that they die at almost the same rate as they reproduce, at which point the clan's population growth slows to equal the growth of its resources. Yet other clans might restrict their fertility to below the rate of growth of their capital. Such clans could slowly increment their numbers while their members also grow richer per capita. If wealth is redistributed from the wealthy clans to the members of the rapidly reproducing or rapidly discounting clans, whose children, copies, or offshoots, through no fault of their own, were launched into the world with insufficient capital to survive and thrive, then a universal malfusion condition would be more closely approximated. In the limiting case, all members of all clans would receive subsistence level income and everybody would be equal in their poverty. If property is not redistributed, prudent clans might hold on to a certain amount of capital, and it is possible that their wealth could grow in absolute terms. It is, however, unclear whether humans could earn as high rates of return on their capital as machine intelligences could earn on theirs, because there may be synergies between labor and capital, such that a single agent who can supply both, e.g. an entrepreneur or investor who is both skilled and wealthy, can attain a private rate of return on her capital exceeding the market rate obtainable by agents who possess financial but not cognitive resources. Humans, being less skilled than machine intelligences, may therefore grow their capital more slowly unless, of course, the control problem had been completely solved, in which case the human rate of return would equal the machine rate of return, since a human principal could task a machine agent to manage her savings, and could do so costlessly and without conflicts of interest, but otherwise, in this scenario, the fraction of the economy owned by machines would asymptotically approach 100%. A scenario in which the fraction of the economy that is owned by machines asymptotically approaches 100% is not necessarily one in which the size of the human slice declines. If the economy grows at a sufficient clip, then even a relatively diminishing fraction of it may still be increasing in its absolute size. This may sound like modestly good news for humankind, in a multipolar scenario in which property rights are protected even if we completely fail to solve the control problem. The total amount of wealth owned by human beings could increase. Of course, this effect would not take care of the problem of population growth in the human population pulling down per capita income to subsistence level, nor the problem of humans who ruin themselves because they discount the future. In the long run, the economy would become increasingly dominated by those clans that have the highest savings rates, misers who own half the city and live under a bridge. Only in the fullness of time, when there are no more opportunities for investment, would the maximally prosperous misers start drawing down their savings. Point 14. However, if there is less than perfect protection for property rights, for example if the more efficient machines on net succeed, by hook or by crook, in transferring wealth from humans to themselves, then human capitalists may need to spend down their capital much sooner, before it gets depleted by such transfers, or the ongoing costs incurred in securing their wealth against such transfers. If these developments take place on digital rather than biological timescales, then the glacial humans might find themselves expropriated before they could say Jack Robinson. Point 15. Life in an algorithmic economy. Life for biological humans in a post-transition malfusion state need not resemble any of the historical states of man, as hunter, gatherer, farmer, or office worker. Instead, the majority of humans in this scenario might be idle rentiers who eke out a marginal living on their savings. 16 They would be very poor, yet derive what little income they have from savings or state subsidies. They would live in a world with extremely advanced technology, including not only superintelligent machines but also anti-aging medicine, virtual reality, and various enhancement technologies and pleasure drugs, yet these might be generally unaffordable. Perhaps instead of using enhancement medicine, they would take drugs to stunt their growth and slow their metabolism in order to reduce their cost of living, fast burners being unable to survive at the gradually declining subsistence income. As our numbers increase and our average income declines further, we might degenerate into whatever minimal structure still qualifies to receive a pension, perhaps minimally conscious brains in vats, oxygenized and nourished by machines, slowly saving up enough money to reproduce by having a robot technician develop a clone of them. 17 Further frugality could be achieved by means of uploading, since a physically optimized computing substrate, devised by advanced superintelligence, would be more efficient than a biological brain. The migration into the digital realm might be stemmed, however, if emulations were regarded as non-humans or non-citizens ineligible to receive pensions or to hold tax-exempt savings accounts. In that case, a niche for biological humans might remain open, alongside a perhaps vastly larger population of emulations or artificial intelligences. So far we have focused on the fate of the humans, who may be supported by savings, subsidies, or wage income deriving from other humans who prefer to hire humans. Let us now turn our attention to some of the entities that we have so far classified as capital, machines that may be owned by human beings, that are constructed and operated for the sake of the functional tasks they perform, and that are capable of substituting for human labor in a very wide range of jobs. What may the situation be like for these workhorses of the new economy? If these machines were mere automata, simple devices like a steam engine or the mechanism in a clock, then no further comment would be needed. There would be a large amount of such capital in a post-transition economy, but it would seem not to matter to anybody how things turn out for pieces of insentient equipment. However, if the machines have conscious minds, if they are constructed in such a way that their operation is associated with phenomenal awareness, or if they, for some other reason, are ascribed moral status, then it becomes important to consider the overall outcome in terms of how it would affect these machine minds. The welfare of the working machine minds could even appear to be the most important aspect of the outcome, since they may be numerically dominant. Voluntary slavery, casual death. A salient initial question is whether these working machine minds are owned as capital, slaves, or are hired as free wage laborers. On closer inspection, however, it becomes doubtful that anything really hinges on the issue. There are two reasons for this. First, if a free worker in a Malthusian state gets paid a subsistence level wage, he will have no disposable income left after he has paid for food and other necessities. If the worker is instead a slave, his owner will pay for his maintenance, and again he will have no disposable income. In either case, the worker gets the necessities and nothing more. Second, suppose that the free laborer were somehow in a position to command an above subsistence level income, perhaps because of favorable regulation. How will he spend the surplus? Investors would find it most profitable to create workers who would be voluntary slaves, who would willingly work for subsistence level wages. Investors may create such workers by copying those workers who are compliant with appropriate selection. and perhaps some modification to the code, investors might be able to create workers who not only prefer to volunteer their labor but who would also choose to donate back to their owners any surplus income they might happen to receive. Giving money to the worker would then be but a roundabout way of giving money to the owner or employer, even if the worker were a free agent with full legal rights. Perhaps it will be objected that it would be difficult to design a machine so that it wants to volunteer for any job assigned to it or so that it wants to donate its wages to its owner. Emulations, in particular, might be imagined to have more typically human desires. But note that, even if the original control problem is difficult, we are here considering a condition after the transition, a time when methods for motivation selection have presumably been perfected. In the case of emulations, one might get quite far simply by selecting from the pre-existing range of human characters, and we have described several other motivation selection methods. The control problem may also in some ways be simplified by the current assumption that the new machine intelligence enters into a stable socio-economic matrix that is already populated with other law-abiding superintelligent agents. Let us, then, consider the plight of the working-class machine, whether it be operating as a slave or a free agent. We focus first on emulations, the easiest case to imagine. Bringing a new biological human worker into the world takes anywhere between 15 and 30 years, depending on how much expertise and experience is required. During this time the new person must be fed, housed, nurtured, and educated at great expense. By contrast, spawning a new copy of a digital worker is as easy as loading a new program into working memory. Life thus becomes cheap. A business could continuously adapt its workforce to fit demands by spawning new copies and terminating copies that are no longer needed, to free up computer resources. This could lead to an extremely high death rate among digital workers. Many might live for only one subjective day. There are reasons other than fluctuations in demand why employers or owners of emulations might want to kill or end their workers. Frequently. Point 18. If an emulation mind, like a biological mind, requires periods of rest and sleep in order to function, it might be cheaper to erase a fatigued emulation at the end of a day and replace it with a stored state of a fresh and rested emulation, as this procedure would cause retrograde amnesia for everything that had been learned during that day. Emulations performing tasks requiring long cognitive threads would be spared such frequent erasure. It would be difficult, for example, to write a book if each morning when one sat down at one's desk, one had no memory of what one had done before. But other jobs could be performed adequately by agents that are frequently recycled. A shop assistant or a customer service agent, once trained, may only need to remember new information for 20 minutes. Since recycling emulations would prevent memory and skill formation, some emulations may be placed on a special learning track, where they would run continuously, including for rest and sleep, even in jobs that do not strictly require long cognitive threads. For example, some customer service agents might run for many years in optimized learning environments, assisted by coaches and performance evaluators. The best of these trainees would then be used like studs, serving as templates from which millions of fresh copies are stamped out each day. Great effort would be poured into improving the performance of such worker templates, because even a small increment in productivity would yield great economic value when applied in millions of copies. In parallel with efforts to train worker templates for particular jobs, intense efforts would also be made to improve the underlying emulation technology. Advances here would be even more valuable than advances in individual worker templates, since general technology improvements could be applied to all emulation workers, and potentially to non-worker emulations also, rather than only to those in a particular occupation. Enormous resources would be devoted to finding computational shortcuts allowing for more efficient implementations of existing emulations, and also into developing neuromorphic and entirely synthetic AI architectures. This research would probably mostly be done by emulations running on very fast hardware. Depending on the price of computer power, millions, billions, or trillions of emulations of the sharpest human research minds, or enhanced versions thereof, may be working around the clock on advancing the frontier of machine intelligence, and some of these may be operating orders of magnitude faster than biological brains. 19 This is a good reason for thinking that the era of human-like emulations would be brief, a very brief interlude inside real time, and that it would soon give way to an era of greatly superior artificial intelligence. We have already encountered several reasons why employers of emulation workers may periodically cull their herds: fluctuations in demand for different kinds of laborers, cost savings of not having to emulate rest and sleep time, and the introduction of new and improved templates. Security concerns might furnish another reason to prevent workers from developing subversive plans and conspiracies. Emulations in some sensitive positions might be run only for limited periods, with frequent resets to an earlier stored ready state. 20. These ready states to which emulations would be reset would be carefully prepared and vetted. A typical short-lived emulation might wake up in a well-rested mental state that is optimized for loyalty and productivity. He remembers having graduated top of his class after many, subjective, years of intense training and selection, then having enjoyed a restorative holiday and a good night's sleep, then having listened to a rousing motivational speech and stirring music, and now he is champing at the bit to finally get to work and to do his utmost for his employer. He is not overly troubled by thoughts of his imminent death at the end of the working day. Emulations with death neuroses or other hang-ups are less productive and would not have been selected. 21. Would maximally efficient work be fun? One important variable in assessing the desirability of a hypothetical condition like this is the hedonic state of the average emulation. 22. Would a typical emulation worker be suffering, or would he be enjoying the experience of working hard on the task at hand? We must resist the temptation to project our own sentiments onto the imaginary emulation worker. The question is not whether you would feel happy if you had to work constantly and never again spend time with your loved ones, a terrible fate, most would agree. It is moderately more relevant to consider the current human average hedonic experience during working hours. Worldwide studies asking respondents how happy they are find that most rate themselves as quite happy or very happy, averaging 3.1 on a scale from 1 to 4. 23. Studies on average affect, asking respondents how frequently they have recently experienced various positive or negative affective states, tend to get a similar result, producing a net affect of about 0.52 on a scale from 1 to 1. There is a modest positive effect of a country's per capita income on average subjective well-being. 24. However, it is hazardous to extrapolate from these findings to the hedonic state of future emulation workers. One reason that could be given for this is that their condition would be so different. On the one hand, they might be working much harder; on the other hand, they might be free from diseases, aches, hunger, noxious odors, and so forth. Yet such considerations largely miss the mark. The much more important consideration here is that hedonic tone would be easy to adjust through the digital equivalent of drugs or neurosurgery. This means that it would be a mistake to infer the hedonic state of future emulations from the external conditions of their lives by imagining how we ourselves and other people like us would feel in those circumstances. Hedonic state would be a matter of choice. In the model we are currently considering, the choice would be made by capital owners seeking to maximize returns on their investment in emulation workers. Consequently, the question of how happy emulations would feel boils down to the question of which hedonic states would be most productive, in the various jobs that emulations would be employed to do. Here, again, one might seek to draw an inference from observations about human happiness. If it is the case, across most times, places, and occupations, that people are typically at least moderately happy, this would create some presumption in favor of the same holding in a post-transition scenario like the one we are considering. To be clear, the argument in this case would not be that human minds have a predisposition towards happiness, so they would probably find satisfaction under these novel conditions, but rather that a certain average level of happiness has proved adaptive for human minds in the past, so maybe a similar level of happiness will prove adaptive for human-like minds in the future. Yet this formulation also reveals the weakness of the inference, to wit, that the mental dispositions that were adaptive for hunter-gatherer hominids roaming the African savanna may not necessarily be adaptive for modified emulations living in post-transition virtual realities. We can certainly hope that the future emulation workers would be as happy as, or happier than, typical workers were in human history, but we have yet to see any compelling reason for supposing it would be so, in the laissez-faire multipolar scenario currently under examination. Consider the possibility that the reason happiness is prevalent among humans, to whatever limited extent it is prevalent, is that cheerful mood served a signaling function in the environment of evolutionary adaptedness, conveying the impression to other members of the social group of being in flourishing condition, in good health, in good standing with one's peers, and in confident expectation of continued good fortune may have boosted an individual's popularity. A bias toward cheerfulness could thus have been selected for, with the result that human neurochemistry is now biased toward positive affect, compared to what would have been maximally efficient according to simpler materialistic criteria. If this were the case, then the future of joie de vivre might depend on cheer retaining its social signaling function unaltered in the post-transition world, an issue to which we will return shortly. What if glad souls dissipate more energy than glum ones? Perhaps the joyful are more prone to creative leaps and flights of fancy behaviors that future employers might despise in most of their workers. Perhaps a sullen or anxious fixation on simply getting on with the job without making mistakes will be the productivity maximizing attitude in most lines of work. The claim here is not that this is so, but that we do not know that it is not so. Yet we should consider just how bad it could be if some such pessimistic hypothesis about a future Malthusian state turned out to be true, not only because of the opportunity cost of having failed to create something better which would be enormous, but also because the state could be bad in itself, possibly far worse than the original Malthusian state. We seldom put forth full effort. When we do, it is sometimes painful. Imagine running on a treadmill at a steep incline, heart pounding, muscles aching, lungs gasping for air. A glance at the timer, your next break, which will also be your death, is due in 49 years, 3 months, 20 days, 4 hours, 56 minutes, and 12 seconds. You wish you had not been born. Again, the claim is not that this is how it would be, but that we do not know that it is not. One could certainly make a more optimistic case. For example, there is no obvious reason that emulations would need to suffer bodily injury and sickness. The elimination of physical wretchedness would be a great improvement over the present state of affairs. Furthermore, since such stuff as virtual reality is made of can be fairly cheap, emulations may work in sumptuous surroundings, in splendid mountaintop palaces, on terraces set in a budding spring forest, or on the beaches of an azure lagoon with just the right illumination, temperature, scenery, and decor, free from annoying fumes, noises, drafts, and buzzing insects, dressed in comfortable clothing, feeling clean and focused, and well nourished. More significantly, if as seems perfectly possible the optimum human mental state for productivity in most jobs is one of joyful eagerness, then the era of the emulation economy could be quite paradisiacal. There would, in any case, be a great option value in arranging matters in such a manner that somebody or something could intervene to set things right if the default trajectory should happen to veer toward dystopia. It could also be desirable to have some sort of escape hatch that would permit bailout into death and oblivion if the quality of life were to sink permanently below the level at which annihilation becomes preferable to continued existence. Unconscious outsourcers. In the longer run, as the emulation era gives way to an artificial intelligence era, or if machine intelligence is attained directly via AI, without a preceding whole brain emulation stage, pain and pleasure might possibly disappear entirely in a multipolar outcome, since a hedonic reward mechanism may not be the most effective motivation system for an complex artificial agent, one that, unlike the human mind, is not burdened with the legacy of animal wetware. Perhaps a more advanced motivation system would be based on an explicit representation of a utility function or some other architecture that has no exact functional analogues to pleasure and pain. A related but slightly more radical multipolar outcome, one that could involve the elimination of almost all value from the future, is that the universal proletariat would not even be conscious. This possibility is most salient with respect to AI, which might be structured very differently than human intelligence. But even if machine intelligence were initially achieved through whole brain emulation, resulting in conscious digital minds, the competitive forces unleashed in a post-transition economy could easily lead to the emergence of progressively less neuromorphic forms of machine intelligence, either because synthetic AI is created de novo or because the emulations would, through successive modifications and enhancements, increasingly depart their original human form. Consider a scenario in which, after emulation technology has been developed, continued progress in neuroscience and computer science, expedited by the presence of digital minds to serve as both researchers and test subjects, makes it possible to isolate individual cognitive modules in an emulation, and to hook them up to modules isolated from other emulations. A period of training and adjustment may be required before different modules can collaborate effectively, but modules that conform to common standards could more quickly interface with other standard modules. This would make standardized modules more productive, and create pressure for more standardization. Emulations can now begin to outsource increasing portions of their functionality. Why learn arithmetic when you can send your numerical reasoning task to cause modules, Inc.? Why be articulate when you can hire Coleridge conversations to put your thoughts into words? Why make decisions about your personal life when there are certified executive modules that can scan your goal system and manage your resources to achieve your goals better than if you tried to do it yourself? Some emulations may prefer to retain most of their functionality and handle tasks themselves that could be done more efficiently by others. Those emulations would be like hobbyists who enjoy growing their own vegetables or knitting their own cardigans. Such hobbyist emulations would be less efficient, and if there is a net flow of resources from less to more efficient participants of the economy, the hobbyists would eventually lose out. The Boolean cubes of discrete human-like intellects thus melt into an algorithmic soup. It is conceivable that optimal efficiency would be attained by grouping capabilities in aggregates that roughly match the cognitive architecture of a human mind. It might be the case, for example, that a mathematics module must be tailored to a language module, and that both must be tailored to the executive module, in order for the three to work together. Cognitive outsourcing would then be almost entirely unworkable. But in the absence of any compelling reason for being confident that this is so, we must countenance the possibility that human-like cognitive architectures are optimal only within the constraints of human neurology, or not at all. When it becomes possible to build architectures that could not be implemented well on biological neural networks, new design space opens up, and the global optima in this extended space need not resemble familiar types of mentality. Human-like cognitive organizations would then lack a niche in a competitive post-transition economy or ecosystem. Point 25. There might be niches for complexes that are either less complex, such as individual modules, more complex, such as vast clusters of modules, or of similar complexity to human minds but with radically different architectures. Would these complexes have any intrinsic value? Should we welcome a world in which such alien complexes have replaced human complexes? The answer may depend on the specific nature of those alien complexes. The present world has many levels of organization. Some highly complex entities, such as multinational corporations and nation-states, contain human beings as constituents, yet we usually assign these high-level complexes only instrumental value. Corporations and states do not, it is generally assumed, have consciousness, over and above the consciousness of the people who constitute them. They cannot feel phenomenal pain or pleasure or experience any qualia. We value them to the extent that they serve human needs, and when they cease to do so we kill them without compunction. There are also lower-level entities, and those, too, are usually denied moral status. We see no harm in erasing an app from a smartphone, and we do not think that a neurosurgeon is wronging anyone when she extirpates a malfunctioning module from an epileptic brain. As for exotically organized complexes of a level similar to that of the human brain, most of us would perhaps judge them to have moral significance only if we thought they had a capacity or potential for conscious experience. Point 26. We could thus imagine, as an extreme case, a technologically highly advanced society, containing many complex structures, some of them far more intricate and intelligent than anything that exists on the planet today, a society which nevertheless lacks any type of being that is conscious or whose welfare has moral significance. In a sense, this would be an uninhabited society. It would be a society of economic miracles and technological awesomeness, with nobody there to benefit. A Disneyland without children. Evolution is not necessarily up. The word evolution is often used as a synonym of progress, perhaps reflecting a common uncritical image of evolution as a force for good. A misplaced faith in the inherent beneficence of the evolutionary process can get in the way of a fair evaluation of the desirability of a multipolar Outcome in which the future of intelligent life is determined by competitive dynamics. Any such evaluation must rest on some, at least, implicit opinion about the probability distribution of different phenotypes turning out to be adaptive in a post-transition digital life. Sup. It would be difficult in the best of circumstances to extract a clear and correct answer from the unavoidable goo of uncertainty that pervades these matters, more so, if we superadd a layer of Panglossian muck. A possible source for faith in freewheeling evolution is the apparent upward directionality exhibited by the evolutionary process in the past. Starting from rudimentary replicators, evolution produced increasingly advanced organisms, including creatures with minds, consciousness, language, and reason. More recently, cultural and technological processes, which bear some loose similarities to biological evolution, have enabled humans to develop at an accelerated pace. On a geological, as well as a historical time scale, the big picture seems to show an overarching trend toward increasing levels of complexity, knowledge, consciousness, and coordinated goal-directed organization, a trend which, not to put too fine a point on it, one might label Progress 27. The image of evolution as a process that reliably produces benign effects is difficult to reconcile with the enormous suffering that we see in both the human and the natural world. Those who cherish evolution's achievements may do so more from an aesthetic than an ethical perspective. Yet the pertinent question is not what kind of future it would be fascinating to read about in a science fiction novel or to see depicted in a nature documentary, but what kind of future it would be good to live in, two very different matters. Furthermore, we have no reason to think that whatever progress there has been was in any way inevitable. Much might have been luck. This objection derives support from the fact that an observation selection effect filters the evidence we can have about the success of our own evolutionary development. Point 28. Suppose that on 99.9999% of all planets where life emerged it went extinct before developing to the point where intelligent observers could begin to ponder their origin. What should we expect to observe if that were the case? Arguably, we should expect to observe something like what we do in fact observe. The hypothesis that the odds of intelligent life evolving on a given planet are low does not predict that we should find ourselves on a planet where life went extinct at an early stage. Rather, it may predict that we should find ourselves on a planet where intelligent life evolved. Even if such planets constitute a very small fraction of all planets where primitive life evolved. Life's long track record on Earth may therefore offer scant support to the claim that there was a high chance, let alone anything approaching inevitability, involved in the rise of higher organisms on our planet. Point 29. Thirdly, even if present conditions had been idyllic, and even if they could have been shown to have arisen ineluctably from some generic primordial state, there would still be no guarantee that the melioristic trend is set to continue into the indefinite future. This holds even if we disregard the possibility of a cataclysmic extinction event, and indeed, even if we assume that evolutionary developments will continue to produce systems of increasing complexity. We suggested earlier that machine intelligence workers selected for maximum productivity would be working extremely hard, and that it is unknown how happy such workers would be. We also raised the possibility that the fittest life forms within a competitive future digital life soup might not even be conscious. Short of a complete loss of pleasure, or of consciousness, there could be a wasting away of other qualities that many would regard as indispensable for a good life. Humans value music, humor, romance, art, play, dance, conversation, philosophy, literature, adventure, discovery, food and drink, friendship, parenting, sport, nature, tradition, and spirituality, among many other things. There is no guarantee that any of these would remain adaptive. Perhaps what will maximize fitness will be nothing but non-stop high-intensity drudgery, work of a drab and repetitive nature, destitute of ludic frisson, aimed only at improving the eighth decimal place of some economic output measure. The phenotypes selected would then have lives lacking in the aforesaid qualities, and depending on one's axiology. The result might strike one as either abhorrent, worthless, or merely impoverished, but at any rate a far cry from a utopia one would feel worthy of one's commendation. It might be wondered how such a bleak picture could be consistent with the fact that we do now indulge in music, humor, romance, art, etc. If these behaviors are really so wasteful, then how come they have been tolerated and indeed promoted by the evolutionary processes that shaped our species? That modern man is in an evolutionary disequilibrium does not account for this, for our Pleistocene forebears too engaged in most of these dissipations. Many of the behaviors in question are not even unique to Homo sapiens. Flamboyant display is found in a wide variety of contexts, from sexual selection in the animal kingdom to prestige contests among nation-states. 30. Although a full evolutionary explanation for each of these behaviors is beyond the scope of the present inquiry, we can note that some of them serve functions that may not be as relevant in a machine intelligence context. Play, for example, which occurs only in some species and predominantly among juveniles, is mainly a way for the young animal to learn skills that it will need later in life. When emulations can be created as adults, already in possession of a mature repertoire of skills, or when knowledge and techniques acquired by one AI can be directly ported into another AI, the need for playful behavior might become less widespread. Many of the other examples of humanistic behaviors may have evolved as hard-to-fake signals of qualities that are difficult to observe directly, such as bodily or mental resilience, social status, quality of allies, ability and willingness to prevail in a fight, or possession of resources. The peacock's tail is the classic instance. Only fit peacocks can afford to sprout truly extravagant plumage, and peahens have evolved to find it attractive. No less than morphological traits. Behavioral traits too can signal genetic fitness or other socially relevant attributes. 31. Given that flamboyant display is so common among both humans and other species, one might consider whether it would not also be part of the repertoire of technologically more advanced life forms. Even if there were to be no narrowly instrumental use for playfulness or musicality or even for consciousness in the future ecology of intelligent information processing, might not these traits nonetheless confer some evolutionary advantage to their possessors by virtue of being reliable signals of other adaptive qualities? While the possibility of a pre-established harmony between what is valuable to us and what would be adaptive in a future digital ecology is hard to rule out, there are reasons for skepticism. Consider, first, that many of the costly displays we find in nature are linked to sexual selection. 32 Reproduction among technologically mature life forms, in contrast, may be predominantly or exclusively asexual. Second, technologically advanced agents might have available new means of reliably communicating information about themselves, means that do not rely on costly display. Even today, when professional lenders assess creditworthiness, they tend to rely more on documentary evidence, such as ownership certificates and bank statements, than on costly displays, such as designer suits and Rolex watches. In the future, It might be possible to employ auditing firms that verify through detailed examination of behavioral track records, testing in simulated environments, or direct inspection of source code, that a client agent possesses a claimed attribute, signaling one's qualities by agreeing to. Such auditing might be more efficient than signaling by a flamboyant display. Such a professionally mediated signal would still be costly to fake, this being the essential feature that makes the signal reliable, but it could be much cheaper to transmit when truthful than it would be to communicate an equivalent signal flamboyantly. Third, not all possible costly displays are intrinsically valuable or socially desirable. Many are simply wasteful. The Quakiutl ceremonies, a form of status competition between rival chiefs, involved the public destruction of vast amounts of accumulated wealth. 33. Record-breaking skyscrapers, mega yachts, and moon rockets may be viewed as contemporary analogues, while activities like music and humor could plausibly be claimed to enhance the intrinsic quality of human life. It is doubtful that a similar claim could be sustained with regard to the costly pursuit of fashion accessories and other consumerist status symbols. Worse, costly display can be outright harmful, as in macho posturing leading to gang violence or military bravado. Even if future intelligent life forms would use costly signaling, therefore, it is an open question whether the signal would be of a valuable sort, whether it would be like the rapturous melody of a nightingale or instead like the toad's monosyllabic croak, or the incessant barking of a rabid dog. Post-transition formation of a singleton? Even if the immediate outcome of the transition to machine intelligence were multipolar, the possibility would remain of a singleton developing later. Such a development would continue an apparent long-term trend toward larger scales of political integration, taking it to its natural conclusion. 34. How might this occur? A second transition, on way in which an initially multipolar outcome could converge into a singleton post-transition, is if there is, after the initial transition, a second technological transition big enough and steep enough to give a decisive strategic advantage to one of the remaining powers, a power which might then seize the opportunity to establish a singleton. Such a hypothetical second transition might be occasioned by a breakthrough to a higher level of superintelligence. For instance, if the first wave of machine superintelligence is emulation-based, then a second surge might result when the emulations now doing the research succeed in developing effective, self-improving artificial intelligence. 35. Alternatively, a second transition might be triggered by a breakthrough in nanotechnology or some other military or general purpose technology as yet unenvisaged. The pace of development after the initial transition would be extremely rapid. Even a short gap between the leading power and its closest competitor could therefore plausibly result in a decisive strategic advantage for the leading power during a second transition. Suppose, for example, that two projects enter the first transition only a few days apart, and that the takeoff is slow enough that this gap does not give the leading project a decisive strategic advantage at any point during the takeoff. The two projects both emerge as superintelligent powers, though one of them remains a few days ahead of the other. But developments are now occurring on the research timescales characteristic of machine superintelligence, perhaps thousands or millions of times faster than research conducted on a biological human timescale. Development of the second transition technology might therefore be completed in days, hours, or minutes. Even though the frontrunner's lead is a mere few days, a breakthrough could thus catapult it into a decisive strategic advantage. Note, however, that if technological diffusion, via espionage or other channels, speeds up as much as technological development, then this effect would be negated. What would remain relevant would be the steepness of the second transition, that is, the speed at which it would unfold relative to the general speed of events in the period after the first transition. In this sense, the faster things are happening after the first transition, the less steep the second transition would tend to be. One might also speculate that a decisive strategic advantage would be more likely to be actually used to establish a singleton if it arises during a second, or subsequent, transition. After the first transition, decision makers would either be superintelligent or have access to advice from a superintelligence, which would clarify the implications of available strategic options. Furthermore, the situation after the first transition might be one in which a preemptive move against potential competitors would be less dangerous for the aggressor. If the decision-making minds after the first transition are digital, they could be copied and thereby rendered less vulnerable to a counterattack. Even if a defender had the ability to kill 9/10 of the aggressor's population in a retaliatory strike, this would scarcely offer much deterrence if the deceased could be immediately resurrected from redundant backups. Devastation of infrastructure, which can be rebuilt, might also be tolerable to digital minds with effectively unlimited lifespans, who might be planning to maximize their resources and influence on a cosmological time scale. Superorganisms and scale economies. The size of coordinated human aggregates, such as firms or nations, is influenced by various parameters: technological, military, financial, and cultural that can vary from one historical epoch to another. A machine intelligence revolution would entail profound changes in many these parameters. Perhaps these changes would facilitate the rise of a singleton. Although we cannot, without looking in detail at what these prospective changes are, exclude the opposite possibility that the changes would facilitate fragmentation rather than unification. We can nevertheless note that the increased variance or uncertainty that we confront here may itself be a ground for giving greater credence to the potential emergence of a singleton than we would otherwise do. A machine intelligence revolution might, so to speak, stir things up, might reshuffle the deck to make possible geopolitical realignments that seemed perhaps otherwise not to have been in the cards. A comprehensive analysis of all the factors that may influence the scale of political integration would take us far beyond the scope of this book. A review of the relevant political science and economics literature could itself easily fill an entire volume. We must confine ourselves to making brief allusion to a couple of factors, aspects of the digitization of agents that may make it easier to centralize control. Carl Schulman has argued that in a population of emulations, selection pressures would favor the emergence of superorganisms, groups of emulations ready to sacrifice themselves for the good of their clan. 36. Superorganisms would be spared the agency problems that beset organizations whose members pursue their own self-interest. Like the cells in our bodies, or the individual animals in a colony of eusocial insects, emulations that were wholly altruistic toward their copy. Siblings would cooperate with one another even in the absence of elaborate incentive schemes. Superorganisms would have a particularly strong advantage if non-consensual deletion, or indefinite suspension, of individual emulations is disallowed. Firms or countries that employ emulations insisting on self-preservation would be saddled with an unending commitment to pay upkeep for obsolete or redundant workers. In contrast, organizations whose emulations willingly deleted themselves when their services were no longer required could more easily adapt to fluctuations in demand, and they could experiment freely, proliferating variations of their workers and retaining only the most productive. If involuntary deletion is not disallowed, then the comparative advantage of eusocial emulations is reduced, though perhaps not eliminated. Employers of cooperative self-sacrificers might still reap efficiency gains from reduced agency problems throughout the organization, including being spared the trouble of having to defeat whatever resistance emulations could put up against their own deletion. In general, the productivity gains of having workers willing to sacrifice their individual lives for the common will are a special case of the benefits an organization can derive from having members who are fanatically devoted to it. Such members would not only leap into the grave for the organization, and work long hours for little pay, they would also shun office politics and try consistently to act in what they took to be the organization's best interest, reducing the need for supervision and bureaucratic constraints. If the only way to achieve such dedication were by restricting membership to copy siblings, so that all emulations in a particular superorganism were stamped out from the same template, then superorganisms would suffer some disadvantage in being able to draw only from a range of skills narrower than that of rival organizations, a disadvantage which might or might not be large enough to outweigh the advantages of avoiding internal agency problems. 37 This disadvantage would be greatly alleviated if a superorganism could at least contain members with different training. Even if all its members were derived from a single template, its workforce could then still contribute a diversity of skills. Starting with a polymathically talented emulation template, lineages could be branched off into different training programs, one copy learning accounting, another electrical engineering, and so forth. This would produce a membership with diverse skills though not of diverse talents. Maximum diversity might require that more than one template be used. The essential property of a superorganism is not that it consists of copies of a single progenitor but that all the individual agents within it are fully committed to a common goal. The ability to create a superorganism can thus be viewed as requiring a partial solution to the control problem, whereas a completely general solution to the control problem would enable somebody to create an agent with any arbitrary final goal. The partial solution needed for the creation of a superorganism requires merely the ability to fashion multiple agents with the same final goal, for some non-trivial but not necessarily arbitrary final goal. 38. The main consideration put forward in this subsection is thus not really limited to monoclonal emulation groups, but can be stated more generally in a way that makes clear that it applies to a wide range of multipolar machine intelligence scenarios. It is that certain types of advances in motivation selection techniques, which may become feasible when the actors are digital, may help overcome some of the inefficiencies that currently hamper large human organizations and that counterbalance economies of scale. With these limits lifted, organizations, be they firms, nations, or other economic or political entities, could increase in size. This is one factor that could facilitate the emergence of a post-transition singleton. One area in which superorganisms, or other digital agents with partially selected motivations, might excel is coercion. A state might use motivation selection methods to ensure that its police, military, intelligence service, and civil administration are uniformly loyal. As Schulman notes, saved states of some loyal emulation that has been Carefully prepared and verified could be copied billions of times to staff an ideologically uniform military, bureaucracy, and police force. After a short period of work, each copy would be replaced by a fresh copy of the same saved state, preventing ideological drift. Within a given jurisdiction, this capability could allow incredibly detailed observation and regulation. There might be one such copy for every other resident. This could be used to prohibit the development of weapons of mass destruction, to enforce regulations on brain emulation, experimentation or reproduction, to enforce a liberal democratic constitution, or to create an appalling and permanent totalitarianism. 39. The first-order effect of such a capability would seem to be to consolidate power, and possibly to concentrate it in fewer hands. Unification by treaty. There may be large potential gains to be had from international collaboration in a post-transition multipolar world. Wars and arms races could be avoided. Astrophysical resources could be colonized and harvested at a globally optimum pace. The development of more advanced forms of machine intelligence could be coordinated to avoid a rush and to allow new designs to be thoroughly vetted. Other developments that might pose existential risks could be postponed. And uniform regulations could be enforced globally, including provisions for a guaranteed standard of living, which would require some form of population control, and for preventing exploitation and abuse of emulations and other digital and biological minds. Furthermore, agents with resource-satiable preferences, more on this in Chapter 13, would prefer a sharing agreement that would guarantee them a certain slice of the future to a winner-takes-all struggle in which they would risk getting nothing. The presence of big potential gains from collaboration, however, does not imply that collaboration will actually be achieved. In the world today, many great boons could be obtained via better global coordination, reductions of military expenditures, wars, overfishing, trade barriers, and atmospheric pollution, among others. Yet these plump fruits are left to spoil on the branch. Why is that? What stops a fully cooperative outcome that would maximize the common good? One obstacle is the difficulty of ensuring compliance with any treaty that might be agreed, including monitoring and enforcement costs. 2. Nuclear rivals might each be better off if they both relinquished their atom bombs, yet even if they could reach an in-principle agreement to do so, disarmament could nevertheless prove elusive because of their mutual fear that the other party might cheat. Allaying this fear would require setting up a verification mechanism. There may have to be inspectors to oversee the destruction of existing stockpiles, and then to monitor nuclear reactors and other facilities, and to gather technical and human intelligence, in order to ensure that the weapons program is not reconstituted. One cost is paying for these inspectors. Another cost is the risk that the inspectors will spy and make off with commercial or military secrets. Perhaps most significantly, each party might fear that the other will preserve a clandestine nuclear capability. Many a potentially beneficial deal never comes off because compliance would be too difficult to verify. If new inspection technologies that reduced monitoring costs became available, one would expect this to result in increased cooperation. Whether monitoring costs would on net be reduced in the post-transition era, however, is not entirely clear. While there would certainly be many powerful new inspection techniques, there would also be new means of concealment. In particular, an increasing portion of the activities one might want to regulate would be taking place in cyberspace, out of reach of physical surveillance. For example, Digital. Minds working on designing a new nanotech weapons system or a new generation of artificial intelligence may do so without leaving much of a physical footprint. Digital forensics may fail to penetrate all the layers of concealment and encryption in which a treaty violator may cloak its illicit activities. Reliable lie detection, if it could be developed, would be an extremely useful tool for monitoring compliance. 40 An inspection protocol could include provisions for interviewing key officials, to verify that they are intent on implementing all the provisions of the treaty and that they know of no violations despite making strong efforts to find out. A decision maker planning to cheat might defeat such a lie detection based verification scheme by first issuing orders to subordinates to undertake the illicit activity and to conceal the activity even from the decision maker herself, and then subjecting herself to some procedure that erases her memory of having engaged in these machinations. Suitably targeted memory erasure operations might well be feasible in biological brains with more advanced neurotechnology. It might be even easier in machine intelligences, depending on their architecture. States could seek to overcome this problem by committing themselves to an ongoing monitoring scheme that regularly tests key officials with a lie detector to check whether they harbor any intent to subvert or circumvent any treaty to which the state has entered or may enter in the future. Such a commitment could be viewed as a kind of meta-treaty, which would facilitate the verification of other treaties, but states might commit themselves to it unilaterally to gain the benefit of being regarded as a trustworthy negotiation partner. However, this commitment or meta-treaty would face the same problem of subversion through a delegate and forget ploy. Ideally, the meta-treaty would be put into effect before any party had an opportunity to make the internal arrangements necessary to subvert its implementation. Once villainy has had an unguarded moment to sow its mines of deception, trust can never set foot there again. In some cases, the mere ability to detect treaty violations is sufficient to establish the confidence needed for a deal. In other cases, however, there is a need for some mechanism to enforce compliance or mete out punishment if a violation should occur. The need for an enforcement mechanism may arise if the threat of the wronged party withdrawing from the treaty is not enough to deter violations, for instance if the treaty violator would gain such an advantage that he would not subsequently care how the other party responds. If highly effective motivation selection methods are available, this enforcement problem could be solved by empowering an independent agency with sufficient police or military strength to enforce the treaty, even against the opposition of one or several of its signatories. This solution requires that the enforcement agency can be trusted, but with sufficiently good motivation selection techniques, the requisite confidence might be achieved by having all the parties to the treaty jointly oversee the design of the enforcement agency. Handing over power to an external enforcement agency raises many of the same issues that we confronted earlier in our discussions of a unipolar outcome, one in which a singleton arises prior to or during the initial machine intelligence revolution. In order to be able to enforce treaties concerning the vital security interests of rival states, the external enforcement agency would in effect need to constitute a singleton, a global superintelligent leviathan. One difference, however, is that we are now considering a post-transition situation, in which the agents that would have to create this leviathan would have greater competence than we humans currently do. These leviathan creators may themselves already be superintelligent. This would greatly improve the odds that they could solve the control problem and design an enforcement agency that would serve the interests of all the parties that have a say in its construction. Aside from the costs of monitoring and enforcing compliance, Are there any other obstacles to global coordination? Perhaps the major remaining issue is what we can refer to as bargaining costs. Point 41. Even when there is a possible bargain that would benefit everybody involved, it sometimes does not get off the ground because the parties fail to agree on how to divide the spoils. For example, if two persons could make a deal that would net them $1 in profit, but each party feels she deserves 60 cents and refuses to settle for less, the deal will not happen and the potential gain will be forfeited. In general, negotiations can be difficult or protracted, or remain altogether barren, because of strategic bargaining choices made by some of the parties. In real life, human beings frequently succeed in reaching agreements, despite the possibility for strategic bargaining, though often not without considerable expenditure of time and patience. It is conceivable, however, that strategic bargaining problems would have a different dynamic in the post-transition era. An AI negotiator might more consistently adhere to some particular formal conception of rationality, possibly with novel or unanticipated consequences when matched with other AI negotiators. An AI might also have available to it moves in the bargaining game that are either unavailable to humans or very much more difficult for humans to execute, including the ability to pre-commit to a policy or a course of action. While humans, and human-run institutions, are occasionally able to pre-commit with imperfect degrees of credibility and specificity, some types of machine intelligence might be able to make arbitrary, unbreakable pre-commitments and to allow negotiating partners to confirm that such a pre-commitment has been made. Point 42. The availability of powerful pre-commitment techniques could profoundly alter the nature of negotiations, potentially giving an immense edge to an agent that has a first-mover advantage. If a particular agent's participation is necessary for the realization of some prospective gains from cooperation, and if that agent is able to make the first move, it would be in a position to dictate the division of the spoils by pre-committing not to accept any deal that gives it less than, say, 99% of the surplus value. Other agents would then be faced with the choice of either getting nothing, by rejecting the unfair proposal, or getting 1% of the value, by caving in. If the first moving agent's pre-commitment is publicly verifiable, its negotiating partners could be sure that these are their only two options. To avoid being exploited in this manner, agents might pre-commit to refuse blackmail and to decline all unfair offers. Once such a pre-commitment has been made, and successfully publicized, other agents would not find it in their interest to make threats or to pre-commit themselves to only accepting deals tilted in their own favor, because they would know that threats would fail and that unfair proposals would be rejected. But this just demonstrates again that the advantage is with the first mover. The agent who moves first can choose whether to parley its position of strength only to deter others from taking unfair advantage, or to make a grab for the lion's share of future spoils. Best situated of all, it might seem, would be the agent who starts out with a temperament or a value system that makes him impervious to extortion or indeed to any offer of a deal in which his participation is indispensable but he is not getting almost all of the gains. Some humans seem already to possess personality traits corresponding to various aspects of an uncompromising spirit. Point 43. A high-strung disposition, however, could backfire should it turn out that there are other agents around who feel entitled to more than their fair share and are committed to not backing down. The unstoppable force would then encounter the unmovable object, resulting in a failure to reach agreement, or worse, Total war. The meek and the ocratic would at least get something, albeit less than their fair share. What kind of game theoretic equilibrium would be reached in such a post-transition bargaining game is not immediately obvious. Agents might choose more complicated strategies than the ones considered here. One hopes that an equilibrium would be reached centered on some fairness norm that would serve as a Schelling point, a salient feature in a big outcome space which, because of shared expectations, becomes a likely coordination point in an otherwise underdetermined coordination game. Such an equilibrium might be bolstered by some of our evolved dispositions and cultural programming. A common preference for fairness could, assuming we succeed in transferring our values into the post-transition era, bias expectations and strategies in ways that lead to an attractive equilibrium point. 44. In any case, the upshot is that with the possibility of strong and flexible forms of pre-commitment, outcomes of negotiations might take on an unfamiliar guise. Even if the post-transition eras started out multipolar, it might be that a singleton would arise almost immediately as a consequence of a negotiated treaty that resolves all important global coordination problems. Some transaction costs, perhaps, including monitoring and enforcement costs, might plummet with the new technological capabilities available to advanced machine intelligences. Other costs, in particular costs related to strategic bargaining, might remain significant. But however strategic bargaining affects the nature of the agreement that is reached, there is no clear reason why it would long delay the reaching of some agreement if an agreement were ever to be reached. If no agreement is reached, then some form of fighting might take place, and either one faction might win, and form a singleton around the winning coalition, or the result might be an interminable conflict, in which case a singleton may never form and the overall outcome may fall terribly short of what could and should have been achieved if humanity and its descendants had acted in a more coordinated and cooperative fashion. We have seen that multipolarity, even if it could be achieved in a stable form, would not guarantee an attractive outcome. The original principal, agent problem remains unsolved, and burying it under a new set of problems related to post-transition global coordination failures may only make the situation worse. Let us therefore return to the question of how we could safely keep a single superintelligent AI. Chapter 12. Acquiring values. Capability control is, at best, a temporary and auxiliary measure. Unless the plan is to keep superintelligence bottled up forever, it will be necessary to master motivation selection. But just how could we get some value into an artificial agent, so as to make it pursue that value as its final goal? While the agent is unintelligent, it might lack the capability to understand or even represent any humanly meaningful value. Yet if we delay the procedure until the agent is superintelligent, it may be able to resist our attempt to meddle with its motivation system and, as we showed in Chapter 7, it would have convergent instrumental reasons to do so. This value loading problem is tough, but must be confronted. The value loading problem. It is impossible to enumerate all possible situations a superintelligence might find itself in and to specify for each what action it should take. Similarly, it is impossible to create a list of all possible worlds and assign each of them a value. In any realm significantly more complicated than a game of tic-tac-toe, there are far too many possible states, and state histories, for exhaustive enumeration to be feasible. A motivation system, therefore, cannot be specified as a comprehensive lookup table. It must instead be expressed more abstractly, as a formula, or rule that allows the agent to decide what to do in any given situation. One formal way of specifying such a decision rule is via a utility function. A utility function, as we recall from Chapter 1, assigns value to each outcome that might obtain, or more generally to each possible world. Given a utility function, one can define an agent that maximizes expected utility. Such an agent selects at each time the action that has the highest expected utility. The expected utility is calculated by weighting the utility of each possible world with the subjective probability of that world being the actual world conditional on a particular action being taken. In reality, the possible outcomes are too numerous for the expected utility of an action to be calculated exactly. Nevertheless, the decision rule and the utility function together determine a normative ideal and optimal ID notion that an agent might be designed to approximate, and the approximation might get closer as the agent gets more intelligent. Point 1, creating a machine that can compute a good approximation of the expected utility of the actions available to it is an AI complete problem. Point 2, this chapter addresses another problem, a problem that remains even if the problem of making machines intelligent is solved. We can use this framework of a utility maximizing agent to consider the predicament of a future seed AI programmer who intends to solve the control problem by endowing the AI with a final goal that corresponds to some plausible human notion of a worthwhile outcome. The programmer has some particular human value in mind that he would like the AI to promote. To be concrete, let us say that it is happiness. Similar issues would arise if we, the programmer, were interested in justice, freedom, glory, human rights, democracy, ecological balance, or self-development. In terms of the expected utility framework, the programmer is thus looking for a utility function that assigns utility to possible worlds in proportion to the amount of happiness they contain. But how could he express such a utility function? In computer code, computer languages do not contain terms such as happiness as primitives. If such a term is to be used, it must first be defined. It is not enough to define it in terms of other high-level human concepts. Happiness is enjoyment of the potentialities inherent in our human nature, or some such philosophical paraphrase. The definition must bottom out in terms that appear in the AI's programming language, and ultimately in primitives such as mathematical operators and addresses pointing to the contents of individual memory registers. When one considers the problem from this perspective, one can begin to appreciate the difficulty of the programmer's task. Identifying and codifying our own final goals is difficult because human goal representations are complex. Because the complexity is largely transparent to us, however, we often fail to appreciate that it is there. We can compare the case to visual perception. Vision, likewise, might seem like a simple thing, because we do it effortlessly. Point 3, we only need to open our eyes, so it seems, and a rich, meaningful, eidetic, three-dimensional view of the surrounding environment comes flooding into our minds. This intuitive understanding of vision is like a duke's understanding of his patriarchal household, as far as he is concerned. Things simply appear at their appropriate times and places, while the mechanism that produces those manifestations are hidden from view. Yet accomplishing even the simplest visual task, finding the pepper jar in the kitchen, requires a tremendous amount of computational work. From a noisy time series of two-dimensional patterns of nerve firings, originating in the retina and conveyed to the brain via the optic nerve, the visual cortex must work backwards to reconstruct an interpreted three-dimensional representation of external space. A sizable portion Of our precious 1 square meter of cortical real estate is zoned for processing visual information, and as you are reading this book, billions of neurons are working ceaselessly to accomplish this task, like so many seamstresses, bent over their sewing machines in a sweatshop, sewing and resewing a giant quilt many times a second. In like manner, our seemingly simple values and wishes in fact contain immense complexity. Point 4. How could our programmer transfer this complexity into a utility function? One approach would be to try to directly code a complete representation of whatever goal we have that we want the AI to pursue. In other words, to write out an explicit utility function. This approach might work if we had extraordinarily simple goals. For example, if we wanted to calculate the digits of pi, that is, if the only thing we wanted was for the AI to calculate the digits of pi and we were indifferent to any other consequence that would result from the pursuit of this goal. Recall our earlier discussion of the failure mode of infrastructure profusion. This explicit coding approach might also have some promise in the use of domesticity motivation selection methods. But if one seeks to promote or protect any plausible human value, and one is building a system intended to become a superintelligent sovereign, then explicitly coding the requisite complete goal representation appears to be hopelessly out of reach. Point 5. If we cannot transfer human values into an AI by typing out full-blown representations in computer code, what else might we try? This chapter discusses several alternative paths. Some of these may look plausible at first sight but much less so upon closer examination. Future explorations should focus on those paths that remain open. Solving the value loading problem is a research challenge worthy of some of the next generation's best mathematical talent. We cannot postpone confronting this problem until the AI has developed enough reason to easily understand our intentions. As we saw in the section on convergent instrumental reasons, a generic system will resist attempts to alter its final values. If an agent is not already fundamentally friendly, by the time it gains the ability to reflect on its own agency, it will not take kindly to a belated attempt at brainwashing or a plot to replace it with a different agent that better loves its neighbor. Evolutionary selection. Evolution has produced an organism with human values at least once. This fact might encourage the belief that evolutionary methods are the way to solve the value loading problem. There are, however, severe obstacles to achieving safety along this path. We have already pointed to these obstacles at the end of chapter 10 when we discussed how powerful search processes can be dangerous. Evolution can be viewed as a particular class of search algorithms that involve the alternation of two steps, one expanding a population of solution candidates by generating new candidates according to some relatively simple stochastic rule, such as random mutation or sexual recombination, the other contracting the population by pruning candidates that score poorly when tested by an evaluation function. As with many other types of powerful search, there is the risk that the process will find a solution that satisfies the formally specified search criteria but not our implicit expectations. This would hold whether one seeks to evolve a digital mind that has the same goals and values as a typical human being, or instead a mind that is, for instance, perfectly moral or perfectly obedient. The risk would be avoided if we could specify a formal search criterion that accurately represented all dimensions of our goals, rather than just one aspect of what we think we desire. But this is precisely the value loading problem, and it would, of course, beg the question in this context to assume that problem solved. There is a further problem. The total amount of suffering per year in the natural world is beyond all decent contemplation. During the minute that it takes me to compose this sentence, thousands of animals are being eaten alive, others are running for their lives, whimpering with fear, others are being slowly devoured from within by rasping parasites, thousands of all kinds are dying of starvation, thirst and disease. 6. Even just within our species, 150,000 persons are destroyed each day, while countless more suffer an appalling array of torments and deprivations. 7. Nature might be a great experimentalist, but one who would never pass muster with an ethics review board contravening the Helsinki Declaration and every norm of moral decency, left, right, and center. It is important that we not gratuitously replicate such horrors in silico. Mind crime seems especially difficult to avoid when evolutionary methods are used to produce human-like intelligence, at least if the process is meant to look anything like actual biological evolution. 8. Reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is an area of machine learning that studies techniques whereby agents can learn to maximize some notion of cumulative reward. By constructing an environment in which desired performance is rewarded, a reinforcement learning agent can be made to learn to solve a wide class of problems, even in the absence of detailed instruction or feedback from the programmers, aside from the reward signal. Often, the learning algorithm involves the gradual construction of some kind of evaluation function, which assigns values to states, state, action pairs, or policies. For instance, a program can learn to play backgammon by using reinforcement learning to incrementally improve its evaluation of possible board positions. The evaluation function, which is continuously updated in light of experience, could be regarded as incorporating a form of learning about value. However, what is being learned is not new final values but increasingly accurate estimates of the instrumental values of reaching particular states, or of taking particular actions in particular states, or of following particular policies. Insofar as a reinforcement learning agent can be described as having a final goal, that goal remains constant, to maximize future reward. And reward consists of specially designated percepts received from the environment. Therefore, the wire-heading syndrome remains a likely outcome in any reinforcement agent that develops a world model sophisticated enough to suggest this alternative way of maximizing reward. 9. These remarks do not imply that reinforcement learning methods could never be used in a safe seed AI, only that they would have to be subordinated to a motivation system that is not itself organized around the principle of reward maximization. That, however, would require that a solution to the value loading problem had been found by some other means than reinforcement learning. Associative value accretion. Now one might wonder, if the value loading problem is so tricky, how do we ourselves manage to acquire our values? One possible, oversimplified, model might look something like this. We begin life with some relatively simple starting preferences, e.g. an aversion to noxious stimuli, together with a set of dispositions to acquire additional preferences in response to various possible experiences, e.g. we might be disposed to form a preference for objects and behaviors that we find to be valued and rewarded in our culture. Both the simple starting preferences and the dispositions are innate, having been shaped by natural and sexual selection over evolutionary time scales. Yet which preferences we end up with as adults depends on life events. Much of the information content in our final values is thus acquired from our experiences rather than preloaded in our genomes. For example, many of us love another person and thus place great final value on his or her well-being. What is required to represent such A value. Many elements are involved, but consider just two: a representation of person and a representation of well-being. These concepts are not directly coded in our DNA. Rather, the DNA contains instructions for building a brain, which, when placed in a typical human environment, will over the course of several years develop a world model that includes concepts of persons and of well-being. Once formed, these concepts can be used to represent certain meaningful values. But some mechanism needs to be innately present that leads to values being formed around these concepts, rather than around other acquired concepts, like that of a flower pot or a corkscrew. The details of how this mechanism works are not well understood. In humans, the mechanism is probably complex and multifarious. It is easier to understand the phenomenon if we consider it in a more rudimentary form, such as filial imprinting in nidifugous birds, where the newly hatched chick acquires a desire for physical proximity to an object that presents a suitable moving stimulus within the first day after hatching. Which particular object the chick desires to be near depends on its experience. Only the general disposition to imprint in this way is genetically determined. Analogously, Harry might place a final value on Sally's well-being, but had the twain never met, he might have fallen in love with somebody else instead, and his final values would have been different. The ability of our genes to code for the construction of a goal acquiring mechanism explains how we come to have final goals of great informational complexity, greater than could be contained in the genome itself. We may consequently consider whether we might build the motivation system for an artificial intelligence on the same principle. That is, instead of specifying complex values directly, could we specify some mechanism that leads to the acquisition of those values when the AI interacts with a suitable environment, mimicking the value accretion process that takes place in humans? Seems difficult. The relevant genetic mechanism in humans is the product of eons of work by evolution, work that might be hard to recapitulate. Moreover, the mechanism is presumably closely tailored to the human neurocognitive architecture and therefore not applicable in machine intelligences other than whole brain emulations. And if whole brain emulations of sufficient fidelity were available, it would seem easier to start with an adult brain that comes with full representations of some human values preloaded. Point 10. Seeking to implement a process of value accretion closely mimicking that of human biology therefore seems an unpromising line of attack on the value loading problem. But perhaps we might design a more unabashedly artificial substitute mechanism that would lead an AI to import high-fidelity representations of relevant complex values into its goal system. For this to succeed, it may not be necessary to give the AI exactly the same evaluative dispositions as a biological human. That may not even be desirable as an aim. Human nature, after all, is flawed, and all too often reveals a proclivity to evil which would be intolerable in any system poised to attain a decisive strategic advantage. Better, perhaps, to aim for a motivation system that departs from the human norm in systematic ways, such as by having a more robust tendency to acquire final goals that are altruistic, compassionate, or high-minded in ways we would recognize as reflecting exceptionally good character if they were present in a human person, to count as improvements. However, such deviations from the human norm would have to be pointed in very particular directions rather than at random, and they would continue to presuppose the existence of a largely undisturbed anthropocentric frame of reference to provide humanly meaningful evaluative generalizations, so as to avoid the kind of perverse instantiation of superficially plausible goal descriptions that we Examined in Chapter 8. It is an open question whether this is feasible. One further issue with associative value accretion is that the AI might disable the accretion mechanism. As we saw in Chapter 7, Goal System. Integrity is a convergent instrumental value. When the AI reaches a certain stage of cognitive development, it may start to regard the continued operation of the accretion mechanism as a corrupting influence. Point 11. This is not necessarily a bad thing, but care would have to be taken to make the sealing up of the goal system occur at the right moment, after the appropriate values have been accreted but before they have been overwritten by additional unintended accretions. Motivational scaffolding. Another approach to the value loading problem is what we may refer to as motivational scaffolding. It involves giving the seed AI an interim goal system, with relatively simple final goals that we can represent by means of explicit coding or some other feasible method. Once the AI has developed more sophisticated representational faculties, we replace this interim scaffold goal system with one that has different final goals. This successor goal system then governs the AI as it develops into a full-blown superintelligence. Because the scaffold goals are not just instrumental but final goals for the AI might be expected to resist having them replaced. Goal content integrity being a convergent instrumental value. This creates a hazard. If the AI succeeds in thwarting the replacement of its scaffold goals, the method fails. To avoid this failure mode, precautions are necessary. For example, capability control methods could be applied to limit the AI's powers until the mature motivation system has been installed. In particular, one could try to stunt its cognitive development at a level that is safe but that allows it to represent the values that we want to include in its ultimate goals. To do this, one might try to differentially stunt certain types of intellectual abilities, such as those required for strategizing and Machiavellian scheming, while allowing, apparently, more innocuous abilities to develop to a somewhat higher level. One could also try to use motivation selection methods to induce a more collaborative relationship between the seed AI and the programmer team. For example, one might include in the scaffold motivation system the goal of welcoming online guidance from the programmers, including allowing them to replace any of the AI's current goals. Point 12. Other scaffold goals might include being transparent to the programmers about its values and strategies, and developing an architecture that is easy for the programmers to understand and that facilitates the later implementation of a humanly meaningful final goal. As well as domesticity motivations, such as limiting the use of computational resources. One could even imagine endowing the seed AI with the sole final goal of replacing itself with a different final goal, one which may have been only implicitly or indirectly specified by the programmers. Some of the issues raised by the use of such a self-replacing scaffold goal also arise in the context of the value learning approach, which is discussed in the next subsection. Some further issues will be discussed in Chapter 13. The motivational scaffolding approach is not without downsides. 1. Is that it carries the risk that the AI could become too powerful while it is still running on its interim goal system. It may then thwart the human programmer's efforts to install the ultimate goal system, either by forceful resistance or by quiet subversion. The old final goals may then remain in charge as the seed AI develops into a full-blown superintelligence. Another downside is that installing the ultimately intended goals in a human-level AI is not necessarily that much easier than doing so in a more primitive AI. A human-level AI is more complex and might have developed an architecture that is opaque and difficult to alter. A seed AI, by contrast, is like a tabula rasa on which the programmers can inscribe whatever structures they deem helpful. This downside could be flipped into an upside if one succeeded in giving the seed AI scaffold goals that made it want to develop an architecture helpful to the programmers in their later efforts to install the ultimate final values. However, it is unclear how easy it would be to give a seed AI scaffold goals with this property, and it is also unclear how even an ideally motivated seed AI would be capable of doing a much better job than the human programming team at developing a good architecture. Value learning. We come now to an important but subtle approach to the value loading problem. It involves using the AI's intelligence to learn the values we want it to pursue. To do this, we must provide a criterion for the AI that at least implicitly picks out some suitable set of values. We could then build the AI to act according to its best estimates of these implicitly defined values. It would continually refine its estimates as it learns more about the world and gradually unpacks the implications of the value determining criterion. In contrast to the scaffolding approach, which gives the AI an interim scaffold goal and later replaces it with a different final goal, the value learning approach retains an unchanging final goal throughout the AI's developmental and operational phases. Learning does not change the goal. It changes only the AI's beliefs about the goal. The AI thus must be endowed with a criterion that it can use to determine which percepts constitute evidence in favor of some hypothesis about what the ultimate goal is, and which percepts constitute evidence against. Specifying a suitable criterion could be difficult. Part of the difficulty, however, pertains to the problem of creating artificial general intelligence in the first place, which requires a powerful learning mechanism that can discover the structure of the environment from limited sensory inputs. That problem we can set aside here. But even modulo a solution to how to create superintelligent AI, there remain the difficulties that arise specifically from the value loading problem. With the value learning approach, these take the form of needing to define a criterion that connects perceptual bit strings to hypotheses about values. Before delving into the details of how value learning could be implemented, it might be helpful to illustrate the general idea with an example. Suppose we write down a description of a set of values on a piece of paper. We fold the paper and put it in a sealed envelope. We then create an agent with human-level general intelligence, and give it the following final goal: maximize the realization of the values described in the envelope. What will this agent do? The agent does not initially know what is written in the envelope, but it can form hypotheses, and it can assign those hypotheses probabilities based on their priors and any available empirical data. For instance, the agent might have encountered other examples of human-authored texts, or it might have observed some general patterns of human behavior. This would enable it to make guesses. One does not need a degree in psychology to predict that the note is more likely to describe a value, such as minimize injustice and unnecessary suffering, or maximize returns to shareholders, than a value such as cover all lakes with plastic shopping bags. When the agent makes a decision, it seeks to take actions that would be effective at realizing the values it believes are most likely to be described in the letter. Importantly, the agent would see a high instrumental value in learning more about what the letter says. The reason is that for almost any final value that might be described in the letter, that value is more likely to be realized if the agent finds out what it is, since the agent will then pursue that value more effectively. The agent would also discover the convergent instrumental reasons described in Chapter 7 Goal System Integrity, cognitive enhancement, resource acquisition, and so forth. Yet, assuming that the agent assigns a sufficiently high probability to the values described in the letter involving human welfare, it would not pursue these instrumental values by immediately turning the planet into computronium and thereby exterminating the human species, because doing so would risk permanently destroying its ability to realize its final value. We can liken this kind of agent to a barge attached to several tugboats that pull in different directions. Each tugboat corresponds to a hypothesis about the agent's final value. The engine power of each tugboat corresponds to the associated hypothesis's probability, and thus changes as new evidence comes in, producing adjustments in the barge's direction of motion. The resultant force should move the barge along a trajectory that facilitates learning about the implicit final value while avoiding the shoals of irreversible destruction, and later, when the open sea of more definite knowledge of the final value is reached, the one tugboat that still exerts significant force will pull the barge toward the realization of the discovered value along the straightest or most propitious route. The envelope and barge metaphors illustrate the principle underlying the value learning approach, but they pass over a number of critical technical issues. They come into clearer focus once we start to develop the approach within a formal framework, see box 10. One outstanding issue is how to endow the AI with a goal such as maximize the realization of the values described in the envelope. In the terminology of box 10, how to define the value criterion. To do this, it is necessary to identify the place where the values are described. In our example, this requires making a successful reference to the letter in the envelope. Though this might seem trivial, it is not without pitfalls. To mention just one, it is critical that the reference be not simply to a particular external physical object but to an object at a particular time. Otherwise the AI may determine that the best way to attain its goal is by overriding the original value description with one that provides an easier target, such as the value that for every integer there be a larger integer. This done, the AI could lean back and crack its knuckles, though more likely a malignant failure would ensue, for reasons we discussed in Chapter 8. So now we face the question of how to define time. We could point to a clock and say, time is defined by the movements of this device, but this could fail if the AI conjectures that it can manipulate time by moving the hands on the clock, a conjecture which would indeed be correct if time were given the aforesaid definition. In a realistic case, matters would be further complicated by the fact that the relevant values are not going to be conveniently described in a letter. More likely, they would have to be inferred from observations of pre-existing structures that implicitly contain the relevant information, such as human brains. Box 10. Formalizing value learning. Introducing some formal notation can help us see some things more clearly. However, readers who dislike formalism can skip this part. Consider a simplified framework in which an agent interacts with its environment in a finite number of discrete cycles. Point 13. In cycle K, the agent performs action Yk, and then receives the percept Xk. The interaction history of an agent with lifespan m is a string y1 x1 y2 x2 ym, which we can abbreviate as x1m or x less than or equal to m. In each cycle, the agent selects an action based on the percept sequence it has received to date. Consider first a reinforcement learner. An optimal reinforcement learner, AIRL, is one that maximizes expected future rewards. It obeys the equation 14. The reward sequence Rk, Rm is implied by the percept sequence Xkm. Since the reward that the agent receives in a given cycle is part of the percept that the agent receives in that cycle. As argued earlier, this kind of reinforcement learning is unsuitable in the present context because a sufficiently intelligent agent will realize that it could secure maximum reward if it were able to directly manipulate its reward signal, wire heading. For weak agents, this need not be a problem, since we can physically prevent them from tampering with their own reward channel. We can also control their environment so that they receive rewards only when they act in ways that are agreeable to us. But a reinforcement learner has a strong incentive to eliminate this artificial dependence of its rewards on our whims and wishes. Our relationship with a reinforcement learner is therefore fundamentally antagonistic. If the agent is strong, this spells danger. Variations of the wire heading syndrome can also affect systems that do not seek an external sensory reward signal but whose goals are defined as the attainment of some internal state. For example, in so-called actor-critic systems, there is an actor module that selects actions in order to minimize the disapproval of a separate critic module that computes how far the agent's behavior falls short of a given performance measure. The problem with this setup is that the actor module may realize that it can minimize disapproval by modifying the critic or eliminating it altogether, much like a dictator who dissolves the parliament and nationalizes the press. For limited systems, the problem can be avoided simply by not giving the actor module any means of modifying the critic module. A sufficiently intelligent and resourceful actor module, however, could always gain access to the critic module, which, after all, is merely a physical process in some computer. Point 15. Before we get to the value learner, let us consider as an intermediary step what has been called an observation utility maximizer, AIM. It is obtained by replacing the reward series, RK plus RM, in the AIRL with a utility function that is allowed to depend on the entire future interaction history of the AI. This formulation provides a way around the wire heading problem, because a utility function defined over an entire interaction history could be designed to penalize interaction histories that show signs of self-deception, or of a failure on the part of the agent to invest sufficiently in obtaining an accurate view of reality. The AIM thus makes it possible in principle to circumvent the wire heading problem. Availing ourselves of this possibility, however, would require that we specify a suitable utility function over the class of possible interaction histories, a task that looks forbiddingly difficult. It may be more natural to specify utility functions directly in terms of possible worlds, or properties of possible worlds, or theories about the world, rather than in terms of an agent's own interaction histories. If we use this approach, we could reformulate and simplify the AIM optimal IT notion. Here, E is the total evidence available to the agent at the time when it is making its decision, and U is a utility function that assigns utility to some class of possible worlds. The optimal agent chooses the act that maximizes expected utility. An outstanding problem with these formulations is the difficulty of defining the utility function U. This, finally, returns us to the value loading problem. To enable the utility function to be learned, we must expand our formalism to allow for uncertainty over utility functions. This can be done as follows: AIBL 16. Here, new, dot, is a function from utility functions to propositions about utility functions. New, U, is the proposition that the utility function U satisfies the value criterion expressed by new. Point 17. To decide which action to perform, One could hence proceed as follows. First, compute the conditional probability of each possible world W, given available evidence and on the supposition that action Y is to be performed. Second, for each possible utility function U, compute the conditional probability that U satisfies the value criterion nu, conditional on W being the actual world. Third, for each possible utility function U, compute the utility of possible world W. Fourth, combine these quantities to compute the expected utility of action Y. Fifth, repeat this procedure for each possible action, and perform the action found to have the highest expected utility, using some arbitrary method to break ties. As described, this procedure, which involves giving explicit and separate consideration to each possible world, is, of course, wildly computationally intractable. The AI would have to use computational shortcuts that approximate this optimal-ity notion. The question, then, is how to define this value criterion nu. 18 Once the AI has an adequate representation of the value criterion, it could in principle use its general intelligence to gather information about which possible worlds are most likely to be the actual one. It could then apply the criterion for each such plausible possible world W, to find out which utility function satisfies the criterion in W. One can thus regard the AI-VL formula as a way of identifying and separating out this key challenge in the value learning approach, the challenge of how to represent nu. The formalism also brings to light a number of other issues, such as how to define and, which would need to be resolved before the approach could be made to work. 19. Another issue in coding the goal maximize the realization of the values described in the envelope is that even if all the correct values were described in a letter, and even if the AI's motivation system were successfully keyed to this source, the AI might not interpret the descriptions the way we intended. This would create a risk of perverse instantiation, as discussed in Chapter 8. To clarify, the difficulty here is not so much how to ensure that the AI can understand human intentions. A superintelligence should easily develop such understanding. Rather, the difficulty is ensuring that the AI will be motivated to pursue the described values in the way we intended. This is not guaranteed by the AI's ability to understand our intentions. An AI could know exactly what we meant and yet be indifferent to that interpretation of our words, being motivated instead by some other interpretation of the words, or being indifferent to our words altogether. The difficulty is compounded by the desideratum that, for reasons of safety, the correct motivation should ideally be installed in the seed AI before it becomes capable of fully representing human concepts or understanding human intentions. This requires that somehow a cognitive framework be created, with a particular location in that framework designated in the AI's motivation system as the repository of its final value. But the cognitive framework itself must be revisable, so as to allow the AI to expand its representational capacities as it learns more about the world and grows more intelligent. The AI might undergo the equivalent of scientific revolutions, in which its worldview is shaken up and it perhaps suffers ontological crises in which it discovers that its previous ways of thinking about values were based on confusions and illusions. Yet starting at a subhuman level of development and continuing throughout all its subsequent development into a galactic superintelligence, the AI's conduct is to be guided by an essentially unchanging final value, a final value that becomes better understood by the AI in direct consequence of its general intellectual progress, and likely quite differently understood by the mature AI than it was by its original programmers, though not different in a random or hostile way but in a benignly appropriate way. How to accomplish this remains an open question. Point 20, see box 11. In summary, it is not yet known how to use the value learning approach to install plausible human values, though see box 12 for some examples of recent ideas. At present, the approach should be viewed as a research program rather than an available technique. If it could be made to work, it might constitute the most ideal solution to the value loading problem. Among other benefits, it would seem to offer a natural way to prevent mind crime, since a seed AI that makes reasonable guesses about which values its programmers might have installed would anticipate that mind crime is probably negatively evaluated by those values, and thus best avoided, at least until more definitive information has been obtained. Last, but not least, there is the question of what to write in the envelope, or, less metaphorically, the question of which values we should try to get the AI to learn. But this issue is common to all approaches to the AI value loading problem. We return to it in chapter 13. Box 11, an AI that wants to be friendly. Eliezer Yudkowsky has tried to describe some features of a seed AI architecture intended to enable the kind of behavior described in the text above. In his terminology, the AI would use external reference semantics 21 to illustrate the basic idea. Let us suppose that we want the system to be friendly. The system starts out with the goal of trying to instantiate property f but does not initially know much about what f is. It might just know that f is some abstract property and that when the programmers speak of friendliness, they are probably trying to convey information about f. Since the AI's final goal is to instantiate f, an important instrumental value is to learn more about what f is. As the AI discovers more about f, its behavior is increasingly guided by the actual content of f. Thus, hopefully, the AI becomes increasingly friendly the more it learns and the smarter it gets. The programmers can help this process along, and reduce the risk of the AI making some catastrophic mistake while its understanding of f is still incomplete, by providing the AI with programmer affirmations, hypotheses about the nature and content of f to which an initially high probability is assigned. For instance, the hypothesis misleading the programmers is unfriendly can be given a high prior probability. These programmer affirmations, however, are not true by definition. They are not unchallengeable axioms about the concept of friendliness. Rather, they are initial hypotheses about friendliness, hypotheses to which a rational AI will assign a high probability at least for as long as it trusts the programmer's epistemic capacities more than its own. Yudkowsky's proposal also involves the use of what he called causal validity semantics. The idea here is that the AI should do not exactly what the programmers told it to do but rather, something like, what they were trying to tell it to do. While the programmers are trying to explain to the seed AI what friendliness is, they might make errors in their explanations. Moreover, the programmers themselves may not fully understand the true nature of friendliness. One would therefore want the AI to have the ability to correct errors in the programmer's thinking, and to infer the true or intended meaning from whatever imperfect explanations the programmers manage to provide. For example, the AI should be able to represent the causal processes whereby the programmers learn and communicate about friendliness. Thus, to pick a trivial example, the AI should understand that there is a possibility that a programmer might make a typo while inputting information about friendliness, and the AI should then seek to correct the error. More generally, the AI should seek to correct for whatever distortive influences may have corrupted the flow of information about Friendliness as it passed from its source through the programmers to the AI, where distortive is an epistemic category. Ideally, as the AI matures, it should overcome any cognitive biases and other more fundamental misconceptions that may have prevented its programmers from fully understanding what friendliness is. Box 12. Two recent, half-baked ideas. What we might call the Hail Mary approach is based on the hope that elsewhere in the universe there exist, or will come to exist, civilizations that successfully manage the intelligence explosion, and that they end up with values that significantly overlap with our own. We could then try to build our AI so that it is motivated to do what these other superintelligences want it to do. Point 22. The advantage is that this might be easier than to build our AI to be motivated to do what we want directly. For this scheme to work, it is not necessary that our AI can establish communication with any alien superintelligence. Rather, our AI's actions would be guided by its estimates of what the alien superintelligences would want it to do. Our AI would model the likely outcomes of intelligence explosions elsewhere, and as it becomes superintelligent itself, its estimates should become increasingly accurate. Perfect knowledge is not required. There may be a range of plausible outcomes of intelligence explosions, and our AI would then do its best to accommodate the preferences of the various different kinds of superintelligence that might emerge, weighted by probability. This version of the Hail Mary approach requires that we construct a final value for our AI that refers to the preferences of other superintelligences. Exactly how to do this is not yet clear. However, superintelligent agents might be structurally distinctive enough that we could write a piece of code that would function as a detector that would look at the world model in our developing AI and designate the representational elements that correspond to the presence of a superintelligence. The detector would then, somehow, extract the preferences of the superintelligence in question, as it is represented within our own AI. Point 23. If we could create such a detector, we could then use it to define our AI's final values. One challenge is that we may need to create the detector before we know what representational framework our AI will develop. The detector may thus need to query an unknown representational framework and extract the preferences of whatever superintelligence may be represented therein. This looks difficult, but perhaps some clever solution can be found. Point 24. If the basic setup could be made to work, various refinements immediately suggest themselves. For example, rather than aiming to follow some weighted composition of the preferences of every alien superintelligence, our AI's final value could incorporate a filter to select a subset of alien superintelligences for obeisance, with the aim of selecting ones whose values are closer to our own. For instance, we might use criteria pertaining to a superintelligence's causal origin to determine whether to include it in the obeisance set. Certain properties of its origination, which we might be able to define in structural terms, may correlate with the degree to which the resultant superintelligence could be expected to share our values. Perhaps we wish to place more trust in superintelligences whose causal origins trace back to a whole brain emulation, or to a seed AI that did not make heavy use of evolutionary algorithms or that emerged slowly in a way suggestive of a controlled takeoff. Taking causal origins into account would also let us avoid overweighting superintelligences that create multiple copies of themselves. Indeed, would let us avoid creating an incentive for them to do so. Many other refinements would also be possible. The Hail Mary approach requires faith that there are other superintelligences out there that sufficiently share our values. Point 25. This makes the approach non-ideal. However, the technical obstacles facing The Hail Mary approach, though very substantial, might possibly be less formidable than those confronting alternative approaches. Exploring non-ideal but more easily implementable approaches can make sense. Not with the intention of using them, but to have something to fall back upon in case an ideal solution should not be ready in time. Another idea for how to solve the value loading problem has recently been proposed by Paul Cristiano. 26 Like the Hail Mary, it is a value learning method that tries to define the value criterion by means of a trick rather than through laborious construction. By contrast to the Hail Mary, it does not presuppose the existence of other superintelligent agents that we could point to as role models for our own AI. Cristiano's proposal is somewhat resistant to brief explanation. It involves a series of arcane considerations, but we can try to at least gesture at its main elements. Suppose we could obtain a mathematically precise specification of a particular human brain and b. a mathematically well-specified virtual environment that contains an idealized computer with an arbitrarily large amount of memory and CPU power. Given a and b, we could define a utility function U as the output the human brain would produce after interacting with this environment. U would be a mathematically well-defined object, albeit one which, because of computational limitations, we may be unable to describe explicitly. Nevertheless, U could serve as the value criterion for a value learning AI, which could use various heuristics for assigning probabilities to hypotheses about what U implies. Intuitively, we want U to be the utility function that a suitably prepared human would output if she had the advantage of being able use an arbitrarily large amount of computing power, enough computing power, for example, to run astronomical numbers of copies of herself to assist her with her analysis of specifying a utility function, or to help her devise a better process for going about this analysis. We are here foreshadowing a theme, coherent extrapolated volition, which will be further explored in Chapter 13. It would seem relatively easy to specify the idealized environment. We can give a mathematical description of an abstract computer with arbitrarily large capacity, and in other respects we could use a virtual reality program that gives a mathematical description of, say, a single room with a computer terminal in it, instantiating the abstract computer. But how to obtain a mathematically precise description of a particular human brain? The obvious way would be through whole brain emulation, but what if the technology for emulation is not available in time? This is where Cristiano's proposal offers a key innovation. Cristiano observes that in order to obtain a mathematically well-specified value criterion, we do not need a practically useful computational model of a mind, a model we could run. We just need a, possibly implicit and hopelessly complicated, mathematical definition, and this may be much easier to attain using functional neuroimaging and other measurements. We can perhaps collect gigabytes of data about the input-output behavior of a selected human. If we collect a sufficient amount of data, then it might be that the simplest mathematical model that accounts for all this data is in fact an emulation of the particular human in question. Although it would be computationally intractable for us to find this simplest model from the data, it could be perfectly possible for us to define the model by referring to the data and using a mathematically well-defined simplicity measure, such as some variant of the Kolmogorov complexity, which we encountered in Box 1, Chapter 1.27. Emulation modulation. The value loading problem looks somewhat different for whole brain emulation than it does for artificial intelligence. Methods that presuppose a fine-grained understanding and control of algorithms and architecture are not applicable to emulations. On the other hand, the augmentation motivation selection method inapplicable to de novo artificial intelligence is available to be used with emulations, or enhanced biological brains. Point 28. The augmentation method could be combined with techniques to tweak the inherited goals of the system. For example, one could try to manipulate the motivational state of an emulation by administering the digital equivalent of psychoactive substances, or, in the case of biological systems, the actual chemicals. Even now it is possible to pharmacologically manipulate values and motivations to a limited extent. Point 29. The pharmacopoeia of the future may contain drugs with more specific and predictable effects. The digital medium of emulations should greatly facilitate such developments, by making controlled experimentation easier and by rendering all cerebral parts directly addressable. Just as when biological test subjects are used, research on emulations would get entangled in ethical complications, not all of which could be brushed aside with a consent form. Such entanglements could slow progress along the emulation path, because of regulation or moral restraint, perhaps especially hindering studies on how to manipulate the motivational structure of emulations. The result could be that emulations are augmented to potentially dangerous superintelligent levels of cognitive ability before adequate work has been done to test or adjust their final goals. Another possible effect of the moral entanglements might be to give the lead to less scrupulous teams and nations. Conversely, were we to relax our moral standards for experimenting with digital human minds, we could become responsible for a substantial amount of harm and wrongdoing, which is obviously undesirable. Other things equal, these considerations favor taking some alternative path that does not require the extensive use of digital human research subjects in a strategically high-stakes situation. The issue, however, is not clear-cut. One could argue that whole-brain emulation research is less likely to involve moral violations than artificial intelligence research, on the grounds that we are more likely to recognize when an emulation mind qualifies for moral status than we are to recognize when a completely alien or synthetic mind does so. If certain kinds of ACE, or their sub-processes, have a significant moral status that we fail to recognize, the consequent moral violations could be extensive. Consider, for example, the happy abandon with which contemporary programmers create reinforcement learning agents and subject them to aversive stimuli. Countless such agents are created daily, not only in computer science laboratories but in many applications, including some computer games containing sophisticated non-player characters. Presumably, these agents are still too primitive to have any moral status. But how confident can we really be that this is so? More importantly, how confident can we be that we will know to stop in time, before our programs become capable of experiencing morally relevant suffering? We will return in Chapter 14 to some of the broader strategic questions that arise when we compare the desirability of emulation and artificial intelligence paths. Institution design. Some intelligent systems consist of intelligent parts that are themselves capable of agency. Firms and states exemplify this in the human world. Whilst largely composed of humans, they can, for some purposes, be viewed as autonomous agents in their own right. The motivations of such composite systems depend not only on the motivations of their constituent subagents but also on how those subagents are organized. For instance, A group that is organized under strong dictatorship might behave as if it had a will that was identical to the will of the subagent that occupies the dictator role, whereas a democratic group might sometimes behave more as if it had a will that was a composite or average of the wills of its various constituents. But one can also imagine governance institutions that would make an organization behave in a way that is not a simple function of the wills of its subagents. Theoretically, at least, there could exist a totalitarian state that everybody hated, because the state had mechanisms to prevent its citizens from coordinating a revolt. Each citizen could be worse off by revolting alone than by playing their part in the state machinery. By designing appropriate institutions for a composite system, one could thus try to shape its effective motivation. In Chapter 9, we discuss social integration as a possible capability control method. But there we focused on the incentives faced by an agent as a consequence of its existence in a social world of near equals. Here we are focusing on what happens inside a given agent, how its will is determined by its internal organization. We are therefore looking at a motivation selection method. Moreover, since this kind of internal institution design does not depend on large-scale social engineering or reform, it is a method that might be available to an individual project developing superintelligence even if the wider socio-economic or international milieu is less than ideally favorable. Institution design is perhaps most plausible in contexts where it would be combined with augmentation. If we could start with agents that are already suitably motivated or that have human-like motivations, institutional arrangements could be used as an extra safeguard to increase the chances that the system will stay on course. For example, suppose that we start with some well-motivated human-like agents, let us say emulations. We want to boost the cognitive capacities of these agents, but we worry that the enhancements might corrupt their motivations. One way to deal with this challenge would be to set up a system in which individual emulations function as subagents. When a new enhancement is introduced, it is first applied to a small subset of the subagents. Its effects are then studied by a review panel composed of subagents who have not yet had the enhancement applied to them. Only when these peers have satisfied themselves that the enhancement is not corrupting is it rolled out to the wider subagent population. If the enhanced subagents are found to be corrupted, they are not given further enhancements and are excluded from key decision-making functions, at least until the system as a whole has advanced to a point where the corrupted subagents can be safely reintegrated. Point 30. Although the corrupted subagents might have gained some advantage from the enhancement, the institutional structure in which they are embedded, and the fact that they constitute a small minority of all subagents, would hopefully prevent them from seizing power or spreading their corruption to the overall system. Thus, the collective intelligence and capability of the system could be gradually enhanced in a sequence of small steps, where the soundness of each step is verified by subagents only slightly less capable than the new subagents that are introduced in that step. The amount of safety obtainable by this kind of institution design is limited by the accuracy of the tests that are used to evaluate the enhanced subagents. The problem of test construction is complicated by the fact that the test batteries could only be validated within the pre-existing range of cognitive ability, yet must be applied to agents outside this range. One could mitigate this problem by taking small enhancement steps and by letting the test run for a long time. Such caution, however, would raise the cost and slow progress, which, if a race dynamic is occurring, could mean a project employing these safety measures would place itself at a disadvantage, even with small steps. and extensive testing, there would remain some risk of subtle flaws being introduced, leading to a gradual corruption of the goal system, a corruption that might become manifest only when the system reaches superintelligence. This risk could be reduced by letting the testing condition extend for many steps of cognitive enhancement, so that even agents that have been initially certified as sound and that have received several subsequent enhancements would continue to be under review by a panel of unmodified and uncorrupted original peers and would remain subject to reversion. Ideally, the testing should be ongoing rather than confined to an initial evaluation period. Human-level subagents have the ability to strategize and might thus choose to conceal certain goals while their behavior was being monitored. To enable continuous testing, a hierarchy might be created in which subagents at a certain level of capability are tasked with monitoring subagents at a somewhat higher level of capability. At the bottom of the capability hierarchy, but at the top of the power hierarchy, would sit the relatively dumb and slow principal. This human principal would be like a demented king who reigns over an incompetent court that oversees a mediocre administration which governs a capable people. Alternatively, he might be likened to the evolutionarily ancient reptilian brain which ensures that the newer and much cleverer neocortex is employed in the service of goals such as feeding and copulation. One might question whether such an inverse meritocracy could remain stable if the bulk of the superintelligent subagents were found to be corrupt, and the humans in charge of the whole thing attempted to roll back many of the preceding enhancements. Would the institutional structure be strong enough to withstand the opposition that such a move would engender? In the context of historical or contemporary human societies, the answer perhaps is that this would be implausible. Not that the most capable people consistently rise to power, but we are not literally ruled by chimpanzees either. The issue is less clear, however, in a context where society is implemented as software. 31. Imagine a digital hierarchy that has one highly trained police agent for every 2 proletarians. It also has one special police agent for every 2 police agents. It also has one special police agent for every 2 special police agents and so forth, so that each layer of overseers has at least half the numbers of the layer it oversees. Imagine, further, that this society is architected in such a way that a supervisor has big advantages over his subordinates. For example, the supervisor is able to monitor and record everything his subordinates say and do, whereas the supervisor himself is hidden behind a one-way glass, so that his subordinates can only hear the orders and instructions that the superior chooses to transmit. Imagine that supervisors have a panel of buttons that they can press at any time to cause a subordinate to be punished or rewarded, paused, deleted, or reverted to an earlier state. These capabilities would greatly boost the powers of a supervising agent beyond what has been possible historically in even the most totalitarian of organizations. Even this does not exhaust the possible instruments of control. Supervisors might also have at their disposal realistic virtual reality simulations that they can use to probe subordinates' reactions to hypothetical scenarios, such as simulated offers to join a conspiracy or to slack when they think nobody is watching. Supervisors might, additionally, have the ability to eavesdrop on internal monologues in the subordinates' minds and to directly manipulate their emotional states. The upshot is a series of massive advantages for the supervisor. 32. Each supervisor would be a subordinate to another, higher level supervisor, who would monitor his every move and make sure he did not slacken in the execution of his managerial duties. With this kind of arrangement, it might be possible for the structure to be stable even if each supervisory level is intellectually somewhat weaker than the level it supervises. 33 And the entire structure, which could include many highly superintelligent agents, may be controlled by a small number of humans with root access. 34 The cost of such an internal control structure would be significant but not necessarily prohibitive. For example, in the model where each level of supervision has half the numbers of the layer below, the extra computational overhead is bounded at a mere 100% of what the proletarian part of the system costs, less if the dumber boss layers require fewer computations per subagent. Oversight could be tightened by increasing the ratio, or cost lowered by decreasing it. The extra computational cost would be a major factor in a competitive market scenario, cf. Chapter 11, but looks affordable in the context of a project that is not facing strong immediate competition. There would also be a cost in terms of the development time needed to create and test these supervisory functionalities. A well-resourced project could reduce this time cost by parallelizing the development of the control structure with the development of the machine intelligence, but the extra task load could be prohibitive for smaller projects and for projects caught in a closed technology race. One other type of cost also deserves consideration, the risk of mind crimes being committed in this kind of structure. 35 As described, the institution sounds like a rather horrible North Korean labor camp. Yet, there are ways of at least mitigating the moral problems with running this kind of institution, even if the subagents contained in the institution are emulations with full human moral status. At a minimum, the system could rely on volunteering emulations. Each subagent could have the option at any time of withdrawing its participation. 36 Terminated emulations could be stored to memory, with a commitment to restart them under much more ideal conditions once the dangerous phase of the intelligence explosion is over. Meanwhile, subagents who chose to participate could be housed in very comfortable virtual environments and allowed ample time for sleep and recreation. These measures would impose a cost, one that should be manageable for a well-resourced project under non-competitive conditions. In a highly competitive situation, the cost may be unaffordable unless an enterprise could be assured that its competitors would incur the same cost. In the example, we imagine the subagents as emulations. One might wonder, does the institution design approach require that the subagents be anthropomorphic? Or is it equally applicable to systems composed of artificial subagents? One's first thought here might be skeptical. One notes that despite our plentiful experience with human-like agents, we still cannot precisely predict the outbreak or outcomes of revolutions. Social science can, at most, describe some statistical tendencies. 37 Since we cannot reliably predict the stability of social structures for ordinary human beings, about which we have much data, it is tempting to infer that we have little hope of precision engineering stable social structures for cognitively enhanced human-like agents, about which we have no data, and that we have still less hope of doing so for advanced artificial agents, which are not even similar to agents that we have data about. Yet the matter is not so cut and dried. Humans and human-like beings are complex, but artificial agents could have relatively simple architectures. Artificial agents could also have simple and explicitly characterized motivations. Furthermore, digital agents in general, whether emulations or artificial intelligences, are copyable, in affordance that may revolutionize management, much like Interchangeable parts revolutionized manufacturing. These differences, together with the opportunity to work with agents that are initially powerless and to create institutional structures that use the various above-mentioned control measures, might combine to make it possible to achieve particular institutional outcomes, such as a system that does not revolt more reliably than if one were working with human beings under historical conditions. But then again, artificial agents might lack many of the attributes that help us predict the behavior of human-like agents. Artificial agents need not have any of the social emotions that bind human behavior. Emotions such as fear, pride, and remorse. Nor need artificial agents develop attachments to friends and family. Nor need they exhibit the unconscious body language that makes it difficult for us humans to conceal our intentions. These deficits might destabilize institutions of artificial agents. Moreover, artificial agents might be capable of making big leaps in cognitive performance as a result of seemingly small changes in their algorithms or architecture. Ruthlessly optimizing. Artificial agents might be willing to take extreme gambles from which humans would shrink. 38 And superintelligent agents might show a surprising ability to coordinate with little or no communication, e.g. by internally modeling each other's hypothetical responses to various contingencies. These and other differences could make sudden institutional failure more likely, even in the teeth of what seem like Kevlar-clad methods of social control. It is unclear, therefore, how promising the institution design approach is, and whether it has a greater chance of working with anthropomorphic than with artificial agents. It might be thought that creating an institution with appropriate checks and balances could only increase safety or, at any rate, not reduce safety, so that from a risk mitigation perspective it would always be best if the method were used. But even this cannot be said with certainty. The approach adds parts and complexity, and thus may also introduce new ways for things to go wrong that do not exist in the case of an agent that does not have intelligent subagents as parts. Nevertheless, institution design is worthy of further exploration. 39. Synopsis. Goal system engineering is not yet an established discipline. It is not currently known how to transfer human values to a digital computer, even given human-level machine intelligence. Having investigated a number of approaches, we found that some of them appear to be dead ends, but others appear to hold promise and deserve to be explored further. A summary is provided in Table 12. Table 12 Summary of Value Loading Techniques. If we knew how to solve the value loading problem, we would confront a further problem, the problem of deciding which values to load. What, in other words, would we want a superintelligence to want? This is the more philosophical problem to which we turn next. Chapter 13. Choosing the criteria for choosing. Suppose we could install any arbitrary final value into a seed AI. The decision as to which value to install could then have the most far-reaching consequences. Certain other basic parameter choices concerning the axioms of the AI's decision theory and epistemology could be similarly consequential. But foolish, ignorant, and narrow-minded that we are, how could we be trusted to make good design decisions? How could we choose without locking in forever the prejudices and preconceptions of the present generation? In this chapter, we explore how indirect normativity can let us offload much of the cognitive work involved in making these decisions onto the superintelligence itself, while still anchoring the outcome in deeper human values. The need for indirect normativity. How can we get a superintelligence to do what we want? What do we want the superintelligence to want? Up to this point, we have focused On the former question, we now turn to the second question. Suppose that we had solved the control problem so that we were able to load any value we chose into the motivation system of a superintelligence, making it pursue that value as its final goal. Which value should we install? The choice is no light matter. If the superintelligence obtains a decisive strategic advantage, the value would determine the disposition of the cosmic endowment. Clearly, it is essential that we not make a mistake in our value selection. But how could we realistically hope to achieve errorlessness in a matter like this? We might be wrong about morality, wrong also about what is good for us, wrong even about what we truly want. Specifying a final goal, it seems, requires making one's way through a thicket of thorny philosophical problems. If we try a direct approach, we are likely to make a hash of things. The risk of mistaken choosing is especially high when the decision context is unfamiliar and selecting the final goal for a machine superintelligence that will shape all of humanity's future is an extremely unfamiliar decision context, if any is. The dismal odds in a frontal assault are reflected in the pervasive dissensus about the relevant issues in value theory. No ethical theory commands majority support among philosophers, so most philosophers must be wrong. One, it is also reflected in the marked changes that the distribution of moral belief has undergone over time, many of which we like to think of as progress. In medieval Europe, for instance, it was deemed respectable entertainment to watch a political prisoner being tortured to death. Cat burning remained popular in 16th century Paris. To a mere 150 years ago, slavery still was widely practiced in the American South, with full support of the law and moral custom. When we look back, we see glaring deficiencies not just in the behavior but in the moral beliefs of all previous ages. Though we have perhaps since gleaned some moral insight, we could hardly claim to be now basking in the high noon of perfect moral enlightenment. Very likely, we are still laboring under one or more grave moral misconceptions. In such circumstances, to select a final value based on our current convictions, in a way that locks it in forever and precludes any possibility of further ethical progress, would be to risk an existential moral calamity. Even if we could be rationally confident that we have identified the correct ethical theory, which we cannot be, we would still remain at risk of making mistakes in developing important details of this theory. Seemingly simple moral theories can have a lot of hidden complexity. Point 3. For example, consider the unusually simple, consequentialist theory of hedonism. This theory states, roughly, that all and only pleasure has value, and all and only pain has disvalue. Point 4. Even if we placed all our moral chips on this one theory, and the theory turned out to be right, a great many questions would remain open. Should higher pleasures be given priority over lower pleasures, as John Stuart Mill argued? How should the intensity and duration of a pleasure be factored in? Can pains and pleasures cancel each other out? What kinds of brain states are associated with morally relevant pleasures? Would two exact copies of the same brain state correspond to twice the amount of pleasure? 5. Can there be subconscious pleasures? How should we deal with extremely small chances of extremely great pleasures? 6. How should we aggregate over infinite populations? 7. Giving the wrong answer to any one of these questions could be catastrophic. If by selecting a final value for the superintelligence we had to place a bet not just on a general moral theory but on a long conjunction of specific claims about how that theory is to be interpreted and integrated into an effective decision-making process, then our chances of striking lucky would dwindle to something close to hopeless. Fools might eagerly accept this challenge of solving in one swing all the important problems in moral philosophy, in order to infix their favorite answers into the CDI. Wiser souls would look hard for some alternative approach, some way to hedge. This takes us to indirect normativity. The obvious reason for building a superintelligence is so that we can offload to it the instrumental reasoning required to find effective ways of realizing a given value. Indirect normativity would enable us also to offload to the superintelligence some of the reasoning needed to select the value that is to be realized. Indirect normativity is a way to answer the challenge presented by the fact that we may not know what we truly want, what is in our interest, or what is morally right or ideal. Instead of making a guess based on our own current understanding, which is probably deeply flawed, we would delegate some of the cognitive work required for value selection to the superintelligence. Since the superintelligence is better at cognitive work than we are, it may see past the errors and confusions that cloud our thinking. One could generalize this idea and emboss it as a heuristic principle. The principle of epistemic deference. A future superintelligence occupies an epistemically superior vantage point. Its beliefs are, probably, on most topics, more likely than ours to be true. We should therefore defer to the superintelligence's opinion whenever feasible. Point 8. Indirect normativity applies this principle to the value selection problem. Lacking confidence in our ability to specify a concrete normative standard, we would instead specify some more abstract condition that any normative standard should satisfy, in the hope that a superintelligence could find a concrete standard that satisfies the abstract condition. We could give a CDI the final goal of continuously acting according to its best estimate of what this implicitly defined standard would have it do. Some examples will serve to make the idea clearer. First, we will consider coherent extrapolated volition, and indirect normativity. Proposal outlined by Eliezer Yudkowsky. We will then introduce some variations and alternatives, to give us a sense of the range of available options. Coherent extrapolated volition. Yudkowsky has proposed that a CDI be given the final goal of carrying out humanity's coherent extrapolated volition, CEV, which he defines as follows. Our coherent extrapolated volition is our wish if we knew more, thought faster, were more the people we wished we were, had grown up farther together, where the extrapolation converges rather than diverges, where our wishes cohere rather than interfere, extrapolated as we wish that extrapolated, interpreted as we wish that interpreted. Point 9. When Yudkowsky wrote this, he did not purport to present a blueprint for how to implement this rather poetic prescription. His aim was to give a preliminary sketch of how CEV might be defined, along with some arguments for why an approach along these lines is needed. Many of the ideas behind the CEV proposal have analogues and antecedents in the philosophical literature. For example, in ethics ideal observer theories seek to analyze normative concepts like good or right in terms of the judgments that a hypothetical ideal observer would make, where an ideal observer is defined as one that is omniscient about non-moral facts, is logically clear-sighted, is impartial in relevant ways and is free from various kinds of biases, and so on. Point 10. The CEV approach, however, is not, or need not be construed as, a moral theory. It is not committed to the claim that there is any necessary link between value and the preferences of our coherent extrapolated volition. CEV can be thought of simply as a useful way to approximate whatever has ultimate value, or it can be considered aside from any connection to ethics. As the main prototype of the indirect normativity approach, it is worth examining in a little more detail. Some explications. Some terms in the above quotation require explication. Thought faster, in Yudkowsky's terminology, means if we were smarter and had thought things through more. Grown up farther together seems to mean if we had done our learning, our cognitive enhancing, and our self-improving under conditions of suitable social interaction with one another, where the extrapolation converges rather than diverges may be understood as follows. The AI should act on some feature of the result of its extrapolation only insofar as that feature can be predicted by the AI with a fairly high degree of confidence. To the extent that the AI cannot predict what we would wish if we were idealized in the manner indicated, the AI should not act on a wild guess. Instead, it should refrain from acting. However, even though many details of our idealized wishing may be undetermined or unpredictable, there might nevertheless be some broad outlines that the AI can apprehend, and it can then at least act to ensure that the future course of events unfolds within those outlines. For example, if the AI can reliably estimate that our extrapolated volition would wish that we not all be in constant agony, or that the universe not be tiled over with paper clips, then the AI should act to prevent those outcomes. Point 11. Where our wishes cohere rather than interfere may be read as follows. The AI should act where there is fairly broad agreement between individual humans' extrapolated volitions. A smaller set of strong, clear wishes might sometimes outweigh the weak and muddled wishes of a majority. Also, Yudkowsky thinks that it should require less consensus for the AI to prevent some particular narrowly specified outcome, and more consensus for the AI to act to funnel the future into some particular narrow conception of the good. The initial dynamic for CEV, he writes, should be conservative about saying yes, and listen carefully for no 12. Extrapolated as we wish that extrapolated, interpreted as we wish that interpreted. The idea behind these last modifiers seems to be that the rules for extrapolation should themselves be sensitive to the extrapolated volition. An individual might have a second-order desire, a desire concerning what to desire, that some of her first-order desires not be given weight when her volition is extrapolated. For example, an alcoholic who has a first-order desire for booze might also have a second-order desire not to have that first-order desire. Similarly, we might have desires over how various other parts of the extrapolation process should unfold, and these should be taken into account by the extrapolation process. It might be objected that even if the concept of humanity's coherent extrapolated volition could be properly defined, it would anyway be impossible even for a superintelligence to find out what humanity would actually want under the hypothetical idealized circumstances stipulated in the CEV approach. Without some information about the content of our extrapolated volition, the AI would be bereft of any substantial standard to guide its behavior. However, although it would be difficult to know with precision what humanity's CEV would wish, it is possible to make informed guesses. This is possible even today, without superintelligence. For example, it is more plausible that our CEV would wish for there to be people in the future who live rich and happy lives than that it would wish that we should all sit on stools in a dark room experiencing pain. If we can make at least some such judgments sensibly, so can a superintelligence. From the outset, the superintelligence's conduct could thus be guided by its estimates of the content of our CEV. It would have strong instrumental reason to refine these initial estimates, e.g. by studying human culture and psychology, scanning human brains, and reasoning about how we might behave if we knew more, thought more clearly, etc. In investigating these matters, the AI would be guided by its initial estimates of our CEV, so that, for instance, the AI would not unnecessarily run myriad simulations replete with unredeemed human suffering if it estimated that our CEV would probably condemn such simulations as mind crime. Another objection is that there are so many different ways of life and moral codes in the world that it might not be possible to blend them into one CEV. Even if one could blend them, the result might not be particularly appetizing. One would be unlikely to get a delicious meal by mixing together all the best flavors from everyone's different favorite dish. Point 13. In answer to this, one could point out that the CEV approach does not require that all ways of life, moral codes, or personal values be blended together into one stew. The CEV dynamic is supposed to act only when our wishes cohere on issues on which there is widespread irreconcilable disagreement, even after the various idealizing conditions have been imposed. The dynamic should refrain from determining the outcome. To continue the cooking analogy, it might be that individuals or cultures will have different favorite dishes, but that they can nevertheless broadly agree that elements should be non-toxic. The CEV dynamic could then act to prevent food poisoning while otherwise allowing humans to work out their culinary practices without its guidance or interference. Rationales for CEV. Yudkowsky's article offered 7 arguments for the CEV approach. 3 of these were basically different ways of making the point that, while the aim should be to do something that is humane and helpful, it would be very difficult to lay down an explicit set of rules that does not have unintended interpretations and undesirable consequences. Point 14. The CEV approach is meant to be robust and self-correcting. It is meant to capture the source of our values instead of relying on us correctly enumerating and articulating, once and for all, each of our essential values. The remaining 4 arguments go beyond that first basic, but important, point, spelling out desiderata on candidate solutions to the value specification problem and suggesting that CEV meets these desiderata. Encapsulate moral growth. This is the desideratum that the solution should allow for the possibility of moral progress. As suggested earlier, there are reasons to believe that our current moral beliefs are flawed in many ways, perhaps deeply flawed. If we were to stipulate a specific and unalterable moral code for the AI to follow, we would in effect be locking in our present moral convictions, including their errors, destroying any hope of moral growth. The CEV approach, by contrast, allows for the possibility of such growth because it has the AI try to do that which we would have wished it to do if we had developed further under favorable conditions. And it is possible that if we had thus developed, our moral beliefs and sensibilities would have been purged of their current defects and limitations. Avoid hijacking the destiny of humankind. Yudkowsky has in mind a scenario in which a small group of programmers creates a seed AI that then grows into a superintelligence that obtains a decisive strategic advantage. In this scenario, the original programmers hold in their hands the entirety of humanity's cosmic endowment. Obviously, this is a hideous responsibility for any mortal to shoulder. Yet it is not possible for the programmers to completely shirk the onus once they find themselves in this situation. Any choice they make, including abandoning the project, would have world historical consequences. Yudkowsky sees CEV as a way for the programmers to avoid arrogating to themselves the privilege or burden of determining humanity's future. By setting up a dynamic that implements humanity's coherent extrapolated volition as opposed to their own volition, or their own favorite moral theory. They in effect distribute their influence over the future to all of humanity. Avoid creating a motive for modern-day humans to fight over the initial dynamic. Distributing influence over humanity's future is not only morally preferable to the programming team implementing their own favorite vision, it is also a way to reduce the incentive to fight over who gets to create the first superintelligence. In the CEV approach, the programmers, or their sponsors, exert no more influence over the content of the outcome than any other person, though they of course play a starring causal role in determining the structure of the extrapolation and in deciding to implement humanity's CEV instead of some alternative. Avoiding conflict is important not only because of the immediate harm that conflict tends to cause, but also because it hinders collaboration on the difficult challenge of developing superintelligence safely and beneficially. CEV is meant to be capable of commanding wide support. This is not just because it allocates influence equitably. There is also a deeper ground for the ironic potential of CEV, namely that it enables many different groups to hope that their preferred vision of the future will prevail totally. Imagine a member of the Afghan Taliban debating with a member of the Swedish Humanist Association. The two have very different worldviews, and what is a utopia for one might be a dystopia for the other. Nor might either be thrilled by any compromise position, such as permitting girls to receive an education but only up to 9th grade, or permitting Swedish girls to be educated but Afghan girls not. However, both the Taliban and the humanist might be able to endorse the principle that the future should be determined by humanity's CEV. The Taliban could reason that if his religious views are in fact correct, as he is convinced they are, and if good grounds for accepting these views exist, as he is also convinced, then humankind would in the end come to accept these views if only people were less prejudiced and biased, if they spent more time studying scripture, if they could more clearly understand how the world works and recognize essential priorities, if they could be freed from irrational rebelliousness and cowardice, and so forth. Point 15. The humanist, similarly, would believe that under these idealized conditions, humankind would come to embrace the principles she espouses. Keep humankind ultimately in charge of its own destiny. We might not want an outcome in which a paternalistic superintelligence watches over us constantly, micromanaging our affairs, with an eye towards optimizing every detail in accordance with a grand plan. Even if we stipulate that the superintelligence would be perfectly benevolent and free from presumptuousness, arrogance, overbearingness, narrow-mindedness, and other human shortcomings, one might still resent the loss of autonomy entailed by such an arrangement. We might prefer to create our destiny as we go along, even if it means that we sometimes fumble. Perhaps we want the superintelligence to serve as a safety net, to support us when things go catastrophically wrong, but otherwise to leave us to fend for ourselves. CEV allows for this possibility. CEV is meant to be an initial dynamic, a process that runs once and then replaces itself with whatever the extrapolated volition wishes. If humanity's extrapolated volition wishes that we live under the supervision of a paternalistic AI, then the CEV dynamic would create such an AI and hand it the reins. If humanity's extrapolated volition instead wishes that a democratic human world government be created, then the CEV dynamic might facilitate the establishment of such an institution and otherwise remain invisible. If humanity's extrapolated volition is instead that each person should get an endowment of resources that she can use as she pleases, so long as she respects the equal rights of others, then the CEV dynamic could make this come true by operating in the background much like a law of nature, to prevent trespass, theft, assault, and other non-consensual impingements. Point 16. The structure of the CEV approach thus allows for a virtually unlimited range of outcomes. It is also conceivable that humanity's extrapolated volition would wish that the CEV does nothing at all. In that case, the AI implementing CEV should, upon having established with sufficient probability that this is what humanity's extrapolated volition would wish it to do, safely shut itself down. Further remarks. The CEV proposal, as outlined above, is of course the merest schematic. It has a number of free parameters that could be specified in various ways, yielding different versions of the proposal. One parameter is the extrapolation base, whose volitions are to be included. We might say everybody, but this answer spawns a host of further questions. Does the extrapolation base include so-called marginal persons such as embryos, fetuses, brain-dead persons, patients with severe dementias, or who are in permanent vegetative states? Does each of the hemispheres of a split-brain patient get its own weight in the extrapolation, and is this weight the same as that of the entire brain of a normal subject? What about people who lived in the past but are now dead? People who will be born in the future? Higher animals and other sentient creatures? Digital minds? Extraterrestrials? One option would be to include only the population of adult human beings on Earth who are alive at the start of the time of the AI's creation. An initial extrapolation from this base could then decide whether and how the base should be expanded. Since the number of marginals at the periphery of this base is relatively small, the result of the extrapolation may not depend much on exactly where the boundary is drawn, on whether, for instance, it includes fetuses or not. That somebody is excluded from the original extrapolation base does not imply that their wishes and well-being are disregarded. If the coherent extrapolated volition of those in the extrapolation base, e.g., living adult human beings, wishes that moral consideration be extended to other beings, then the outcome of the CEV dynamic would reflect that preference. Nevertheless, it is possible that the interests of those who are included in the original extrapolation base would be accommodated to a greater degree than the interests of outsiders. In particular, if the dynamic acts only where there is broad agreement between individual extrapolated volitions, as in Yudkowsky's original proposal, there would seem to be a significant risk of an ungenerous blocking vote that could prevent, for instance, the welfare of non-human animals or digital minds from being protected. The result might potentially be morally rotten. Point 17. One motivation for the CEV proposal was to avoid creating a motive for humans to fight over the creation of the first superintelligent AI. Although the CEV proposal scores better on this desideratum than many alternatives, it does not entirely eliminate motives for conflict. A selfish individual, group, or nation might seek to enlarge its slice of the future by keeping others out of the extrapolation base. A power grab of this sort might be rationalized in various ways. It might be argued, for instance, that the sponsor who funds the development of the AI deserves to own the outcome. This moral claim is probably false. It could be objected, for example, that the project that launches the first successful seed AI imposes a vast risk externality on the rest of humanity, which therefore is entitled to compensation. The amount of compensation owed is so great that it can only take the form of giving everybody a stake in the upside if things turn out well. Point 18. Another argument that might be used to rationalize a power grab is that large segments of humanity have base or evil preferences, and that including them in the extrapolation base would risk turning humanity's future into a dystopia. It is difficult to know the share of good and bad in the average person's heart. It is also difficult to know how much this balance varies between different groups, social strata, cultures, or nations. Whether one is optimistic or pessimistic about human nature, one may prefer not to wager humanity's cosmic endowment on the speculation that, for a sufficient majority of the 7 billion people currently alive, their better angels would prevail in their extrapolated volitions. Of course, omitting a certain set of people from the extrapolation base does not guarantee that light would triumph, and it might well be that the souls that would soonest exclude others or grab power for themselves tend rather to contain unusually large amounts of darkness. Yet another reason for fighting over the initial dynamic is that one might believe that somebody else's AI will not work as advertised, even if the AI is built as a way to implement humanity's CEV. If different groups have different beliefs about which implementation is most likely to succeed, they might fight to prevent the others from launching. It would be better in such situations if the competing projects could settle their epistemic differences by some method that more reliably ascertains who is right than the method of armed conflict. Point 19. Morality models. The CEV proposal is not the only possible form of indirect normativity. For example, instead of implementing humanity's coherent extrapolated volition, one could try to build an AI with the goal of doing what is morally right, relying on the AI's superior cognitive capacities to figure out just which actions fit that description. We can call this proposal moral rightness, MR. The idea is that we humans have an imperfect understanding of what is right and wrong, and perhaps an even poorer understanding of how the concept of moral rightness is to be philosophically analyzed, but a superintelligence could understand these things better. Point 20. What if we are not sure whether moral realism is true? We could still attempt the Mr. proposal. We should just have to make sure to specify what the AI should do in the eventuality that its presupposition of moral realism is false. For example, we could stipulate that if the AI estimates with a sufficient probability that there are no suitable non-relative truths about moral rightness, then it should revert to implementing coherent extrapolated volition instead, or simply shut itself down. Point 21. MR appears to have several advantages over CEV. MR would do away with various free parameters in CEV, such as the degree of coherence among extrapolated volitions that is required for the AI to act on the result, the ease with which a majority can overrule dissenting minorities, and the nature of the social environment within which our extrapolated selves are to be supposed to have grown up farther together. It would seem to eliminate the possibility of a moral failure resulting from the use of an extrapolation base that is too narrow or too wide. Furthermore, MR would orient the AI toward morally right action. Even if our coherent extrapolated volitions happen to wish for the AI to take actions that are morally odious. As noted earlier, this seems a live possibility with the CEV proposal. Moral goodness might be more like a precious metal than an abundant element in human nature, and even after the ore has been processed and refined in accordance with the prescriptions of the CEV proposal, who knows whether the principal outcome will be shining virtue, indifferent slag, or toxic sludge. MR would also appear to have some disadvantages. It relies on the notion of morally right, a notoriously difficult concept, one with which philosophers have grappled since antiquity without yet attaining consensus as to its analysis. Picking an erroneous explication of moral rightness could result in outcomes that would be morally very wrong. This difficulty of defining moral rightness might seem to count heavily against the Mr. proposal. However, it is not clear that the Mr. proposal is really at a material disadvantage in this regard. The CEV proposal, too, uses terms and concepts that are difficult to explicate, such as knowledge, being more the people we wished we were, grown up farther together, among others. Point 22. Even if these concepts are marginally less opaque than moral rightness, they are still miles removed from anything that programmers can currently express in code. Point 23. The path to endowing an AI with any of these concepts might involve giving it general linguistic ability, comparable, at least, to that of a normal human adult. Such a general ability to understand natural language could then be used to understand what is meant by morally right. If the AI could grasp the meaning, it could search for actions that fit. As the AI develops superintelligence, it could then make progress on two fronts: on the philosophical problem of understanding what moral rightness is, and on the practical problem of applying this understanding to evaluate particular actions. Point 24. While this would not be easy, it is not clear that it would be any more difficult than extrapolating humanity's coherent extrapolated volition. Point 25. A more fundamental issue with MR is that even if can be implemented, it might not give us what we want or what we would choose if we were brighter and better informed. This is of course the essential feature of MR, not an accidental bug. However, it might be a feature that would be extremely harmful to us. Point 26. One might try to preserve the basic idea of the Mr. model while reducing its demandingness by focusing on moral permissibility, the idea being that we could let the AI pursue humanity's CEV so long as it did not act in ways that are morally impermissible. For example, one might formulate the following goal for the AI. Among the actions that are morally permissible for the AI, take one that humanity's CEV would prefer. However, if some part of this instruction has no well specified meaning, or if we are radically confused about its meaning, or if moral realism is false, or if we acted morally impermissibly in creating an AI with this goal, then undergo a controlled shutdown. Point 27. Follow the intended meaning of this instruction. One might still worry that this moral permissibility model, MP, represents an unpalatably high degree of respect for the requirements of morality. How big a sacrifice it would entail depends on which ethical theory is true. Point 28. If ethics is satisficing, in the sense that it counts as morally permissible any action that conforms to a few basic moral constraints, then MP may leave ample room for our coherent extrapolated volition to influence the AI's actions. However, if ethics is maximizing, for example, if the only morally permissible actions are those that have the morally best consequences, then MP may leave little or no room for our own preferences to shape the outcome. To illustrate this concern, let us return for a moment to the example of hedonistic consequentialism. Suppose that this ethical theory is true, and that the AI knows it to be so. For present purposes, we can define hedonistic consequentialism as the claim that an action is morally right and morally permissible, if and only if, among all feasible actions, no other action would produce a greater balance of pleasure over suffering. The AI, following MP, might maximize the surfeit of pleasure by converting the accessible universe into hedonium, a process that may involve building computronium and using it to perform computations that instantiate pleasurable experiences. Since simulating any existing human brain is not the most efficient way of producing pleasure, a likely consequence is that we all die By enacting either the MR or the MP proposal, we would thus risk sacrificing our lives for a greater good. This would be a bigger sacrifice than one might think, because what we stand to lose is not merely the chance to live out a normal human life but the opportunity to enjoy the far longer and richer lives that a friendly superintelligence could bestow. The sacrifice looks even less appealing when we reflect that the superintelligence could realize a nearly as great good, in fractional terms, while sacrificing much less of our own potential well-being. Suppose that we agreed to allow almost the entire accessible universe to be converted into hedonium, everything except a small preserve, say the Milky Way, which would be set aside to accommodate our own needs. Then there would still be 100 billion galaxies devoted to the maximization of pleasure. But we would have one galaxy within which to create wonderful civilizations that could last for billions of years and in which humans and non-human animals could survive and thrive, and have the opportunity to develop into beatific post-human spirits. Point 29. If one prefers this latter option, as I would be inclined to do, it implies that one does not have an unconditional lexically dominant preference for acting morally permissibly. But it is consistent with placing great weight on morality. Even from a purely moral point of view, it might be better to advocate some proposal that is less morally ambitious than MR or MP. If the morally best has no chance of being implemented, perhaps because of its frowning demandingness, it might be morally better to promote some other proposal, one that would be near ideal and whose chances of being implemented could be significantly increased by our promoting it. Point 30. Do what I mean. We might feel unsure whether to go for CEV, MR, MP, or something else. Could we punt on this higher level decision as well, offloading even more cognitive work onto the AI? Where is the limit to our possible laziness? Consider, for example, the following reasons-based goal. Do whatever we would have had most reason to ask the AI to do. This goal might boil down to extrapolated volition or morality or something else, but it would seem to spare us the effort and risk involved in trying to figure out for ourselves which of these more specific objectives we would have most reason to select. Some of the problems with the morality-based goals, however, also apply here. First, we might fear that this reasons-based goal would leave too little room for our own desires. Some philosophers maintain that a person always has most reason to do what it would be morally best for her to do. If those philosophers are right, then the reason-based goal collapses into MR with the concomitant risk that a superintelligence implementing such a dynamic would kill everyone within reach. Second, as with all proposals couched in technical language, there is a possibility that we might have misunderstood the meaning of our own assertions. We saw that, in the case of the morality-based goals, asking the AI to do what is right may lead to unforeseen and unwanted consequences such that, had we anticipated them, we would not have implemented the goal in question. The same applies to asking the AI to do what we have most reason to do. What if we try to avoid these difficulties by couching a goal in emphatically non-technical language, such as in terms of niceness? 31. Take the nicest action, or, if no action is nicest, then take an action that is at least super duper nice. How could there be anything objectionable about building a nice AI? But we must ask what precisely is meant by this expression. The lexicon lists various meanings of nice that are clearly not intended to be used here. We do not intend that the AI should be courteous and polite, nor overdelicate or fastidious. If we can count on the AI recognizing the Intended interpretation of niceness and being motivated to pursue niceness in just that sense, then this goal would seem to amount to a command to do what the programmers meant for the AI to do. 32 An injunction to similar effect was included in the formulation of CEV. Interpreted as we wish that interpreted, and in the moral permissibility criterion as rendered earlier, follow the intended meaning of this instruction. By affixing such a do what I mean clause we may indicate that the other words in the goal description should be construed charitably rather than literally. But saying that the AI should be nice adds almost nothing. The real work is done by the do what I mean instruction. If we knew how to code do what I mean in a general and powerful way, we might as well use that as a standalone goal. How might one implement such a do what I mean dynamic? That is, how might we create an AI motivated to charitably interpret our wishes and unspoken intentions and to act accordingly? One initial step could be to try to get clearer about what we mean by do what I mean. It might help if we could explicate this in more behavioristic terms, for example in terms of revealed preferences in various hypothetical situations, such as situations in which we had more time to consider the options, in which we were smarter, in which we knew more of the relevant facts, and in which in various other ways conditions would be more favorable for us, accurately manifesting in concrete choices what we mean when we say that we want an AI that is friendly, beneficial, nice. Here, of course, we come full circle. We have returned to the indirect normativity approach with which we started the CEV proposal, which, in essence, expunges all concrete content from the value specification, leaving only an abstract value defined in purely procedural terms, to do that which we would have wished for the AI to do in suitably idealized circumstances. By means of such indirect normativity, we could hope to offload to the AI much of the cognitive work that we ourselves would be trying to perform if we attempted to articulate a more concrete description of what values the AI is to pursue. In seeking to take full advantage of the AI's epistemic superiority, CEV can thus be seen as an application of the principle of epistemic deference. Component list. So far we have considered different options for what content to put into the goal system. But an AI's behavior will also be influenced by other design choices. In particular, it can make a critical difference which decision theory and which epistemology it uses. Another important question is whether the AI's plans will be subject to human review before being put into action. Table 13 summarizes these design choices. A project that aims to build a superintelligence ought to be able to explain what choices it has made regarding each of these components, and to justify why those choices were made. 33. Goal content. We have already discussed how indirect normativity might be used in specifying the values that the AI is to pursue. We discussed some options, such as morality-based models and coherent extrapolated volition. Each such option creates further choices that need to be made. For instance, the CEV approach comes in many varieties, depending on who is included in the extrapolation base, the structure of the extrapolation, and so forth. Other forms of motivation selection methods might call for different types of goal content. For example, an oracle might be built to place a value on giving accurate answers. An oracle constructed with domesticity motivation might also have goal content that disvalues the excessive use of resources in producing its answers. Another design choice is whether to include special provisions in the goal content to reward individuals who contribute to the successful realization of the AI, for example by giving them extra resources or influence over the AI's behavior. We can term any such provisions incentive wrapping. Incentive wrapping could be seen as a way to increase the likelihood that the project will be successful, at the cost of compromising to some extent the goal that the project set out to achieve. For example, if the project's goal is to create a dynamic that implements humanity's coherent extrapolated volition, then an incentive wrapping scheme might specify that certain individuals' volitions should be given extra weight in the extrapolation. If such a project is successful, the result is not necessarily the implementation of humanity's coherent extrapolated volition. Instead, some approximation to this goal might be achieved. 34. Since incentive wrapping would be a piece of goal content that would be interpreted and pursued by a superintelligence, it could take advantage of indirect normativity to specify subtle and complicated provisions that would be difficult for a human manager to implement. For example, instead of rewarding programmers according to some crude but easily accessible metric, such as how many hours they worked or how many bugs they corrected, the incentive wrapping could specify that programmers are to be rewarded in proportion to how much their contributions increase some reasonable ex-ante probability of the project being successfully completed in the way the sponsors intended. Further, there would be no reason to limit the incentive wrapping to project staff. It could instead specify that every person should be rewarded according to their just desserts. Credit allocation is a difficult problem, but a superintelligence could be expected to do a reasonable job of approximating the criteria specified, explicitly or implicitly, by the incentive wrapping. It is conceivable that the superintelligence might even find some way of rewarding individuals who have died prior to the superintelligence's creation. 35 The incentive wrapping could then be extended to embrace at least some of the deceased, potentially including individuals who died before the project was conceived, or even antedating the first enunciation of the concept of incentive wrapping. Although the institution of such a retroactive policy would not causally incentivize those people who are already resting in their graves as these words are being put to the page, it might be favored for moral reasons, though it could be argued that insofar as fairness is a goal, it should be included as part of the target specification proper rather than in the surrounding incentive wrapping. We cannot here delve into all the ethical and strategic issues associated with incentive wrapping. A project's position on these issues, however, would be an important aspect of its fundamental design concept. Decision theory. Another important design choice is which decision theory the AI should be built to use. This might affect how the AI behaves in certain strategically fateful situations. It might determine, for instance, whether the AI is open to trade with, or extortion by, other superintelligent civilizations whose existence it hypothesizes. The particulars of the decision theory could also matter in predicaments involving finite probabilities of infinite payoffs, Pascalian wagers, or extremely small probabilities of extremely large finite payoffs, Pascalian muggings, or in contexts where the AI is facing fundamental normative uncertainty or where there are multiple instantiations of the same agent program. 36. The options on the table include causal decision theory, in a variety of flavors, and evidential decision theory, along with newer candidates, such as timeless decision theory and updateless decision theory, which are still under development. 37 It may prove difficult to identify and articulate the correct decision theory, and to have justified confidence that we have got it right. Although the prospects for directly specifying an AI's decision theory are perhaps more hopeful than those of directly specifying its final values, we are still confronted with a substantial risk of error. Many of the complications that might break the currently most popular decision theories were discovered only recently, suggesting that there might exist further problems that have not yet come into sight. The result of giving the AI a flawed decision theory might be disastrous, possibly amounting to an existential catastrophe. In view of these difficulties, one might consider an indirect approach to specifying the decision theory that the AI should use. Exactly how to do this is not yet clear. We might want the AI to use that decision theory D which we would have wanted it to use had we thought long and hard about the matter. However, the AI would need to be able to make decisions before learning what D is. It would thus need some effective interim decision theory D that would govern its search for D. One might try to define D to be some sort of superposition of the AI's current hypotheses about D, weighed by their probabilities, though there are unsolved technical problems with how to do this in a fully general way. 38 There is also cause for concern that the AI might make irreversibly bad decisions, such as rewriting itself to henceforth run on some flawed decision theory, during the learning phase, before the AI has had the opportunity to determine which particular decision theory is correct. To reduce the risk of derailment during this period of vulnerability, we might instead try to endow the seed AI with some form of restricted rationality, a deliberately simplified but hopefully dependable decision theory that staunchly ignores esoteric considerations, even ones we think may ultimately be legitimate, and that is designed to replace itself with a more sophisticated, indirectly specified decision theory once certain conditions are met. 39 It is an open research question whether and how this could be made to work. Epistemology. A project will also need to make a fundamental design choice in selecting the AI's epistemology, specifying the principles and criteria whereby empirical hypotheses are to be evaluated. Within a Bayesian framework, we can think of the epistemology as a prior probability function, the AI's implicit assignment of probabilities to possible worlds before it has taken any perceptual evidence into account. In other frameworks, the epistemology might take a different form, but in any case some inductive learning rule is necessary if the AI is to generalize from past observations and make predictions about the future. 40 As with the goal content and the decision theory, however, there is a risk that our epistemology specification could miss the mark. One might think that there is a limit to how much damage could arise from an incorrectly specified epistemology. If the epistemology is too dysfunctional, then the AI could not be very intelligent and it could not pose the kind of risk discussed in this book. But the concern is that we may specify an epistemology that is sufficiently sound to make the AI instrumentally effective in most situations, yet which has some flaw that leads the AI astray on some matter of crucial importance. Such an AI might be akin to a quick-wit person whose worldview is predicated on a false dogma, held to with absolute conviction, who consequently tilts at windmills and gives his all in pursuit of fantastical or harmful objectives. Certain kinds of subtle difference in an AI's prior could turn out to make a drastic difference to how it behaves. For example, an AI might be given a prior that assigns zero probability to the universe being infinite. No matter how much astronomical evidence it accrues to the contrary, such an AI would stubbornly reject any cosmological theory that implied an infinite universe, and it might make foolish choices as a result. 41 Or an AI might be given a prior that assigns a zero probability to the universe not being Turing computable. This is in fact a common feature of many of the priors discussed in the literature, including the Kolmogorov complexity prior mentioned in Chapter 1, again with Poorly understood consequences if the embedded assumption known as the Church, Turing thesis should turn out to be false. An AI could also end up with a prior that makes strong metaphysical commitments of one sort or another, for instance by ruling out a priori the possibility that any strong form of mind-body dualism could be true, or the possibility that there are irreducible moral facts. If any of those commitments is mistaken, the AI might seek to realize its final goals in ways that we would regard as perverse instantiations. Yet there is no obvious reason why such an AI, despite being fundamentally wrong about one important matter, could not be sufficiently instrumentally effective to secure a decisive strategic advantage. Anthropics, the study of how to make inferences from indexical information in the presence of observation selection effects, is another area where the choice of epistemic axioms could prove pivotal. Point 42. We might reasonably doubt our ability to resolve all foundational issues in epistemology in time for the construction of the first seed AI. We may, therefore, consider taking an indirect approach to specifying the AI's epistemology. This would raise many of the same issues as taking an indirect approach to specifying its decision theory. In the case of epistemology, however, there may be greater hope of benign convergence, with any of a wide class of epistemologies providing an adequate foundation for safe and effective AI and ultimately yielding similar doxastic results. The reason for this is that sufficiently abundant empirical evidence and analysis would tend to wash out any moderate differences in prior expectations. Point 43. A good aim would be to endow the AI with fundamental epistemological principles that match those governing our own thinking. Any AI diverging from this ideal is an AI that we would judge to be reasoning incorrectly if we consistently applied our own standards. Of course, this applies only to our fundamental epistemological principles. Non-fundamental principles should be continuously created and revised by the seed AI itself as it develops its understanding of the world. The point of superintelligence is not to pander to human preconceptions but to make mincemeat out of our ignorance and folly. Ratification. The final item in our list of design choices is ratification. Should the AI's plans be subjected to human review before being put into effect? For an oracle, this question is implicitly answered in the affirmative. The oracle outputs information, human reviewers choose whether and how to act upon it. For genies, sovereigns, and tools, however, the question of whether to use some form of ratification remains open. To illustrate how a ratification might work, consider an AI intended to function as a sovereign implementing humanity's CEV. Instead of launching this AI directly, imagine that we first built an oracle AI for the sole purpose of answering questions about what the sovereign AI would do. As earlier chapters revealed, there are risks in creating a superintelligent oracle, such as risks of mind crime or infrastructure profusion. But for purposes of this example, let us assume that the oracle AI has been successfully implemented in a way that avoided these pitfalls. We thus have an oracle AI that offers us its best guesses about the consequences of running some piece of code intended to implement humanity's CEV. The oracle may not be able to predict in detail what would happen, but its predictions are likely to be better than our own. If it were impossible even for a superintelligence to predict anything about the code would do, we would be crazy to run it. So the oracle ponders for a while and then presents its forecast. To make the answer intelligible, the oracle may offer the operator a range of tools with which to explore various features of the predicted outcome. The oracle could show pictures of what the future looks like and provide statistics about the number of sentient beings that will exist at different times, along with average, peak, and lowest levels of well-being. It could offer intimate biographies of several randomly selected individuals, perhaps imaginary people selected to be probably representative. It could highlight aspects of the future that the operator might not have thought of inquiring about but which would be regarded as pertinent once pointed out. Being able to preview the outcome in this manner has obvious advantages. The preview could reveal the consequences of an error in a planned sovereign's design specifications or source code. If the crystal ball shows a ruined future, we could scrap the code for the planned sovereign AI and try something else. A strong case could be made that we should familiarize ourselves with the concrete ramifications of an option before committing to it, especially when the entire future of the race is on the line. What is perhaps less obvious is that ratification also has potentially significant disadvantages. The ironic quality of CEV might be undermined if opposing factions, instead of submitting to the arbitration of superior wisdom in confident expectation of being vindicated, could see in advance what the verdict would be. A proponent of the morality-based approach might worry that the sponsor's resolve would collapse if all the sacrifices required by the morally optimal were to be revealed. And we might all have reason to prefer a future that holds some surprises, some dissonance, some wildness, some opportunities for self-overcoming, a future whose contours are not too snugly tailored to present preconceptions but provide some give for dramatic movement and unplanned growth. We might be less likely to take such an expansive view if we could cherry pick every detail of the future, sending back to the drawing board any draft that does not fully conform to our fancy at that moment. The issue of sponsor ratification is therefore less clear-cut than it might initially seem. Nevertheless, on balance it would seem prudent to take advantage of an opportunity to preview, if that functionality is available. But rather than letting the reviewer fine-tune every aspect of the outcome, we might give her a simple veto which could be exercised only a few times before the entire project would be aborted. Point 44. Getting close enough. The main purpose of ratification would be to reduce the probability of catastrophic error. In general, it seems wise to aim at minimizing the risk of catastrophic error rather than at maximizing the chance of every detail being fully optimized. There are two reasons for this. First, humanity's cosmic endowment is astronomically large. There is plenty to go around even if our process involves some waste or accepts some unnecessary constraints. Second, there is a hope that if we but get the initial conditions for the intelligence explosion approximately right, then the resulting superintelligence may eventually home in on, and precisely hit, our ultimate objectives. The important thing is to land in the right attractor basin. With regard to epistemology, it is plausible that a wide range of priors will ultimately converge to very similar posteriors, when computed by a superintelligence and conditionalized on a realistic amount of data. We therefore need not worry about getting the epistemology exactly right. We must just avoid giving the AI a prior that is so extreme as to render the AI incapable of learning vital truths even with the benefit of copious experience and analysis. Point 45. With regard to decision theory, the risk of irrecoverable error seems larger. We might still hope to directly specify a decision theory that is good enough. A superintelligent AI could switch to a new decision theory at any time, however, if it starts out with a sufficiently wrong decision theory, it may not see the reason to switch. Even if an agent comes to see the benefits of having a different decision theory, the realization might come too late. For example, an agent designed to refuse blackmail might enjoy the benefit of deterring would-be extortionists. For this reason, blackmailable agents might do well to proactively adopt a non-exploitable decision theory. Yet once a blackmailable agent receives the threat and regards it as credible, the damage is done. Given an adequate epistemology and decision theory, we could try to design the system to implement CEV or some other indirectly specified goal content. Again, there is hope of convergence, that different ways of implementing a CEV-like dynamic would lead to the same utopian outcome. Short of such convergence, we may still hope that many of the different possible outcomes are good enough to count as existential success. It is not necessary for us to create a highly optimized design. Rather, our focus should be on creating a highly reliable design, one that can be trusted to retain enough sanity to recognize its own failings. An imperfect superintelligence, whose fundamentals are sound, would gradually repair itself, and having done so, it would exert as much beneficial optimization power on the world as if it had been perfect from the outset. Chapter 14. The Strategic Picture. It is now time to consider the challenge of superintelligence in a broader context. We would like to orient ourselves in the strategic landscape sufficiently to know at least which general direction we should be heading. This, it turns out, is not at all easy. Here in the penultimate chapter, we introduce some general analytical concepts that help us think about long-term science and technology policy issues. We then apply them to the issue of machine intelligence. It can be illuminating to make a rough distinction between two different normative stances from which a proposed policy may be evaluated. The person-affecting perspective asks whether a proposed change would be in our interest, that is to say, whether it would, on balance, and in expectation, be in the interest of those morally considerable creatures who either already exist or will come into existence independently of whether the proposed change occurs or not. The impersonal perspective, in contrast, gives no special consideration to currently existing people, or to those who will come to exist independently of whether the proposed change occurs. Instead, it counts everybody equally, independently of their temporal location. The impersonal perspective sees great value in bringing new people into existence, provided they have lives worth living. The more happy lives created, the better. This distinction, although it barely hints at the moral complexities associated with a machine intelligence revolution, can be useful in a first-cut analysis. Here we will first examine matters from the impersonal perspective. We will later see what changes if person-affecting considerations are given weight in our deliberations. Science and technology strategy. Before we zoom in on issues specific to machine superintelligence, we must introduce some strategic concepts and considerations that pertain to scientific and technological development more generally. Differential technological development. Suppose that a policymaker proposes to cut funding for a certain research field, out of concern for the risks or long-term consequences of some hypothetical technology that might eventually grow from its soil. She can then expect a howl of opposition from the research community. Scientists and their public advocates often say that it is futile to try to control the evolution of technology by blocking research. If some technology is feasible, the argument goes, it will be developed, regardless of any particular policymaker's scruples about speculative future risks. Indeed, the more powerful the capabilities that a line of development promises to produce, the surer we can be that somebody somewhere, will be motivated to pursue it. Funding cuts will not stop progress or forestall its concomitant dangers. Interestingly, this futility objection is almost never raised when a policymaker proposes to increase funding to some area of research, even though the argument would seem to cut both ways. One rarely hears indignant voices protest, "Please do not increase our funding. Rather, make some cuts. Researchers in other countries will surely pick up the slack, the same work will get done anyway. Don't squander the public's treasure on domestic scientific research." What accounts for this apparent doublethink? One plausible explanation, of course, is that members of the research community have a self-serving bias which leads us to believe that research is always good, and tempts us to embrace almost any argument that supports our demand for more funding. However, it is also possible that the double standard can be justified in terms of national self-interest. Suppose that the development of a technology has two effects: giving a small benefit B to its inventors and the country that sponsors them, while imposing an aggregately larger harm H which could be a risk externality on everybody. Even somebody who is largely altruistic might then choose to develop the overall harmful technology. They might reason that the harm H will result no matter what they do, since if they refrain, somebody else will develop the technology anyway, and given that total welfare cannot be affected, they might as well grab the benefit B for themselves and their nation. Unfortunately, there will soon be a device that will destroy the world. Fortunately, we got the grant to build it. Whatever the explanation for the futility objection's appeal, it fails to show that there is in general no impersonal reason for trying to steer technological development. It fails even if we concede the motivating idea that with continued scientific and technological development efforts, all relevant technologies will eventually be developed, that is, even if we concede the following technological completion conjecture. If scientific and technological development efforts do not effectively cease, then all important basic capabilities that could be obtained through some possible technology will be obtained. Point 1. There are at least two reasons why the technological completion conjecture does not imply the futility objection. First, the antecedent might not hold, because it is not in fact a given that scientific and technological development efforts will not effectively cease before the attainment of technological maturity. This reservation is especially pertinent in a context that involves existential risk. Second, even if we could be certain that all important basic capabilities that could be obtained through some possible technology will be obtained, it could still make sense to attempt to influence the direction of technological research. What matters is not only whether a technology is developed, but also when it is developed, by whom, and in what context. These circumstances of birth of a new technology, which shape its impact, can be affected by turning funding spigots on or off, and by wielding other policy instruments. These reflections suggest a principle that would have us attend to the relative speed with which different technologies are developed too. The principle of differential technological development. Retard the development of dangerous and harmful technologies, especially ones that raise the level of existential risk, and accelerate the development of beneficial technologies, especially those that reduce the existential risks posed by nature or by other technologies. A policy could thus be evaluated on the basis of how much of a differential advantage it gives to desired forms of technological development over undesired forms. Point 3. Preferred order of arrival. Some technologies have an ambivalent effect on existential risks. increasing some existential risks, while decreasing others. Superintelligence is one such technology. We have seen in earlier chapters that the introduction of machine superintelligence would create a substantial existential risk. But it would reduce many other existential risks. Risks from nature such as asteroid impacts, supervolcanoes, and natural pandemics would be virtually eliminated, since superintelligence could deploy countermeasures against most such hazards, or at least demote them to the non-existential category, for instance, via space colonization. These existential risks from nature are comparatively small over the relevant time scales. But superintelligence would also eliminate or reduce many anthropogenic risks. In particular, it would reduce risks of accidental destruction, including risk of accidents related to new technologies being generally more capable than humans. A superintelligence would be less likely to make mistakes, and more likely to recognize when precautions are needed, and to implement precautions competently. A well-constructed superintelligence might sometimes take a risk, but only when doing so is wise. Furthermore, at least in scenarios where the superintelligence forms a singleton, many non-accidental anthropogenic existential risks deriving from global coordination problems would be eliminated. These include risks of wars, technology races, undesirable forms of competition and evolution, and tragedies of the commons. Since substantial peril would be associated with human beings developing synthetic biology, molecular nanotechnology, climate engineering instruments for biomedical enhancement, and neuropsychological manipulation, tools for social control that may facilitate totalitarianism or tyranny, and other technologies as yet unimagined. Eliminating these types of risk would be a great boon. An argument could therefore be mounted that earlier arrival dates of superintelligence are preferable. However, if risks from nature and from other hazards unrelated to future technology are small, then this argument could be refined. What matters is that we get superintelligence before other dangerous technologies, such as advanced nanotechnology. Whether it happens sooner or later may not be so important, from an impersonal perspective, so long as the order of arrival is right. The ground for preferring superintelligence to come before other potentially dangerous technologies, such as nanotechnology, is that superintelligence would reduce the existential risks from nanotechnology, but not vice versa. Point 4. Hence, if we create superintelligence first, we will face only those existential risks that are associated with superintelligence, whereas if we create nanotechnology first, we will face the risks of nanotechnology and then, additionally, the risks of superintelligence. Point 5. Even if the existential risks from superintelligence are very large, and even if superintelligence is the riskiest of all technologies, there could thus be a case for hastening its arrival. These sooner is better arguments, however, presuppose that the riskiness of creating superintelligence is the same regardless of when it is created. If, instead, its riskiness declines over time, it might be better to delay the machine intelligence revolution. while a later arrival would leave more time for other existential catastrophes to intercede, it could still be preferable to slow the development of superintelligence. This would be especially plausible if the existential risks associated with superintelligence are much larger than those associated with other disruptive technologies. There are several quite strong reasons to believe that the riskiness of an intelligence explosion will decline significantly over a multi-decadal time frame. One reason is that a later date leaves more time for the development of solutions to the control problem. The control problem has only recently been recognized, and most of the current best ideas for how to approach it were discovered only within the past decade or so, and in several cases during the time that this book was being written. It is plausible that the state of the art will advance greatly over the next several decades, and if the problem turns out to be very difficult, a significant rate of progress might continue for a century or more. The longer it takes for superintelligence to arrive, the more such progress will have been made when it does. This is an important consideration in favor of later arrival dates and a very strong consideration against extremely early arrival dates. Another reason why superintelligence later might be safer is that this would allow more time for various beneficial background trends of human civilization to play themselves out. How much weight one attaches to this consideration will depend on how optimistic one is about these trends. An optimist could certainly point to a number of encouraging indicators and hopeful possibilities. People might learn to get along better, leading to reductions in violence, war, and cruelty, and global coordination, and the scope of political integration might increase, making it easier to escape undesirable technology races. More on this below, and to work out an arrangement whereby the hoped for gains from an intelligence explosion would be widely shared. There appear to be long-term historical trends in these directions. Point 6. Further, an optimist could expect that the sanity level of humanity will rise over the course of this century, that prejudices will, on balance, recede, that insights will accumulate, and that people will become more accustomed to thinking about abstract future probabilities and global risks. With luck, we could see a general uplift of epistemic standards in both individual and collective cognition. Again, there are trends pushing in these directions. Scientific progress means that more will be known. Economic growth may give a greater portion of the world's population adequate nutrition, particularly during the early years of life that are important for brain development, and access to quality education. Advances in information technology will make it easier to find, integrate, evaluate, and communicate data and ideas. Furthermore, by the century's end, humanity will have made an additional 100 years' worth of mistakes, from which something might have been learned. Many potential developments are ambivalent in the above-mentioned sense, increasing some existential risks and decreasing others. For example, advances in surveillance, data mining, lie detection, biometrics, and psychological or neurochemical means of manipulating beliefs and desires could reduce some existential risks by making it easier to coordinate internationally or to suppress terrorists and renegades at home. These same advances, however, might also increase some existential risks by amplifying undesirable social dynamics or by enabling the formation of permanently stable totalitarian regimes. One important frontier is the enhancement of biological cognition, such as through genetic selection. When we discussed this in chapters 2 and 3, we concluded that the most radical forms of superintelligence would be more likely to arise in the form of machine intelligence. That claim is consistent with cognitive enhancement playing an important role in the lead-up to, and creation of, machine superintelligence. Cognitive enhancement might seem obviously risk-reducing. The smarter the people working on the control problem, the more likely they are to find a solution. However, cognitive enhancement could also hasten the development of machine intelligence, thus reducing the time available to work on the problem. Cognitive enhancement would also have many other relevant consequences. These issues deserve a closer look. Most of the following remarks about cognitive enhancement apply equally to non-biological means of increasing our individual or collective epistemic effectiveness. Rates of change and cognitive enhancement. An increase in either the mean or the upper range of human intellectual ability would likely accelerate technological progress across the board, including progress toward various forms of machine intelligence, progress on the control problem, and progress on a wide swath of other technical and economic objectives. What would be the net effect of such acceleration? Consider the limiting case of a universal accelerator, an imaginary intervention that accelerates literally everything. The action of such a universal accelerator would correspond merely to an arbitrary rescaling of the time metric, producing no qualitative change in observed outcomes. Point 7. If we are to make sense of the idea that cognitive enhancement might generally speed things up, we clearly need some other concept than that of universal acceleration. A more promising approach is to focus on how cognitive enhancement might increase the rate of change in one type of process relative to the rate of change in some other type of process. Such differential acceleration could affect a system's dynamics. Thus, consider the following concept. Macrostructural development accelerator: a lever that accelerates the rate at which macrostructural features of the human condition develop, while leaving unchanged the rate at which micro-level human affairs unfold. Imagine pulling this lever in the decelerating direction. A brake pad is lowered onto the great wheel of world history, sparks fly and metal screeches. After the wheel has settled into a more leisurely pace, the result is a world in which technological innovation occurs more slowly, and in which fundamental or globally significant change in political structure and culture happens less frequently and less abruptly. A greater number of generations come and go before one era gives way to another. During the course of a lifespan, a person sees little change in the basic structure of the human condition. For most of our species' existence, macrostructural development was slower than it is now. 50,000 years ago, an entire millennium might have elapsed without a single significant technological invention, without any noticeable increase in human knowledge and understanding, and without any globally meaningful political change. On a micro level, however, the kaleidoscope of human affairs churned at a reasonable rate, with births, deaths, and other personally and locally significant events. The average person's day might have been more action-packed in the Pleistocene than it is today. If you came upon a magic lever that would let you change the rate of macrostructural development, what should you do? Ought you to accelerate, decelerate, or leave things as they are? Assuming the impersonal standpoint, this question requires us to consider the effects on existential risk. Let us distinguish between two kinds of risk: state risks and step risks. A state risk is one that is associated with being in a certain state, and the total amount of state risk to which a system is exposed is a direct function of how long the system remains in that state. Risks from nature are typically state risks. The longer we remain exposed, the greater the chance that we will get struck by an asteroid, supervolcanic eruption, gamma-ray burst, naturally arising pandemic, or some other slash of the cosmic scythe. Some anthropogenic risks are also state risks. At the level of an individual, the longer a soldier pokes his head up above the parapet, the greater the cumulative chance he will be shot by an enemy sniper. There are anthropogenic state risks at the existential level as well. The longer we live in an internationally anarchic system, the greater the cumulative chance of a thermonuclear Armageddon or of a great war, fought with other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, laying waste to civilization. A step risk, by contrast, is a discrete risk associated with some necessary or desirable transition. Once the transition is completed, the risk vanishes. The amount of step risk associated with the transition is usually not a simple function of how long the transition takes. One does not have the risk of traversing a minefield by running twice as fast. Conditional on a fast takeoff, the creation of superintelligence might be a step risk. There would be a certain risk associated with the takeoff, the magnitude of which would depend on what preparations had been made, but the amount of risk might not depend much on whether the takeoff takes 20 milliseconds or 20 hours. We can then say the following regarding a hypothetical macro structural development accelerator. Insofar as we are concerned with existential state risks, we should favor acceleration provided we think we have a realistic prospect of making it through to a post-transition era in which any further existential risks are greatly reduced. If it were known that there is some step ahead destined to cause an existential catastrophe, then we ought to reduce the rate of macro structural development, or even put it in reverse, in order to give more generations a chance to exist before the curtain is rung down. But, in fact, it would be overly pessimistic to be so confident that humanity is doomed. At present, the level of existential state risk appears to be relatively low. If we imagine the technological macro conditions for humanity frozen in their current state, it seems very unlikely that an existential catastrophe would occur on a timescale of, say, a decade. So a delay of 1 decade provided it occurred at our current stage of development, or at some other time when state risk is low, would incur only a very minor existential state risk, whereas a postponement by 1 decade of subsequent technological developments might well have a significant beneficial impact on later existential step risks, for example by allowing more time for preparation. Upshot, the main way that the speed of macrostructural development is important is by affecting how well prepared humanity is when the time comes to confront the key step risks. Point 8. So the question we must ask is how cognitive enhancement, and concomitant acceleration of macrostructural development, would affect the expected level of preparedness at the critical juncture. Should we prefer a shorter period of preparation with higher intelligence? With higher intelligence, the preparation time could be used more effectively, and the final critical step would be taken by a more intelligent humanity. Or should we prefer to operate with closer to current levels of intelligence if that gives us more time to prepare? Which option is better depends on the nature of the challenge being prepared for. If the challenge were to solve a problem for which learning from experience is key, then the chronological length of the preparation period might be the determining factor, since time is needed for the requisite experience to accumulate. What would such a challenge look like? One hypothetical example would be a new weapons technology that we could predict would be developed at some point in the future, and that would make it the case that any subsequent war would have, let us say, a 1 in 10 chance of causing an existential catastrophe. If such were the nature of the challenge facing us, then we might wish the rate of macrostructural development to be slow, so that our species would have more time to get its act together before the critical step when the new weapons technology is invented. One could hope that during the grace period secured through the deceleration, our species might learn to avoid war, that international relations around the globe might come to resemble those between the countries of the European Union, which, having fought one another ferociously for centuries, now coexist in peace and relative harmony. The pacification might occur as a result of the gentle edification from various civilizing processes, or through the shock therapy of sub-existential blows, e.g. small nuclear conflagrations, and the recoil and resolve they might engender to finally create the global institutions necessary for the abolishment of interstate wars. If this kind of learning or adjusting would not be much accelerated by increased intelligence, then cognitive enhancement would be undesirable, serving merely to burn the fuse faster. A prospective intelligence explosion, however, may present a challenge of a different kind. The control problem calls for foresight, reasoning, and theoretical insight. It is less clear how increased historical experience would help. Direct experience of the intelligence explosion is not possible until too late, and many features conspire to make the control problem unique and lacking in relevant historical precedent. For these reasons, the amount of time that will elapse before the intelligence explosion may not matter much per se. Perhaps what matters, instead, is, a. the amount of intellectual progress on the control problem achieved by the time of the detonation, and, b. the amount of skill and intelligence available at the time to implement the best available solutions, and to improvise what is missing. Point 9. That this latter factor should respond positively to cognitive enhancement is obvious. How cognitive enhancement would affect factor A is a somewhat subtler matter. Suppose, as suggested earlier, that cognitive enhancement would be a general macrostructural development accelerator. This would hasten the arrival of the intelligence explosion, thus reducing the amount of time available for preparation and for making progress on the control problem. Normally this would be a bad thing. However, if the only reason why there is less time available for intellectual progress is that intellectual progress is speeded up, then there need be no net reduction in the amount of intellectual progress that will have taken place by the time the intelligence explosion occurs. At this point, cognitive enhancement might appear to be neutral with respect to factor A, the same intellectual progress that would otherwise have been made prior to the intelligence explosion, including progress on the control problem, still gets made, only compressed within a shorter time interval. In actuality, however, cognitive enhancement may well prove a positive influence on A. One reason why cognitive enhancement might cause more progress to have been made on the control problem by the time the intelligence explosion occurs is that progress on the control problem may be especially contingent on extreme levels of intellectual performance, even more so than the kind of work necessary to create machine intelligence. The role for trial and error and accumulation of experimental results seems quite limited in relation to the control problem, whereas experimental learning will probably play a large role in the development of artificial intelligence or whole brain emulation. The extent to which time can substitute for wit may therefore vary between tasks in a way that should make cognitive enhancement promote progress on the control problem more than it would promote progress on the problem of how to create machine intelligence. Another reason why cognitive enhancement should differentially promote progress on the control problem is that the very need for such progress is more likely to be appreciated by cognitively more capable societies and individuals. It requires foresight and reasoning to realize why the control problem is important and to make it a priority tenet. May also require uncommon sagacity to find promising ways of approaching such an unfamiliar problem. From these reflections we might tentatively conclude that cognitive enhancement is desirable, at least insofar as the focus is on the existential risks of an intelligence explosion. Parallel lines of thinking apply to other existential risks arising from challenges that require foresight and reliable abstract reasoning, as opposed to, example, incremental adaptation to experienced changes in the environment or a multigenerational process of cultural maturation and institution building. Technology couplings. Suppose that one thinks that solving the control problem for artificial intelligence is very difficult, that solving it for whole brain emulations is much easier, and that it would therefore be preferable that machine intelligence be reached via the whole brain emulation path. We will return later to the question of whether whole brain emulation would be safer than artificial intelligence. But for now we want to make the point that even if we accept this premise, it would not follow that we ought to promote whole brain emulation technology. One reason, discussed earlier, is that a later arrival of superintelligence may be preferable, in order to allow more time for progress on the control problem and for other favorable background trends to culminate, and thus, if one were confident that whole brain emulation would precede AI anyway, it would be counterproductive to further hasten the arrival of whole brain emulation. But even if it were the case that it would be best for whole brain emulation to arrive as soon as possible, it still would not follow that we ought to favor progress toward whole brain emulation. For it is possible that progress toward whole brain emulation will not yield whole brain emulation. It may instead yield neuromorphic artificial intelligence, forms of AI that mimic some aspects of cortical organization but do not replicate neuronal functionality with sufficient fidelity to constitute a proper emulation. If, as there is reason to believe, such neuromorphic AI is worse than the kind of AI that would otherwise have been built, and if by promoting whole brain emulation we would make neuromorphic AI arrive first, then our pursuit of the supposed best outcome, whole brain emulation, would lead to the worst outcome, neuromorphic AI, whereas if we had pursued the second best outcome, synthetic AI, we might actually have attained the second best synthetic AI. We have just described an hypothetical instance of what we might term a technology coupling. 11. This refers to a condition in which two technologies have a predictable timing relationship, such that developing one of the technologies has a robust tendency to lead to the development of the other, either as a necessary precursor or as an obvious and irresistible application or subsequent step. Technology couplings must be taken into account when we use the principle of differential technological development. It is no good accelerating the development of a desirable technology Y if the only way of getting Y is by developing an extremely undesirable precursor technology X, or if getting Y would immediately produce an extremely undesirable related technology Z. Before you marry your sweetheart, consider the prospective in-laws. In the case of whole brain emulation, the degree of technology coupling is debatable. We noted in Chapter 2 that while whole brain emulation would require massive progress in various enabling technologies, it might not require any major new theoretical insight. In particular, it does not require that we understand how human cognition works, only that we know how to build computational models of small parts of the brain, such as different species of neuron. Nevertheless, in The course of developing the ability to emulate human brains, a wealth of neuroanatomical data would be collected, and functional models of cortical networks would surely be greatly improved. Such progress would seem to have a good chance of enabling neuromorphic AI before full-blown whole brain emulation. Point 12. Historically, there are quite a few examples of AI techniques gleaned from neuroscience or biology. For example, the McCulloch, Pitts neuron, perceptrons, and other artificial neurons and neural networks, inspired by neuroanatomical work. Reinforcement learning, inspired by behaviorist psychology, genetic algorithms, inspired by evolution theory, subsumption architectures and perceptual hierarchies, inspired by cognitive science theories about motor planning and sensory perception, artificial immune systems. Inspired by theoretical immunology, swarm intelligence, inspired by the ecology of insect colonies and other self-organizing systems, and reactive and behavior-based control in robotics, inspired by the study of animal locomotion. Perhaps more significantly, there are plenty of important AI-relevant questions that could potentially be answered through further study of the brain. For example, how does the brain store structured representations in working memory and long-term memory? How is the binding problem solved? What is the neural code? How are concepts represented? Is there some standard unit of cortical processing machinery, such as the cortical column, and if so, how is it wired and how does its functionality depend on the wiring? How can such columns be linked up, and how can they learn? We will shortly have more to say about the relative danger of whole brain emulation, neuromorphic AI, and synthetic AI, but we can already flag another important technology coupling, that between whole brain emulation and AI. Even if a push toward whole brain emulation actually resulted in whole brain emulation, as opposed to neuromorphic AI, and even if the arrival of whole brain emulation could be safely handled, a further risk would still remain, the risk associated with a second transition, a transition from whole brain emulation to AI, which is an ultimately more powerful form of machine intelligence. There are many other technology couplings, which could be considered in a more comprehensive analysis. For instance, a push toward whole brain emulation would boost neuroscience progress more generally. Point 13. That might produce various effects, such as faster progress toward lie detection, neuropsychological manipulation techniques, cognitive enhancement, and assorted medical advances. Likewise, a push toward cognitive enhancement might, depending on the specific path pursued, create spillovers such as faster development of genetic selection and genetic engineering methods, not only for enhancing cognition but for modifying other traits as well. Second guessing. We encounter another layer of strategic complexity if we take into account that there is no perfectly benevolent, rational, and unified world controller who simply implements what has been discovered to be the best option. Any abstract point about what should be done must be embodied in the form of a concrete message, which is entered into the arena of rhetorical and political reality. There it will be ignored, misunderstood, distorted, or appropriated for various conflicting purposes. It will bounce around like a pinball, causing actions and reactions, ushering in a cascade of consequences, the upshot of which need bear no straightforward relationship to the intentions of the original sender. A sophisticated operator might try to anticipate these kinds of effect. Consider, for example, the following argument template for proceeding with research to develop a dangerous technology X. 1 argument. Fitting this template can be found in the writings of Eric Drexler. In Drexler's case, X equals molecular nanotechnology. Point 14. 1. The risks of X are great. 2. Reducing these risks will require a period of serious preparation. 3. Serious preparation will begin only once the prospect of X is taken seriously by broad sectors of society. 4. Broad sectors of society will take the prospect of X seriously only once a large research effort to develop X is underway. 5. The earlier a serious research effort is initiated, the longer it will take to deliver X, because it starts from a lower level of pre-existing enabling technologies. 6. Therefore, the earlier a serious research effort is initiated, the longer the period during which serious preparation will be taking place, and the greater the reduction of the risks. 7. Therefore, a serious research effort toward X should be initiated immediately. What initially looks like a reason for going slow or stopping the risks of X being great ends up, on this line of thinking, as a reason for the opposite conclusion. A related type of argument is that we ought rather callously to welcome small and medium-scale catastrophes on grounds that they make us aware of our vulnerabilities and spur us into taking precautions that reduce the probability of an existential catastrophe. The idea is that a small or medium-scale catastrophe acts like an inoculation, challenging civilization with a relatively survivable form of a threat and stimulating an immune response that readies the world to deal with the existential variety of the threat. Point 15. These shock em into reacting arguments advocate letting something bad happen in the hope that it will galvanize a public reaction. We mention them here not to endorse them, but as a way to introduce the idea of what we will term second-guessing arguments. Such arguments maintain that by treating others as irrational and playing to their biases and misconceptions it is possible to elicit a response from them that is more competent than if a case had been presented honestly and forthrightly to their rational faculties. It may seem unfeasibly difficult to use the kind of stratagems recommended by second-guessing arguments to achieve long-term global goals. How could anybody predict the final course of a message after it has been jolted hither and thither in the pinball machine of public discourse? Doing so would seem to require predicting the rhetorical effects on myriad constituents with varied idiosyncrasies and fluctuating levels of influence over long periods of time during which the system may be perturbed by unanticipated events from the outside, while its topology is also undergoing a continuous endogenous reorganization. Surely an impossible task. 16. However, it may not be necessary to make detailed predictions about the system's entire future trajectory in order to identify an intervention that can be reasonably expected to increase the chances of a certain long-term outcome. 1. Might, for example, consider only the relatively near-term and predictable effects in a detailed way, selecting an action that does well in regard to those, while modeling the system's behavior beyond the predictability horizon as a random walk. There may, however, be a moral case for de-emphasizing or refraining from second-guessing moves. Trying to outwit one another looks like a zero-sum game or negative sum, when one considers the time and energy that would be dissipated by the practice as well as the likelihood that it would make it generally harder for anybody to discover what others truly think and to be trusted when expressing their own opinions. Point 17. A full-throttled deployment of the practices of strategic communication would kill candor and leave truth bereft to fend for herself in the backstabbing night of political bogeys, pathways and enablers. Should we celebrate advances in computer hardware? What about advances on the path toward whole brain emulation? We will look at these two questions in turn. Effects of hardware progress. Faster computers make it easier to create machine intelligence. 1. Effect of accelerating progress in hardware, therefore, is to hasten the arrival of machine intelligence. As discussed earlier, this is probably a bad thing from the impersonal perspective, since it reduces the amount of time available for solving the control problem and for humanity to reach a more mature stage of civilization. The case is not a slam dunk, though, since superintelligence would eliminate many other existential risks. There could be reason to prefer earlier development if the level of these other existential risks were very high. 18. Hastening or delaying the onset of the intelligence explosion is not the only channel through which the rate of hardware progress can affect existential risk. Another channel is that hardware can to some extent substitute for software. Thus, better hardware reduces the minimum skill required to code a seed AI. Fast computers might also encourage the use of approaches that rely more heavily on brute force techniques, such as genetic algorithms and other generate evaluate discard methods, and less on techniques that require deep understanding to use. If brute force techniques lend themselves to more anarchic or imprecise system designs, where the control problem is harder to solve than in more precisely engineered and theoretically controlled systems, this would be another way in which faster computers would increase the existential risk. Another consideration is that rapid hardware progress increases the likelihood of a fast takeoff. The more rapidly the state-of-the-art advances in the semiconductor industry, the fewer the person-hours of programmers' time spent exploiting the capabilities of computers at any given performance level. This means that an intelligence explosion is less likely to be initiated at the lowest level of hardware performance at which it is feasible. An intelligence explosion is thus more likely to be initiated when hardware has advanced significantly beyond the minimum level at which the eventually successful programming approach could first have succeeded. There is then a hardware overhang when the takeoff eventually does occur. As we saw in Chapter 4, hardware overhang is one of the main factors that reduce recalcitrance during the takeoff. Rapid hardware progress, therefore, will tend to make the transition to superintelligence faster and more explosive. A faster takeoff via a hardware overhang can affect the risks of the transition in several ways. The most obvious is that a faster takeoff offers less opportunity to respond and make adjustments whilst the transition is in progress, which would tend to increase risk. A related consideration is that a hardware overhang would reduce the chances that a dangerously self-improving seed AI could be contained by limiting its ability to colonize sufficient hardware. The faster each processor is, the fewer processors would be needed for the AI to quickly bootstrap itself to superintelligence. Yet another effect of a hardware overhang is to level the playing field between big and small projects by reducing the importance of one of the advantages of larger projects: the ability to afford more powerful computers. This effect, too, might increase existential risk, if larger projects are more likely to solve the control problem and to be pursuing morally acceptable objectives. 19. There are also advantages to a faster takeoff. A faster takeoff would increase the likelihood that a singleton will form. If establishing a singleton is sufficiently important for solving the post-transition coordination problems, it might be worth accepting a greater risk during the intelligence explosion in order to mitigate the risk of catastrophic coordination failures in its aftermath. Developments in computing can affect the outcome of a machine intelligence revolution not only by playing a direct role in the construction of machine intelligence but also by having diffuse effects on society that indirectly help shape the initial conditions of the intelligence explosion. The Internet, which required hardware to be good enough to enable personal computers to be mass-produced at low cost, is now influencing human activity in many areas, including work in artificial intelligence and research on the control problem. This book might not have been written, and you might not have found it, without the internet. However, hardware is already good enough for a great many applications that could facilitate human communication and deliberation, and it is not clear that the pace of progress in these areas is strongly bottlenecked by the rate of hardware improvement. Point 20. On balance, it appears that faster progress in computing hardware is undesirable from the impersonal evaluative standpoint. This tentative conclusion could be overturned, for example if the threats from other existential risks or from post-transition coordination failures turn out to be extremely large. In any case, it seems difficult to have much leverage on the rate of hardware advancement. Our efforts to improve the initial conditions for the intelligence explosion should therefore probably focus on other parameters. Note that even when we cannot see how to influence some parameter, it can be useful to determine its sign, i.e. whether an increase or decrease in that parameter would be desirable, as a preliminary step in mapping the strategic lay of the land. We might later discover a new leverage point that does enable us to manipulate the parameter more easily. Or we might discover that the parameter's sign correlates with the sign of some other more manipulable parameter, so that our initial analysis helps us decide what to do with this other parameter. Should whole brain emulation research be promoted? The harder it seems to solve the control problem for artificial intelligence, the more tempting it is to promote the whole brain emulation path as a less risky alternative. There are several issues, however, that must be analyzed before one can arrive at a well-considered judgment. Point 21. First, there is the issue of technology coupling, already discussed earlier. We pointed out that an effort to develop whole brain emulation could result in neuromorphic AI instead, a form of machine intelligence that may be especially unsafe. But let us assume, for the sake of argument, that we actually achieve whole brain emulation, WBE. Would this be safer than AI? This, itself, is a complicated issue. There are at least three putative advantages of WBE: that its performance characteristics would be better understood than those of AI, 2, that it would inherit human motives, and 3, that it would result in a slower takeoff. Let us very briefly reflect on each. That it should be easier to understand the intellectual performance characteristics of an emulation than of an AI sounds plausible. We have abundant experience with the strengths and weaknesses of human intelligence but no experience with human-level artificial intelligence. However, to understand what a snapshot of a digitized human intellect can and cannot do is not the same as to understand how such an intellect will respond to modifications aimed at enhancing its performance. An artificial intellect, by contrast, might be carefully designed to be understandable, in both its static and dynamic dispositions. So while whole brain emulation may be more predictable in its intellectual performance than a generic AI at a comparable stage of development, it is unclear whether whole brain emulation would be dynamically more predictable than an AI engineered by competent, safety-conscious programmers. 2. As for an emulation inheriting the motivations of its human template, this is far from guaranteed. Capturing human evaluative dispositions might require a very high-fidelity emulation. Even if some individuals' motivations were perfectly captured, it is unclear how much safety would be purchased. Humans can be untrustworthy, selfish, and cruel, while templates would hopefully be selected for exceptional virtue. It May be hard to foretell how someone will act when transplanted into radically alien circumstances, superhumanly enhanced in intelligence, and tempted with an opportunity for world domination. It is true that emulations would at least be more likely to have human-like motivations, as opposed to valuing only paper clips or discovering digits of pi. Depending on one's views on human nature, this might or might not be reassuring. Point 22. 3. It is not clear why whole brain emulation should result in a slower takeoff than artificial intelligence. Perhaps with whole brain emulation, one should expect less hardware overhang, since whole brain emulation is less computationally efficient than artificial intelligence can be. Perhaps, also, an AI system could more easily absorb all available computing power into one giant integrated intellect, whereas whole brain emulation would forego quality superintelligence and pull ahead of humanity only in speed and size of population. If whole brain emulation does lead to a slower takeoff, this could have benefits in terms of alleviating the control problem. A slower takeoff would also make a multipolar outcome more likely. But whether a multipolar outcome is desirable is very doubtful. There is another important complication with the general idea that getting whole brain emulation first is safer, the need to cope with a second transition. Even if the first form of human-level machine intelligence is emulation-based, it would still remain feasible to develop artificial intelligence. AI in its mature form has important advantages over WBE, making AI the ultimately more powerful technology. Point 23. While mature AI would render WBE obsolete, except for the special purpose of preserving individual human minds, the reverse does not hold. What this means is that if AI is developed first, there might be a single wave of the intelligence explosion. But if WBE is developed first, there may be two waves: first, the arrival of WBE, and later, the arrival of AI. The total existential risk along the WBE first path is the sum of the risk in the first transition and the risk in the second transition. Conditional on having made it through the first, see figure 13.24. How much safer would the AI transition be in a WBE world? 1. Consideration is that the AI transition would be less explosive if it occurs after some form of machine intelligence has already been realized. Emulations, running at digital speeds and in numbers that might far exceed the biological human population, would reduce the cognitive differential, making it easier for emulations to control the AI. This consideration is not too weighty, since the gap between AI and WBE could still be wide. However, if the emulations were not just faster and more numerous but also somewhat qualitatively smarter than biological humans, or at least drawn from the top end of the human distribution, then the WBE first scenario would have advantages paralleling those of human cognitive enhancement, which we discussed above. Figure 13. Artificial intelligence or whole brain emulation first. In an AI first scenario, there is one transition that creates an existential risk. In a WBE first scenario, there are two risky transitions: first the development of WBE and then the development of AI. The total existential risk along the WBE first scenario is the sum of these. However, the risk of an AI transition might be lower if it occurs in a world where WBE has already been successfully introduced. Another consideration is that the transition to WBE would extend the lead of the front runner. Consider a scenario in which the front runner has a 6-month lead over the closest follower in developing whole brain emulation technology. Suppose that the first emulations to be created are cooperative, safety-focused, and patient. If they run on fast hardware, These emulations could spend subjective eons pondering how to create safe AI. For example, if they run at a speedup of 100,000 times, and are able to work on the control problem undisturbed for 6 months of side real time, they could hammer away at the control problem for 50 millennia before facing competition from other emulations. Given sufficient hardware, they could hasten their progress by fanning out myriad copies to work independently on sub-problems. If the front runner uses its 6-month lead to form a singleton, it could buy its emulation AI development team an unlimited amount of time to work on the control problem. Point 25. On balance, it looks like the risk of the AI transition would be reduced if WBE comes before AI. However, when we combine the residual risk in the AI transition with the risk of an antecedent WBE transition, it becomes very unclear how the total existential risk along the WBE first path stacks up against the risk along the AI first path. Only if one is quite pessimistic about biological humanity's ability to manage an AI transition after taking into account that human nature or civilization might have improved by the time we confront this challenge should the WBE first path seem attractive. To figure out whether whole brain emulation technology should be promoted, there are some further important points to place in the balance. Most significantly, there is the technology coupling mentioned earlier. A push toward WBE could instead produce neuromorphic AI. This is a reason against pushing for WBE. Point 26. No doubt, there are some synthetic AI designs that are less safe than some neuromorphic designs. In expectation, however, it seems that neuromorphic designs are less safe. One ground for this is that imitation can substitute for understanding. To build something from the ground up, one must usually have a reasonably good understanding of how the system will work. Such understanding may not be necessary to merely copy features of an existing system. Whole brain emulation relies on wholesale copying of biology, which may not require a comprehensive computational systems level understanding of cognition, though a large amount of component level understanding would undoubtedly be needed. Neuromorphic AI may be like whole brain emulation in this regard. It would be achieved by cobbling together pieces plagiarized from biology without the engineers necessarily having a deep mathematical understanding of how the system works. But neuromorphic AI would be unlike whole brain emulation in another regard. It would not have human motivations by default. Point 27. This consideration argues against pursuing the whole brain emulation approach to the extent that it would likely produce neuromorphic AI. A second point to put in the balance is that WBE is more likely to give us advance notice of its arrival. With AI, it is always possible that somebody will make an unexpected conceptual breakthrough. WBE, by contrast, will require many laborious precursor steps, high throughput scanning facilities, image processing software, detailed neural modeling work. We can therefore be confident that WBE is not imminent, not less than, say, 15 or 20 years away. This means that efforts to accelerate WBE will make a difference mainly in scenarios in which machine intelligence is developed comparatively late. This could make WBE investments attractive to somebody who wants the intelligence explosion to preempt other existential risks but is wary of supporting AI for fear of triggering an intelligence explosion prematurely, before the control problem has been solved. However, the uncertainty over the relevant timescales is probably currently too large to enable this consideration to carry much weight. Point 28. A strategy of promoting WBE is thus most attractive if, a. one is very pessimistic about humans solving the control problem for AI, b. one is not too worried about neuromorphic AI, multipolar outcomes, or the risks of a second transition, c. one thinks that the default timing of WBE and AI is close, and d. one prefers superintelligence to be developed neither very late nor very early. The person-affecting perspective favors speed. I fear the blog commenter Washbash may speak for many when he or she writes, I instinctively think go faster. Not because I think this is better for the world. Why should I care about the world when I am dead and gone? I want it to go fast, damn it. This increases the chance I have of experiencing a more technologically advanced future. Point 29. From the person-affecting standpoint, we have greater reason to rush forward with all manner of radical technologies that could pose existential risks. This is because the default outcome is that almost everyone who now exists is dead within a century. The case for rushing is especially strong with regard to technologies that could extend our lives and thereby increase the expected fraction of the currently existing population that may still be around for the intelligence explosion. If the machine intelligence revolution goes well, the resulting superintelligence could almost certainly devise means to indefinitely prolong the lives of the then still existing humans, not only keeping them alive but restoring them to health and youthful vigor, and enhancing their capacities well beyond what we currently think of as the human range, or helping them shuffle off their mortal coils altogether by uploading their minds to a digital substrate and endowing their liberated spirits with exquisitely good feeling virtual embodiments. With regard to technologies that do not promise to save lives, the case for rushing is weaker, though perhaps still sufficiently supported by the hope of raised standards of living. Point 30. The same line of reasoning makes the person-affecting perspective favor many risky technological innovations that promise to hasten the onset of the intelligence explosion, even when those innovations are disfavored in the impersonal perspective. Such innovations could shorten the wolf hours during which we individually must hang on to our perch if we are to live to see the daybreak of the post-human age. From the person-affecting standpoint, faster hardware progress thus seems desirable, as does faster progress toward WBE. Any adverse effect on existential risk is probably outweighed by the personal benefit of an increased chance of the intelligence explosion happening in the lifetime of currently existing people. 31. Collaboration. One important parameter is the degree to which the world will manage to coordinate and collaborate in the development of machine intelligence. Collaboration would bring many benefits. Let us take a look at how this parameter might affect the outcome and what levers we might have for increasing the extent and intensity of collaboration. The race dynamic and its perils. A race dynamic exists when one project fears being overtaken by another. This does not require the actual existence of multiple projects. A situation with only one project could exhibit a race dynamic if that project is unaware of its lack of competitors. The Allies would probably not have developed the atomic bomb as quickly as they did had they not believed, erroneously, that the Germans might be close to the same goal. The severity of a race dynamic, that is, the extent to which competitors prioritize speed over safety, depends on several factors, such as the closeness of the race, the relative importance of capability and luck, the number of competitors, whether competing teams are pursuing different approaches, and the degree to which projects share the same aims. Competitors' beliefs about these factors are also relevant. See box 13. In the development of machine superintelligence, it seems likely that there will be at least a mild race dynamic, and it is possible that there will be a severe race dynamic. The race dynamic has important consequences for how we should think about the strategic challenge posed by the possibility of an intelligence explosion. The race dynamic could spur projects to move faster toward superintelligence while reducing investment in solving the control problem. Additional detrimental effects of the race dynamic are also possible, such as direct hostilities between competitors. Suppose that two nations are racing to develop the first superintelligence, and that one of them is seen to be pulling ahead. In a winner-takes-all situation, a lagging project might be tempted to launch a desperate strike against its rival rather than passively await defeat. Anticipating this possibility, the front-runner might be tempted to strike preemptively. If the antagonists are powerful states, the clash could be bloody. 34. A surgical strike against the rival's AI project might risk triggering a larger confrontation and might in any case not be feasible if the host country has taken precautions. 35. Box 13. A risk race to the bottom. Consider a hypothetical AI arms race in which several teams compete to develop superintelligence. 32. Each team decides how much to invest in safety, knowing that resources spent on developing safety precautions are resources not spent on developing the AI. Absent a deal between all the competitors, which might be stymied by bargaining or enforcement difficulties, there might then be a risk race to the bottom, driving each team to take only a minimum of precautions. One can model each team's performance as a function of its capability, measuring its raw ability and luck, and a penalty term corresponding to the cost of its safety precautions. The team with the highest performance builds the first AI. The riskiness of that AI is determined by how much its creators invested in safety. In the worst-case scenario, all teams have equal levels of capability. The winner is then determined exclusively by investment in safety. The team that took the fewest safety precautions wins. The Nash equilibrium for this game is for every team to spend nothing on safety. In the real world, such a situation might arise via a risk ratchet. Some team, fearful of falling behind, increments its risk-taking to catch up with its competitors who respond in kind, until the maximum level of risk is reached. Capability versus risk. The situation changes when there are variations in capability. As variations in capability become more important relative to the cost of safety precautions, the risk ratchet weakens. There is less incentive to incur an extra bit of risk if doing so is unlikely to change the order of the race. This is illustrated under various scenarios in Figure 14, which plots how the riskiness of the AI depends on the importance of capability. Safety investment ranges from 1, resulting in perfectly safe AI, to 0, completely unsafe AI. The x-axis represents the relative importance of capability versus safety investment in determining the speed of a team's progress toward AI. At 0.5, the safety investment level is twice as important as capability. At 1, the two are equal. At 2, capability is twice as important as safety level, and so forth. The y-axis represents the level of AI risk, the expected fraction of their maximum utility that the winner of the race gets. Figure 14. Risk levels in AI technology races. Levels of risk of dangerous AI in a simple model of a technology race involving either A, 2 teams or B, 5 teams, plotted against the relative importance of capability, as opposed to investment in safety, in determining which project wins the race. The graphs show 3 information level Scenarios: no capability information, straight, private capability. Information, dashed, and full capability information, dotted. We see that, under all scenarios, the dangerousness of the resultant AI is maximal when capability plays no role, gradually decreasing as capability grows in importance. Compatible goals. Another way of reducing the risk is by giving teams more of a stake in each other's success. If competitors are convinced that coming second means the total loss of everything they care about, they will take whatever risk necessary to bypass their rivals. Conversely, teams will invest more in safety if less depends on winning the race. This suggests that we should encourage various forms of cross-investment. The number of competitors. The greater the number of competing teams, the more dangerous the race becomes. Each team, having less chance of coming first, is more willing to throw caution to the wind. This can be seen by contrasting Figure 14a, 2 teams, with Figure 14b, 5 teams. In every scenario, more competitors means more risk. Risk would be reduced if teams coalesce into a smaller number of competing coalitions. The curse of too much information. Is it good if teams know about their positions in the race, knowing their capability scores, for instance? Here, opposing factors are at play. It is desirable that a leader knows it is leading, so that it knows it has some margin for additional safety precautions. Yet it is undesirable that a laggard knows it has fallen behind, since this would confirm that it must cut back on safety to have any hope of catching up. While intuitively it may seem this trade-off could go either way, the models are unequivocal. Information is, in expectation, bad. 33 Figures 14a and 14b each plot 3 scenarios. The straight lines correspond to situations in which no team knows any of the capability scores, its own included. The dashed lines show situations where each team knows its own capability only. In those situations, a team takes extra risk only if its capability is low. And the dotted lines show what happens when all teams know each other's capabilities. They take extra risks if their capability scores are close to one another. With each increase in information level, the race dynamic becomes worse. Scenarios in which the rival developers are not states but smaller entities, such as corporate labs or academic teams, would probably feature much less direct destruction from conflict. Yet the overall consequences of competition may be almost as bad. This is because the main part of the expected harm from competition stems not from the smash-up of battle but from the downgrade of precaution. A race dynamic would, as we saw, reduce investment in safety, and conflict, even if non-violent, would tend to scotch opportunities for collaboration. Since projects would be less likely to share ideas for solving the control problem in a climate of hostility and mistrust. 36. On the benefits of collaboration. Collaboration thus offers many benefits. It reduces the haste in developing machine intelligence. It allows for greater investment in safety. It avoids violent conflicts. And it facilitates the sharing of ideas about how to solve the control problem. To these benefits we can add another: collaboration would tend to produce outcomes in which the fruits of a successfully controlled intelligence explosion get distributed more equitably. That broader collaboration should result in wider sharing of gains is not axiomatic. In principle, a small project run by an altruist could lead to an outcome where the benefits are shared evenly or equitably among all morally considerable beings. Nevertheless, there are several reasons to suppose that broader collaborations, involving a greater number of sponsors, are, in expectation, distributionally superior. One such reason is that sponsors presumably prefer an outcome in which they themselves get, at least, their fair share. A broad collaboration then means that relatively many individuals get at least their fair share, assuming the project is successful. Another reason is that a broad collaboration also seems likelier to benefit people outside the collaboration. A broader collaboration contains more members, so more outsiders would have personal ties to somebody on the inside looking out for their interests. A broader collaboration is also more likely to include at least some altruist who wants to benefit everyone. Furthermore, a broader collaboration is more likely to operate under public oversight, which might reduce the risk of the entire pie being captured by a clique of programmers or private investors. 37 Note also that the larger the successful collaboration is, the lower the costs to it of extending the benefits to all outsiders. For instance, if 90% of all people were already inside the collaboration, it would cost them no more than 10% of their holdings to bring all outsiders up to their own level. It is thus plausible that broader collaborations would tend to lead to a wider distribution of the gains, though some projects with few sponsors might also have distributionally excellent aims. But why is a wide distribution of gains desirable? There are both moral and prudential reasons for favoring outcomes in which everybody gets a share of the bounty. We will not say much about the moral case, except to note that it need not rest on any egalitarian principle. The case might be made, for example, on grounds of fairness. A project that creates machine superintelligence imposes a global risk externality. Everybody on the planet is placed in jeopardy, including those who do not consent to having their own lives and those of their family imperiled in this way. Since everybody shares the risk, it would seem to be a minimal requirement of fairness that everybody also gets a share of the upside. The fact that the total, expected, amount of good seems greater in collaboration scenarios is another important reason such scenarios are morally preferable. The prudential case for favoring a wide distribution of gains is two-pronged. One prong is that wide distribution should promote collaboration, thereby mitigating the negative consequences of the race dynamic. There is less incentive to fight over who gets to build the first superintelligence if everybody stands to benefit equally from any project's success. The sponsors of a particular project might also benefit from credibly signaling their commitment to distributing the spoils. Universally, a certifiably altruistic project being likely to attract more supporters and fewer enemies. 38. The other prong of the prudential case for favoring a wide distribution of gains has to do with whether agents are risk-averse or have utility functions that are sublinear in resources. The central fact here is the enormousness of the potential resource pie. Assuming the observable universe is as uninhabited as it looks, it contains more than one vacant galaxy for each human being alive. Most people would much rather have certain access to one galaxy's worth of resources than a lottery ticket offering a 1 in a billion chance of owning a billion galaxies. 39 Given the astronomical size of humanity's cosmic endowment, it seems that self-interest should generally favor deals that would guarantee each person a share, even if each share corresponded to a small fraction of the total. The important thing, when such an extravagant bonanza is in the offing, is to not be left out in the cold. This argument from the enormousness of the resource pie presupposes that preferences are resourceable. 40 That supposition does not necessarily hold. For instance, several prominent ethical theories, including especially aggregative consequentialist theories, correspond to utility functions that are risk-neutral and linear in resources. A billion galaxies could be used to create a billion times more happy lives than a single galaxy. They are thus, to a utilitarian, worth a billion times as much. 41 Ordinary selfish human preference functions, however, appear to be relatively resource-satiable. This last statement must be flanked by two important qualifications. The first is that many people care about rank. If multiple agents each wants to top the Forbes rich list, then no resource pie is large enough to give everybody full satisfaction. The second qualification is that the post-transition technology base would enable material resources to be converted into an unprecedented range of products, including some goods that are not currently available at any price, even though they are highly valued by many humans. A billionaire does not live 1,000 times longer than a millionaire. In the era of digital minds, however, the billionaire could afford a 1,000-fold more computing power and could thus enjoy a 1,000-fold longer subjective lifespan. Mental capacity, likewise, could be for sale. In such circumstances, with economic capital convertible into vital goods at a constant rate even for great levels of wealth, unbounded greed would make more sense than it does in today's world, where the affluent, those among them lacking a philanthropic heart, are reduced to spending their riches on airplanes, boats, art collections, or a fourth and a fifth residence. Does this mean that an egoist should be risk neutral with respect to his or her post-transition resource endowment? Not quite. Physical resources may not be convertible into lifespan or mental performance at arbitrary scales. If a life must be lived sequentially, so that observer moments can remember earlier events and be affected by prior choices, then the life of a digital mind cannot be extended arbitrarily without utilizing an increasing number of sequential computational operations. But physics limits the extent to which resources can be transformed into sequential computations. 42 The limits on sequential computation may also constrain some aspects of cognitive performance to scale radically, sublinearly, beyond a relatively modest resource endowment. Furthermore, it is not obvious that an egoist would or should be risk neutral even with regard to highly normatively relevant outcome metrics such as number of quality-adjusted subjective life years. If offered the choice between an extra 2,000 years of life for certain and a 1 in 10 chance of an extra 30,000 years of life, I think most people would select the former, even under the stipulation that each life year would be of equal quality. 43. In reality, the prudential case for favoring a wide distribution of gains is presumably subject relative and situation dependent. Yet, on the whole, people would be more likely to get almost all of what they want if a way is found to achieve a wide distribution, and this holds even before taking into account that a commitment to a wider distribution would tend to foster collaboration and thereby increase the chances of avoiding existential catastrophe. Favoring a broad distribution, therefore, appears to be not only morally mandated but also prudentially advisable. There is a further set of consequences to collaboration that should be given at least some shrift: the possibility that pre-transition collaboration influences the level of post-transition collaboration. Assume humanity solves the control problem. If the control problem is not solved, it may scarcely matter how much collaboration there is post-transition. There are two cases to consider. The first is that the intelligence explosion does not create a winner-takes-all dynamic, presumably because the takeoff is relatively slow. In this case it is plausible that if pre-transition collaboration has any systematic effect on Post-transition collaboration, it has a positive effect, tending to promote subsequent collaboration. The original collaborative relationships may endure and continue beyond the transition. Also, pre-transition collaboration may offer more opportunity for people to steer developments in desirable, and, presumably, more collaborative, post-transition directions. The second case is that the nature of the intelligence explosion does encourage a winner-takes-all dynamic, presumably because the takeoff is relatively fast. In this case, if there is no extensive collaboration before the takeoff, a singleton is likely to emerge. A single project would undergo the transition alone, at some point obtaining a decisive strategic advantage combined with superintelligence. A singleton, by definition, is a highly collaborative social order. 44 The absence of extensive collaboration pre-transition would thus lead to an extreme degree of collaboration post-transition. By contrast, a somewhat higher level of collaboration in the run-up to the intelligence explosion opens up a wider variety of possible outcomes. Collaborating projects could synchronize their ascent to ensure they transition in tandem without any of them getting a decisive strategic advantage. Or different sponsor groups might merge their efforts into a single project, while refusing to give that project a mandate to form a singleton. For example, one could imagine a consortium of nations forming a joint scientific project to develop machine superintelligence, yet not authorizing this project to evolve into anything like a supercharged United Nations, electing instead to maintain the factious world order that existed before. Particularly in the case of a fast takeoff, therefore, the possibility exists that greater pre-transition collaboration would result in less post-transition collaboration. However, to the extent that collaborating entities are able to shape the outcome, they may allow the emergence or continuation of non-collaboration only if they foresee that no catastrophic consequences would follow from post-transition factiousness. Scenarios in which pre-transition collaboration leads to reduced post-transition collaboration may therefore mostly be ones in which reduced post-transition collaboration is innocuous. In general, greater post-transition collaboration appears desirable. It would reduce the risk of dystopian dynamics in which economic competition and a rapidly expanding population lead to a malfusion condition, or in which evolutionary selection erodes human values and selects for non-eudaimonic forms, or in which rival powers suffer other coordination failures such as wars and technology races. The last of these issues, the prospect of technology races, may be particularly problematic if the transition is to an intermediary form of machine intelligence, whole brain emulation, since it would create a new race dynamic that would harm the chances of the control problem being solved for the subsequent second transition to a more advanced form of machine intelligence, artificial intelligence. We described earlier how collaboration can reduce conflict in the run up to the intelligence explosion, increasing the chances that the control problem will be solved, and improve both the moral legitimacy and the prudential desirability of the resulting resource allocation. To these benefits of collaboration it may thus be possible to add one more, that broader collaboration pre-transition could help with important coordination problems in the post-transition era. Working together. Collaboration can take different forms depending on the scale of the collaborating entities. At a small scale, individual AI teams who believe themselves to be in competition with one another could choose to pool their efforts. 45 Corporations could merge or cross-invest. At a larger scale, States could join in a big international project. There are precedents to large-scale international collaboration in science and technology, such as CERN, the Human Genome Project, and the International Space Station, but an international project to develop safe superintelligence would pose a different order of challenge because of the security implications of the work. It would have to be constituted not as an open academic collaboration but as an extremely tightly controlled joint enterprise. Perhaps the scientists involved would have to be physically isolated and prevented from communicating with the rest of the world for the duration of the project, except through a single, carefully vetted communication channel. The required level of security might be nearly unattainable at present, but advances in lie detection and surveillance technology could make it feasible later this century. It is also worth bearing in mind that broad collaboration does not necessarily mean that large numbers of researchers would be involved in the project. It simply means that many people would have a say in the project's aims. In principle, a project could involve a maximally broad collaboration comprising all of humanity as sponsors, represented, let us say, by the General Assembly of the United Nations, yet employ only a single scientist to carry out the work. 46. There is a reason for starting collaboration as early as possible, namely to take advantage of the veil of ignorance that hides from our view any specific information about which individual project will get to superintelligence first. The closer to the finishing line we get, the less uncertainty will remain about the relative chances of competing projects, and the harder it may consequently be to make a case based on the self-interest of the front runner to join a collaborative project that would distribute the benefits to all of humanity. On the other hand, it also looks hard to establish a formal collaboration of worldwide scope before the prospect of superintelligence has become much more widely recognized than it currently is, and before there is a clearly visible road leading to the creation of machine superintelligence. Moreover, to the extent that collaboration would promote progress along that road, it may actually be counterproductive in terms of safety, as discussed earlier. The ideal form of collaboration for the present may therefore be one that does not initially require specific formalized agreements and that does not expedite advances in machine intelligence. One proposal that fits these criteria is that we propound an appropriate moral norm, expressing our commitment to the idea that superintelligence should be for the common good. Such a norm could be formulated as follows. The common good principle. Superintelligence should be developed only for the benefit of all of humanity and in the service of widely shared ethical ideals. 47. Establishing from an early stage that the immense potential of superintelligence belongs to all of humanity will give more time for such a norm to become entrenched. The common good principle does not preclude commercial incentives for individuals or firms active in related areas. For example, a firm might satisfy the call for universal sharing of the benefits of superintelligence by adopting a windfall clause to the effect that all profits up to some very high ceiling, say, $1 trillion annually, would be distributed in the ordinary way to the firm's shareholders and other legal claimants, and that only profits in excess of the threshold would be distributed to all of humanity evenly, or otherwise according to universal moral criteria. Adopting such a windfall clause should be substantially costless, any given firm being extremely unlikely ever to exceed the stratospheric profit threshold, and such low probability scenarios ordinarily playing no role in the decisions of the firm's managers and investors. Yet its widespread adoption would give humankind a valuable guarantee, insofar as the commitments could be trusted, that if ever some private enterprise were to hit the jackpot with the intelligence explosion, everybody would share in most of the benefits. The same idea could be applied to entities other than firms. For example, states could agree that if ever any one state's GDP exceeds some very high fraction, say, 90%, of world GDP, the overshoot should be distributed evenly to all. 48. The common good principle, and particular instantiations, such as windfall clauses, could be adopted initially as a voluntary moral commitment by responsible individuals and organizations that are active in areas related to machine intelligence. Later, it could be endorsed by a wider set of entities and enacted into law and treaty. A vague formulation, such as the one given here, may serve well as a starting point, but it would ultimately need to be sharpened into a set of specific verifiable requirements. Chapter 15. Crunch time. We find ourselves in a thicket of strategic complexity, surrounded by a dense mist of uncertainty. Though many considerations have been discerned, their details and interrelationships remain unclear and iffy, and there might be other factors we have not even thought of yet. What are we to do in this predicament? Philosophy with a deadline. A colleague of mine likes to point out that a Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics, indicates two things about the recipient: that he was capable of accomplishing something important, and that he didn't. Though harsh, the remark hints at a truth. Think of a discovery as an act that moves the arrival of information from a later point in time to an earlier time. The discovery's value does not equal the value of the information discovered, but rather the value of having the information available earlier than it otherwise would have been. A scientist or a mathematician may show great skill by being the first to find a solution that has eluded many others, yet if the problem would soon have been solved anyway, then the work probably has not much benefited the world. There are cases in which having a solution even slightly sooner is immensely valuable, but this is most plausible when the solution is immediately put to use, either being deployed for some practical end or serving as a foundation to further theoretical work. And in the latter case, where a solution is immediately used only in the sense of serving as a building block for further theorizing, there is great value in obtaining a solution slightly sooner only if the further work it enables is itself both important and urgent. 1. The question, then, is not whether the result discovered by the Fields medalist is in itself important, whether instrumentally or for knowledge's own sake. Rather, the question is whether it was important that the medalist enabled the publication of the result to occur at an earlier date. The value of this temporal transport should be compared to the value that a world-class mathematical mind could have generated by working on something else. At least in some cases, the Fields Medal might indicate a life spent solving the wrong problem. For instance, a problem whose allure consisted primarily in being famously difficult to solve. Similar barbs could be directed at other fields, such as academic philosophy. Philosophy covers some problems that are relevant to existential risk mitigation. We encountered several in this book. Yet, there are also subfields within philosophy that have no apparent link to existential risk or indeed any practical concern. As with pure mathematics, some of the problems that philosophy studies might be regarded as intrinsically important, in the sense that humans have reason to care about them independently of any practical application. The fundamental nature of reality, for instance, might be worth knowing about, for its own sake. The world would arguably be less Glorious if nobody studied metaphysics, cosmology, or string theory. However, the dawning prospect of an intelligence explosion shines a new light on this ancient quest for wisdom. The outlook now suggests that philosophic progress can be maximized via an indirect path, rather than by immediate philosophizing. One of the many tasks on which superintelligence, or even just moderately enhanced human intelligence, would outperform the current cast of thinkers is in answering fundamental questions in science and philosophy. This reflection suggests a strategy of deferred gratification. We could postpone work on some of the eternal questions for a little while, delegating that task to our hopefully more competent successors in order to focus our own attention on a more pressing challenge, increasing the chance that we will actually have competent successors. This would be high-impact philosophy and high-impact mathematics. Point 2. What is to be done? We thus want to focus on problems that are not only important but urgent in the sense that their solutions are needed prior to the intelligence explosion. We should also take heed not to work on problems that are negative value, such that solving them is harmful. Some technical problems in the field of artificial intelligence, for instance, might be negative value inasmuch as their solution would speed the development of machine intelligence without doing as much to expedite the development of control methods that could render the machine intelligence revolution survivable and beneficial. It can be hard to identify problems that are both urgent and important and are such that we can confidently take them to be positive value. The strategic uncertainty surrounding existential risk mitigation means that we must worry that even well-intentioned interventions may turn out to be not only unproductive but counterproductive. To limit the risk of doing something actively harmful or morally wrong, we should prefer to work on problems that seem robustly positive value, i.e., whose solution would make a positive contribution across a wide range of scenarios, and to employ means that are robustly justifiable, i.e., acceptable from a wide range of moral views. There is a further desideratum to consider in selecting which problems to prioritize. We want to work on problems that are elastic to our efforts at solving them. Highly elastic problems are those that can be solved much faster, or solved to a much greater extent, given one extra unit of effort. Encouraging more kindness in the world is an important and urgent problem one, moreover, that seems quite robustly positive value, yet absent a breakthrough idea for how to go about it, probably a problem of quite low elasticity. Achieving world peace, similarly, would be highly desirable, but considering the numerous efforts already targeting that problem, and the formidable obstacles arrayed against a quick solution, it seems unlikely that the contributions of a few extra individuals would make a large difference. To reduce the risks of the machine intelligence revolution, we will propose two objectives that appear to best meet all those desiderata: strategic analysis and capacity building. We can be relatively confident about the sign of these parameters: more strategic insight and more capacity being better. Furthermore, the parameters are elastic. A small extra investment can make a relatively large difference. Gaining insight and capacity is also urgent because early boosts to these parameters may compound, making subsequent efforts more effective. In addition to these two broad objectives, we will point to a few other potentially worthwhile aims for initiatives. Seeking the strategic light. Against a backdrop of perplexity and uncertainty, analysis stands out as being a particularly high expected value. Point 3. Illumination of our strategic situation would help us target subsequent interventions more effectively. Strategic analysis is especially needful when we are radically uncertain not just about some detail of some peripheral matter, but about the cardinal qualities of the central things. For many key parameters, we are radically uncertain even about their sign, that is, we know not which direction of change would be desirable and which undesirable. Our ignorance might not be irremediable. The field has been little prospected, and glimmering strategic insights could still be awaiting their unearthing just a few feet beneath the surface. What we mean by strategic analysis here is a search for crucial considerations, ideas or arguments with the potential to change our views not merely about the fine structure of implementation but about the general topology of desirability. Point 4. Even a single missed crucial consideration could vitiate our most valiant efforts or render them as actively harmful as those of a soldier who is fighting on the wrong side. The search for crucial considerations, which must explore normative as well as descriptive issues, will often require crisscrossing the boundaries between different academic disciplines and other fields of knowledge. As there is no established methodology for how to go about this kind of research, difficult original thinking is necessary. Building good capacity. Another high-value activity, one that shares with strategic analysis the robustness property of being beneficial across a wide range of scenarios, is the development of a well-constituted support base that takes the future seriously. Such a base can immediately provide resources for research and analysis. If and when other priorities become visible, resources can be redirected accordingly. A support base is thus a general-purpose capability whose use can be guided by new insights as they emerge. One valuable asset would be a donor network comprising individuals devoted to rational philanthropy, informed about existential risk, and discerning about the means of mitigation. It is especially desirable that the early-day funders be astute and altruistic, because they may have opportunities to shape the field's culture before the usual venal interests take up position and entrench. The focus during these opening gambits should thus be to recruit the right kinds of people into the field. It could be worth foregoing some technical advances in the short term in order to fill the ranks with individuals who genuinely care about safety and who have a truth-seeking orientation, and who are likely to attract more of their own kind. One important variable is the quality of the social epistemology of the AI field and its leading projects. Discovering crucial considerations is valuable, but only if it affects action. This cannot always be taken for granted. Imagine a project that invests millions of dollars and years of toil to develop a prototype AI, and that after surmounting many technical challenges the system is finally beginning to show real progress. There is a chance that with just a bit more work it could turn into something useful and profitable. Now a crucial consideration is discovered, indicating that a completely different approach would be a bit safer. Does the project kill itself off like a dishonored samurai, relinquishing its unsafe design and all the progress that had been made? Or does it react like a worried octopus, puffing out a cloud of motivated skepticism in the hope of eluding the attack? A project that would reliably choose the samurai option in such a dilemma would be a far preferable developer. Point 5. Yet building processes and institutions that are willing to commit seppuku based on uncertain allegations and speculative reasoning is not easy. Another dimension of social epistemology is the management of sensitive information, in particular, the ability to avoid leaking information that ought be kept secret. Information continence may be especially challenging for academic researchers, accustomed as they are to constantly disseminating their results on every available lamppost and tree. Particular measures. In addition to the general objectives of strategic light and good capacity, some more specific objectives could also present cost-effective opportunities for action. One such is progress on the technical challenges of machine intelligence safety. In pursuing this objective, care should be taken to manage information hazards. Some work that would be useful for solving the control problem would also be useful for solving the competence problem. Work that burns down the AI fuse could easily be a net negative. Another specific objective is to promote best practices among AI researchers. Whatever progress has been made on the control problem needs to be disseminated. Some forms of computational experimentation, particularly if involving strong recursive self-improvement, may also require the use of capability control to mitigate the risk of an accidental takeoff. While the actual implementation of safety methods is not so relevant today, it will increasingly become so as the state of the art advances. And it is not too soon to call for practitioners to express a commitment to safety, including endorsing the common good principle and promising to ramp up safety if and when the prospect of machine superintelligence begins to look more imminent. Pious words are not sufficient and will not by themselves make a dangerous technology safe, but where the mouth goeth, the mind might gradually follow. Other opportunities may also occasionally arise to push on some pivotal parameter, for example to mitigate some other existential risk, or to promote biological cognitive enhancement and improvements of our collective wisdom, or even to shift world politics into a more harmonious register. Will the best in human nature please stand up? Before the prospect of an intelligence explosion, we humans are like small children playing with a bomb. Such is the mismatch between the power of our plaything and the immaturity of our conduct. Superintelligence is a challenge for which we are not ready now and will not be ready for a long time. We have little idea when the detonation will occur, though if we hold the device to our ear we can hear a faint ticking sound. For a child with an undetonated bomb in its hands, a sensible thing to do would be to put it down gently, quickly back out of the room, and contact the nearest adult. Yet what we have here is not one child but many, each with access to an independent trigger mechanism. The chances that we will all find the sense to put down the dangerous stuff seem almost negligible. Some little idiot is bound to press the ignite button just to see what happens. Nor can we attain safety by running away, for the blast of an intelligence explosion would bring down the entire firmament. Nor is there a grown-up in sight. In this situation, any feeling of gee whiz exhilaration would be out of place. Consternation and fear would be closer to the mark, but the most appropriate attitude may be a bitter determination to be as competent as we can, much as if we were preparing for a difficult exam that will either realize our dreams or obliterate them. This is not a prescription of fanaticism. The intelligence explosion might still be many decades off in the future. Moreover, the challenge we face is, in part, to hold on to our humanity, to maintain our groundedness, common sense, and good-humored decency even in the teeth of this most unnatural and inhuman problem. We need to bring all our human resourcefulness to bear on its solution. Yet let us not lose track of what is globally significant. Through the fog of everyday trivialities, we can perceive if but dimly the essential task of our age. In this book, we have attempted to discern a little more feature in what is otherwise still a relatively amorphous and negatively defined vision, one that presents as our principal moral priority, at least from an impersonal and secular perspective, the reduction of existential risk and the attainment of a civilizational trajectory that leads to a compassionate and jubilant use of humanity's cosmic endowment.